The huge glass building went high into the vastness of the sky. The boy put his hand to the glass and looked at everything that was going on in astonishment. This was not his world. He found himself in a virtual world in which magic, science, and supernatural powers were mixed. He's inside the end of the world game. And this is the place, the start of this game. He'd been here for about a week. The guy clutched his head. He seemed to be stuck here. His name was Lee Han-sung, and you're asking how he knows so much about this place. Because he has a lot of experience in live broadcasting. He's also been through the entire game. As far as he could remember, drastic events were about to happen in the future. Within a year, a wave of monsters will come. Within 3 years, a revolution must take place. Within years, a world war that will shatter the world's foundations. At one time, he even competed in the only one best users competition as a ranked player. However, it's not like that now. His starting characteristics are too low. He'll be able to hold out for a while, but he won't survive the revolution and the world war. The guy shuddered. What if death in this world means death in reality? He sat on his bed and pondered, a little creepy at heart. Was there any way I could make my stay here easier? I didn't want to die at all. Suddenly he heard a buzzing sound right above his ear. It was a drone for filming, a regular quadcopter with a camera on the front. Suddenly the boy had a great idea. He's got video game footage from the past. His connection to reality is severed, but he can look at footage from the past. He logged into his account and started looking at long-ago footage. He needed to use it to survive. In addition, this drone could be used to gather the necessary information. Han-sung clenched his fist. He seemed to have a chance. All that was left was to figure out what his characteristics would be. The boy picked up 3 dice and threw them on the floor. The cubes fell to the floor with a clatter and clattered. He began to study his characteristics. Judging from his past experience, luck points are very important. Then we'll have to roll the die until the luck points come out. There's no other choice. He threw the dice over and over. They clattered on the concrete floor. Each time he failed, and this time too. There was no end to it every time some bullshit fell out. Suddenly, however, the guy saw something, and his eyes widened with surprise. His luck was at level 99. The rest of his characteristics left a lot to be desired, but that didn't matter anymore. The guy scratched his head and started laughing hysterically. Finally, after so many attempts, he succeeded. He spread his arms out and laughed out loud. Joy glistened on his face. Luck points. This time it had worked out. He would be able to start studying. His bracelet asked if he wanted to start training. The boy immediately pressed yes. Still, I should have thought about it. Maybe I should check my luck. The guy opened the inventory. At the very beginning, you are given a standard inventory worth $1,000,001. A random set to get a unique skill, a special skill and property to try your luck is worth opening the random chest. Everything around him lit up. It seemed his luck hadn't failed him. The boy smiled. He waved his hand, his body overwhelmed by various emotions. He stood up like an old anime character and leaned his hand on his head. Luck had just struck. The drone just circled around him, filming every moment. He was like an annoying fly. At this point, Han-sung thought it would be a good idea to put some special effects on here, and it would make a good YouTube video. He waved his hand and beckoned to the quadrocopter. Well, he had good luck. Everything works just fine. The guy was in good spirits. It was time to try his luck in the real world. He came to the Korean Hero Academy. In this place, heroes from all over the world, from every corner of the planet, have gathered. Han-sung stood on the doorstep, a little nervous. He had a long and thorny path to travel. He tried to cheer himself up a little. It was definitely worth trying his hand at a place like this. The boy walked inside the academy where it was quite noisy. Now with that score, he would lose to anyone, and that was a problem. He went into the waiting room. He'd have to be careful not to be expelled as soon as he was admitted. The guy walked into the room, which was pretty crowded. There were a lot of freshmen this year. With his eyes, he began to look for an empty seat to sit down. It was worth checking out the heroes here, as there were many important characters at the academy. You'd need to get a couple of trustworthy friends to survive in this place. Never too many. He sat down at the nearest desk. There was only one thing going through his mind: survival. Suddenly he felt sad. He even mentally cried. He felt sorry for himself. But why should he worry about that? Suddenly a stern voice was heard. The boy came out of his musings. There was a man standing in front of them, apparently the one who would be enrolling them. He welcomed all the heroes to the academy. The man said in a loud voice that he was going to give the exam instructions now. Han-sung felt uneasy again. This place made him feel a little depressed. The man who came had a bright smile on his face. His name is Han Do-seok, and he is a C-ranked hero. Inside himself, the boy cried, may he never in his life compare with one like him. Han continued to explain. He pointed his hand at the board and said that this is why they don't just represent their country, They defend their land from monster attacks. Han Song sat there bored. The speech was a little long, and it was getting more and more boring. This man was giving a lecture and at the same time telling them about the structure of the world. Is that really necessary? Han Dong-seok was enthusiastic, and all throughout the story with a smile on his face when you hear for the first time. It's interesting, but for an experienced player like Han Sung, it's just useless. The man finally finished his lecture and clapped his hands loudly. Still smiling, he said that now the entrants must go to the field for the practical exam. He hoped that everyone would pass and they would see them again. Han Song walked out of the classroom. He still couldn't believe it was finally over. They were approaching the exit, where the sun was shining brightly, so brightly that one could be blinded. The entrance exam for the Korean Hero Academy had begun. The boys walked out onto the spacious field where 3 portals stood. An admission and a bright debut. It was impossible to screw up. The kid even cheered up a little, and a smile appeared on his face. After all, after the lecture, it was nice to unwind. He started looking around to get a better look at the people involved. It was quite crowded. The guy turned his head around and saw that there was a weapon on one rack. There was a sword, a shield, a sledgehammer, and everything. I had to be serious about choosing a weapon. It's what he's going to become. If he chooses a sword, he will become a swordsman. If he chooses a bow, he will become an archer. The primary weapon determines the direction of growth. Last year when he was a player, he chose a staff, and his main power was magic. But this time the boy decided to choose a sword. He took the blade and began to examine it. But besides that, he would have 2 more weapons. He raised his hand and created a sort of magic circle. With his luck, he would be able to make up for his lack of sword skills. However, for now, these were just his plans. He did not fully understand whether it would turn out to be a venture or not. The announcer announced that the exam was about to begin, and the boy moved closer to the portal. He felt a little creepy. The exam began. Immediately, various monsters pounced on the boy. He fought several goblins that were of low rank. This exam is graded by the number of monsters killed and time spent. F-ranked monsters are fine, but E-ranked monsters are harder to deal with. How do you deal with them? Suddenly, Lee saw one of the goblins attacking him from the back. The boy put his sword out and blocked the goblin's blow. It wasn't that strong. You can't get very far in his performance, which depends only on luck. However, there are a lot of tools here, right? The boy took a small orange potion out of his pocket. If you use this, you might get something. He crushed the can. The goblin looked on in horror as his opponent transformed. Levels. Muscular strength levels are temporarily increasing. Indeed, the boy felt an unprecedented surge of strength. He chopped the goblin's club in one fell swoop. He handled those 2 easily, but no one knows what will happen next. Before the exam, it's a world where luck rules. A place where despair turns to joy and vice versa. The casino of the underworld. A courteous concierge greeted new visitors. Han Sung looked around. We need to check if the hidden fragment is all right. Make some money and buy the necessary equipment. There was noise everywhere. The guy turned his head. What was even going on in there? One of the men who apparently lost a large sum of money almost cried, "Number, what are you doing?" He was holding a chip that he'd bet a lot of money on. This is the hidden fragment, and he had a small bracelet in his hand. The boy looks closely. There's no doubt it's Bake Raymond, the one he wanted. He who was part gambler had a barbarian bracelet. That's a pretty important item. When aptitudes are not strongly developed, a person becomes a loser. The bald man was literally crying because he had lost so much money. The boy made a decision to come here when he analyzed how he could still win better at slot machines. Today I had to find out if he could buy good luck items. That was the most important thing. He pulled the lever and flipped a coin. The slot machine started spinning. Literally a few seconds later, it hit 3 sevens, the jackpot, just like that. Chips sprinkled into the box, or was it some kind of coins? In a word, the guy won. Luck works. The boy smiled broadly. It wasn't for nothing he had tried after all. He assumed the pathos pose again and began to feel proud of himself. This is how he was able to buy the items he needed to pass the exam. He clenched his hand and used a low-level speed potion increasing speed. Thus, he could easily deal with low-level monsters. Goblins no longer posed any danger. They were just flying around like they were toys. Thanks to the items he bought with the money he won, the guy was able to deal with rank E monsters, but he spent everything he had. Before he could rest properly, there was a voice saying that a rank D monster was being summoned, so he had to get ready. Han Sung. He almost swallowed his tongue. He had just dealt with the others, and there was a monster of such a high rank. Through the light, a dark shred of what looked like some kind of rag began to show. It was the ghost, the one the crystal had summoned. He looked like a mask with glowing eyes. What the hell is this? The guy grabbed his sword. So how could a ghost monster with only magic, regardless of physical skills, appear on the exam? Hansong was a little confused, but there was nothing to do. However, it was sheer luck that there was a monster that was so suited to his abilities. The boy swung his sword and ran straight at the monster. His sword glowed with a blue light. If this monster was only affected by magic, there was nothing to do. You need to use your magical superiority ability. He swung his sword and it hit the monster. The ghost didn't expect this and started to fly apart. It's working great, the guy stretched out in a smile. However, it was a bit early to rejoice. The ghost began to regenerate and conversely strengthened. His body stretched and turned into tentacles. One of them flew within a few centimeters of the boy's face. Thank God he had time to put his sword out. The weapon continued to glow with a bluish light, and now it was necessary to finish this thing off. The guy swung his sword and bright blue lights flashed around him. Dealing with this ghost was a bit difficult. There was no choice anyway, so stop whining. Finally, the boy made it. With one powerful blow, he chopped the ghost in half. Hansong was breathing heavily. This kind of trial was the first time, so he had used up almost all of his strength. He sank heavily to one knee for some respite. The poor guy tried to regain his breath after such a battle. He was just fine for me, but still a monster of such a high rank. There was almost no magic power left. And as luck would have it, the announcer announced that a C-rank monster was being summoned. Okay, I'll have to hold out as long as I can, the boy thought. A bright blue light flashed. The monster was summoned, from where only a roar could be heard. What the guy saw sent shivers down his spine, but that's just mockery. The monster showed himself into the light. It was clear from his gait that it wasn't going to be easy. At this point, the guy realized that there would be no more favorable moments for him like last time. So he had to improvise. A true monster stood before him, a two-headed troll with a horn on each head and a weighty club in its hands. Hansong. Standing in front of the monster, he tried to come to his senses. He had spent all the items on magic power, and it was making things more difficult. You have to act with what you have. Beating with his last strength, he gripped his sword tighter. The monster stood right in front of him, its eyes glowing red with rage. You couldn't take down a monster that big. Some people had already finished their exam and were beginning to exit their portals. Almost everyone is out now, and teens are starting to look at the screens. Are there still some left unreleased? Someone's out, a whisper ran through the rows of students. The one who came out must have been very unhappy with his result. It was a girl, her face clearly displeased. And from the portal, a girl who scored points appeared. Her name was Song Si-yeon, and she was angry. This girl specialized in stealth attack and also shadow movement, standing at the 9th place of the elite specialized hero schools. The girl hummed. People began to whisper she was in 9th place after all. With such progress, she could have easily moved up already. Shu-young turned her head to the table of the remaining contestants to see who was still left. There were 4 people left. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. Lee Han-sung, he was at the very end. But who was he? The girl resolutely couldn't understand where this guy came from. The rest of the exam participants also started whispering. Everyone here was quite famous, but this guy was unknown. Finally, another exam participant started to come out. Everyone turned to look at the portal. A kid about their age came out of there. He had a tired smile on his face, laughed, and said that the exam was harder than he expected. Jin Hong points. Everyone immediately started whispering among themselves. It was said that he had risen quickly due to his physical strength indicators. Then another participant appeared from the portal. It was another guy, and everyone immediately turned their gazes to him. His name was Gil Sung-hyun points. The boy looked at the leaderboard and grimaced in displeasure. Apparently, he wasn't very satisfied with his result. He tossed his wand to the floor, which bounced onward with a clatter. Other people decided not to get close to him because there's no telling what to expect. He was there longer and got fewer points. Weird. Keel looked at the chart. Who the hell is Lee Han-sung? Some unknown guy still there? The other participants also froze in anticipation. There were only 2 people left. Would they really reach the very last monster? Another member appeared from the portal. He began to slowly walk out. Everyone gasped and held their breath. No one had expected someone to hold it that long. Another guy with a calm expression appeared from the portal. It was Han Buell. Why are they all making such a fuss? He got a score of. The boy stood up and looked around at everyone with a surprised look. He thought he'd done well, but there was someone else. Then everyone finally fell silent and started watching the last contestant. A friend ran up to Han Buell and gave him a hug. He's in first place. But the guy stopped him and said there was another competitor. Hong, surprised, looked at the leaderboard and nodded his head. That's true. Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe I should have called the professor to look into it, but it can't be. However, it turns out it can. The silhouette of the last participant began to emerge from the portal. Everyone froze in anticipation. It showed at first a leg that was shaking from overexertion. Han Song finally came out of the portal. The guy was apparently very tired. His face was filled with excitement as he scored points and was in first place. As soon as the others saw his result, they sighed noisily. No way! Sha Young was horrified. She just couldn't believe her eyes. Who is this guy anyway? Han Song walked by and began to look around at all the participants. No one could even say a word. Everyone was shocked by this result. The guys began to part, and bit by bit surrounded the newcomer, who happened to be in first place. Han Song seemed to not pay any attention to them. He simply stalked towards the exit. The others just stared at his footprints in surprise and fear, without deciding to say a word. Everyone was shocked by this result. Soon the guy disappeared somewhere in the darkness of the tunnel. The guy stood there. After a second, there was screaming. Did you see that? He looked down and walked away. No one could believe it. He looks tough, but he's ugly in the face. The guys started whispering amongst themselves. The day was coming to an end. Our hero decided to go home to get some rest. He was so tired that he didn't even have the strength to speak. Each time he heard the others whispering behind his back. He heard everyone else talking about him with contempt, as if he were mocking everyone else. When has he ever mocked anyone? Yesterday, when he came out of the portal, he was barely on his feet. He still had that battle in front of him. While the trolls' heads were fighting each other, he had earned points from his survival time. He was just lucky. Even now, he was creeped out by the realization. He had certainly used his luck to come up with a battle strategy, but still. Behind his back, the whispering continued. The others were talking about how ugly he was. He can't even look at him for 3 seconds. The guy remembered that he only had 3 points of charm. He looked at himself in the mirror, but no matter how low the numbers were, they were overkill. There he goes, raising his level of attractiveness. He thought that sometimes it was a good idea to focus on attractiveness rather than fleeting good fortune. It's a good thing the reward comes after the mission is over. He opened the control panel. He got points for popularity and other awards as well. Not a bad start, but luck is working as it should. The farther he goes, the more important the achievements gained during the trials will be. Achievement in this place means more than just strength. We should raise the points. To be more effective, why don't we try our luck again by opening the tuition reward? Still, he decided to open the next chest to see what the reward would be. After each challenge, a certain reward is given. He was rewarded with a barbarian sword, quite rare. Now that's interesting. The tutorial just ended, and he's already got a rare level. We'll need to check out the effects of the whole set, except I need to find them. I knew it. Together, they're more effective. Now, with the bracelet, he'll be able to raise his numbers. Han Song walked up to his room, but finally home. Now it would be okay to rest. The boy went into his room and saw a rather spacious room with a large window facing the street. That size even made him a little dizzy. For a few minutes, he was still standing there dizzy. The boy sighed. Well, it's just as he thought. The rooms here are too big. He pondered for a moment. Alone in here would be quite spacious. Also, the air is clean and cool. In principle, if not picky, it is comfortable here. He stood in the middle of the empty room and continued to ponder aloud. The fact that he was stuck in this game and the spacious room, the feeling of emptiness and loneliness, was weighing on him a bit. Puffing could be heard in the gymnasium. Someone was working hard. A heavy barbell with a few pancakes was surging upward like it was some kind of toy. She was lying on the shoulders of the guy who was squatting with her. He was trying his best. It was Hong. He was practicing hard to increase his muscle strength. This newcomer was giving him a hard time. Suddenly, another silhouette approached him. It was Han Buell. He looked at his comrade with a cold gaze. The guy handed him a bottle of fresh water. He looked at it with tired eyes. The guy asked him what he was getting so worked up about. From this angle, it was obvious how much bigger Hong was than his comrade. He thanked him and took the bottle. Buell asked who the newcomer was. As soon as Hong heard his name, he immediately became angry. Didn't he see the look in his eyes? Buell began to remember the look. He seemed to look exhausted. The boy hesitated. He didn't even know what to answer. He didn't really care. Hong suddenly cheered up and said he thought he saw his brother in him. No, his father. Bull wondered, what the hell is this nonsense? The boy began to drink water greedily from the bottle. He drank it in just a few gulps and clutched the bottle in his hands with a crunch. He seemed cheered up. Just what was affecting his mood. That's it, that's it. It was like he was saying, try again if you can. He squeezed the bottle harder and harder. No, that's right. He was expressing calmness, and his friend wondered, calm? Hong seemed to be enthusiastic. He kept gibbering. Beale asked, since when did Gil become his friend? Hoon replied that anyone his age is his friend. This guy seems like a pretty good kid. He clapped his hands and went to the barbell again. Anyway, he's going for another workout in the gravity chamber. Bull was horrified by this. What? He'd already spent 4 hours in there. However, the guy didn't even seem to be paying attention. He clenched his fist and ran over there in full confidence. His enthusiasm was enviable. He said that if he practiced hard, only then he could win. Bio looked at him and smiled slightly. This guy is funny. He decided to go and practice his supernatural powers too. Hong waved at him and said that they would see each other later. Boel went to the exit of the gym. Heavy sighs could be heard there again. As soon as he left the gym, he immediately activated his communication bracelet. He got far enough away so he couldn't be heard and made a phone call. He went to his supervisor and said he needed to check on someone. He spoke in a whisper and said he just had to check the data and then he'd take it from there. Whether he can make friends with this unknown guy, who knows what's on his mind. He asked his boss for a favor. The guy thinks about it and he thinks it would be nice if this guy wasn't what he thinks he is. He doesn't want to kill him himself. The next day, all the students returned to their classrooms. It was time for the next lecture. As soon as Han Song walked into the classroom, then everyone started whispering. The boy could hear their conversations perfectly. Does whoever is in the H spot get that much attention? Han Song walked around the classroom and looked around nervously. He felt terribly embarrassed. His drone was flying next to him. It was only visible to the players, so he could hear all the whispering that was going on in the classroom. It made him stop even more awkwardly. Thanks to this little quadricopter, he is now popular and will earn more points, need more points, and he can buy the random chest. The boy shook his head. No, attracting attention wasn't the best option right now. He'd do it when he had enough physical strength points. He sat down at his desk. People were still whispering, and it was starting to get a little annoying. How many weird things had they made up about him? The guy folded his hands in front of him and began to think. Among all these people, there was a hero who would later make some noise on the mainland. We need to befriend him, and he couldn't ignore him. Soon the teacher entered the classroom. She approached the students with a light gait. The girls who were sitting behind him started to overshop. Is this the first time they've ever seen a teacher? It was a woman, quite young and beautiful. She smiled and greeted the students. She kept smiling and looked friendly. The woman introduced herself and said her name was Lee Jong-hyun, and she was a magician. The guy started to recall her main power is fire magic. Not only does she have outstanding abilities, but her appearance is also, it's quite a famous person. Among the teachers, there is also a hidden fragment. We need to get to know her better. A woman stood in the middle and waved her hand. The lecture began. She started drawing something on the blackboard and explaining complicated formulas. It was quite difficult for the students to understand all these materials, because it was the first time they were faced with such an influx of information. Hong sat at his desk, scratching the back of his head nervously. He didn't understand anything. Lectures on magic, too complicated. Boel, sitting next to him, held a finger up and told him to think a little easier. It would be easier for him if he imagined it was a jigsaw puzzle. Hong listened to his comrade and began to think hard. It seems that steam is about to come out of his ears. Han Sung was watching all this. Byul must know all of this because he's from the Mage clan. Hoon's specialty is that he's very strong, but he seems to be zero in magic. The boy suddenly wondered how much he had grown. I had to check his vitals. Ability scores are above normal. What he saw made the boy think for a moment. He was growing much faster than he had expected. Then he looked at Hong's characteristics and was also quite surprised. Even without cool and unique skills, he was quite strong. After all, the main characters are different in level. The boy continued to ponder and, quite distracted from the lecture, he began to look around at the students, and another girl with bright yellow hair caught his eye. Ian Charles. She listened attentively to the lecture. One of the episodic characters whose existence isn't mentioned until the second half of the game. Most users don't pay any attention to her at all. One day, one player didn't think of skimming content, bringing up an episodic character, giving her treasure rank items and all sorts of potions. Unlike other characters, she began to develop very quickly, but he doesn't need such rapid growth. After all, he has the ability to view information and the skill. He started looking through her characterization window. He knew there was something about this girl, especially that special skill mistress of God's punishment. Wait, she's a real hero. The guy even felt a little sick at the thought. A not-so-favorable image of the infernal world suddenly popped into his mind. There were huge monsters. The huge, tall demons with horns on their heads looked up with their blazing red eyes. Suddenly, it was as if another star was lit up in the sky. It was so bright that it could blind one. Then this star fell to Earth with a huge explosion, scattering Earth all around. That was the girl. The name of the skill speaks for itself. She was like an angel. From her came an incredibly bright light. She had a long staff in her hands. Thanks to her, the world became brighter, and demons and monsters turned into ashes. However, she lacks the basics to reach that level by herself, so she needs help. Han Sung will help her get closer to passing the game and raise his survival percentage. He shifted his gaze to the girl. However, in order to get closer to her, he would need to befriend her first. He thought about it and realized that this task would not be as easy as it seemed at first glance. First, he needs to increase his charm percentage. Right, then why are we sitting here? This is the critical moment. Jung Hyun continued talking about magic formulas, turning back and forth to the formula board. Finally, she stopped her lecture and said they'd better continue after the break. Students began to speak, rise from their seats, and rest. Charles too rose from her seat and went for a walk. Our hero sat and did not move from his seat. He started to watch the girl over his shoulder. You can't just run up to her. She might think it's some kind of maniac. The girl went to the soda machine to get a cool drink. Maybe there's a smartwatch to pay for it. She looked at her gadget. However, all she saw was a traitorous dark display. Looks like the battery's dead. I started frantically searching my pockets for change, but there didn't seem to be any. Suddenly, there was a beeping sound and the drink was paid for. The girl raised her head and looked forward in surprise. Han Sung looked at her with a friendly look and held out his hand. Looks like she can't pay. Then let her choose her drink. Charl, incredibly embarrassed, and started twirling her head in different directions. She looked at our hero with a surprised and in the same way frightened look. What kind of reaction is that? Han Sung calmly asked, and what does he know? The girl nodded her head in agreement. She said that there was not a person among the freshmen who did not know him. She seemed to say it with great enthusiasm. He caught a bottle of soda and asked, is this true? Why would it be? Then the guy pointed to the machine and said, let her choose before he changed his mind. Charles immediately waved his hands and protested. No, she might not drink. Suddenly, however, her finger touched the price tag of one of the drinks. There was a click and also the rattle of a metal can. The girl looked away, frightened. She immediately became embarrassed again and fearfully apologized. She was an accident. Han Sung took out a bottle and handed it to the girl. So she says, thank you? The poor girl immediately blushed and thanked the guy. She was so embarrassed that she was ready to fall under the ground. Han Sung waved goodbye to her and said he had to go. Now they would know each other. She lowered her head in acknowledgement and looked down at her feet. She didn't dare say a word. Han Sung was minding his own business and thinking. She seemed to be easily caught off guard. Did he think that was enough for the first time? He scratched the back of his head here. There's no special influence on the level of attraction right now anyway. You have to adjust to her character. Soon the break ended and the lecture continued. Jung Hyun continued to explain the basic theory for mastering magical transformation. Han Sung Taeseong tried his best to stay awake. He really didn't want to sit here. There was nothing for him to do in basic classes. First, he had to create 2 magical threads on his fingers. He did it easily. Then merge them into one. This guy did it with ease too. Then make 2 threads again and merge into one. It seemed like some kind of game to him. And then repeat tens and hundreds of times to get a thread of compressed magical power. Due to their too low magic stats and control levels, it doesn't do a particularly good job of combining them. If you tie several thousands or tens of thousands of such threads, you can create a magic circle or a magic field, then get hidden fragment passive skill, although it wouldn't be easy to achieve. Every time he tied a string, his magic power increased by 1 point. Perhaps he could do it in a week or 2. Suddenly, the teacher stopped her lecture and looked at the boy. The woman addressed him by name in a calm voice. The boy immediately stopped and looked at her fearfully. The woman stared at him and said that she didn't think the guy was really listening to the lecture right now. Han Sung was even more frightened. Then the worst happened. She called him to the board to ask a question. Pointing to the formula, she said that this formula is for creating light and fireballs. If they heard her explanation, the guy would be able to explain and deduce the formula for transforming manifested magic power. She explained about half of it, but it was okay if he got it a little wrong. Han Sung stood up from his seat. The guy was incredibly excited. Well, there he was. Half an explanation? What nonsense! The guy moved towards the blackboard, incredibly slow and paced. He didn't want to embarrass himself right now. The teacher probably wanted to explain to everyone what would happen if they didn't listen to her. The woman held out a pencil to him. Is it worth showing your strength? The boy thought about it and began to recall formulas from his past experiences. Use magic to summon a ball of light, then cancel its use, and then summon the fireball again. He'll lose a lot of magic power that way, and it'll take a long time. He began to draw on the board. In order to reduce the influence of this factor, you shouldn't cancel the magic. It's better to immediately apply the transformation method. It is necessary to transform the properties and method of manifesting the magic of the magic circle. He continued writing the formula, and the teacher looked at him in surprise. The magic that is lost during the transformation time can be replenished with the help of the magic circle. All the students stared at him in surprise. No one had expected such a thing from a newcomer. Soon the formula was complete. The boy was able to write it with ease. Now he stood in front of the teacher, who looked at the formula in surprise. Han Song thought that right now, he could pretend that he didn't understand anything. But this woman is connected to the hidden fragment. Jung Yun turned around to look at him. The woman asked, "Does he specialize in magic?" "That's what I thought. His file says he's a swordsman." The boy handed the felt-tip pen to the woman and confirmed, "Yes, he's a swordsman, but knows a little bit about magic." The woman marveled. He had solved the problem quite well. Let him sit back down. The other students looked at him in surprise. He won first place as a swordsman, and he also knows magic. Hong looked at Ball and asked, "Such tasks many can solve, can't they?" The guy shook his head. "No, it isn't." Han Sung sat down in his seat. The others only know the theory. The people started whispering again. What kind of speed does he have? Could he possibly be a ranked professional magician? The teacher decided to end the lecture for the day and dismiss the students to their homes. On a small shelf, there were many dumbbells for physical strength training. Han Song seemed to have decided to improve his physical fitness after all. Han Song was lifting dumbbells. They were quite small, but the guy could still feel the strain. He would have to increase his health and strength. There were two people looking at him who seemed to be increasing their physical stats as well. In the general physical hall, mages with low physical stats were practicing. There's definitely no way to meet Hong here. Suddenly, the guy heard someone cursing. Someone really disliked physical activities. It was a guy and a girl about his age. The guy told his girlfriend that if she didn't want to practice, she could just leave. Wait, Julia's a mage too. They walked past him and didn't even seem to be paying any attention. As far as the kid knew, these families were friends. The girl's name was Julia Martin. Suddenly, she turned her attention to our hero and looked up in surprise at him pushing her friend. The guy looked at her irritated. What was the big deal about making up a transformation formula? Anyone can do that. The girl shook her head. She didn't think it was possible to do this if she didn't prepare in advance. The boy sighed heavily and said, "Let her go to sports." Julia suddenly smiled, a small idea flashing through her mind. She looked at her companion with a playful look and asked if she could take this kid in with them. Han Song heard it all, and what he heard made him shake a little. It was as if he was dumbfounded. Take him in? What the hell was that? He tried not to show it, but his whole body trembled with surprise and fear. She said, "Accept?" How he still couldn't believe what he was hearing. Even stopped exercising. A guy who was walking with Julia asked, "What the hell is she talking about?" The girl waved her hands and laughed and said it was just a joke. That would be too hard for the H place. Besides, he's not a magician. Han Sung even was a little upset. This girl just said it like that? What a devil. He immediately pulled himself together, though, and thought that he would have refused anyway, even if such an offer had come his way. Joining a group of student mages whose leader is Gil Sung Hyun is not a good idea. Black Rose. What a silly name. What an unnecessary pathos. Although you have to take into account that they're years old, so it's no wonder they're doing this shit, and build up their physical strength. He thought his numbers were rising too fast, perhaps because they were initially too low. On top of that, there is a fast growth effect. That's an important factor, too. He kept puffing. I didn't think he'd be doping. Of course it's not fair, but who's stopping it? Along with the main quests in this academy, there will be additional quests. Will he be able to survive with such indicators of physical strength? Of course not, so you have to use every available privilege. You can't neglect training. He started swinging the dumbbells even harder. The next day, he went to the casino again. If he had luck, why not use it? He walked with a confident gait, already anticipating what he would win. But he didn't come here for the game alone. He had to find the artifact's owner, the bald guy. He swiveled his head in different directions, but so far he could find nothing but the usual visitors. His target was the wielder of Varvara's bracelet. He had no idea how he would approach this person yet. Finally, he'd found the man. Raymond was sitting at the poker table. It seemed the game was pretty intense. Han Sung sat down with a man who was engrossed in a game and didn't seem to notice anything around him. Just as a seat became vacant, the boy was able to discreetly squeeze in closer. To be honest, a little uncomfortable in front of this person, the guy took a few chips and moved all in. Not only was his luck very high, plus there is a flying quadrocopter that is only visible to users. By the way, the drone hovered right in front of the man and all his maps were visible. Smiled, pretty a typical system, but what can you do? So it's simply impossible to lose this game with his trumps. The guy moved his chips forward. Suddenly, another girl sat down to him. The boy looked at her with surprised eyes. It was Song Si-yeon, and she looked at the boy and asked, "What's wrong?" Immediately, goosebumps ran down his back. What was she even doing here? That was something he hadn't expected. The girl looked at him with a benevolent gaze. He's Han Song, isn't he? Han Seong tried his best not to show it, but he was not very good at it. The girl looked at him and said that she didn't expect to see a breakthrough rookie here. The boy realized that this girl was in the business of contract killing, and killing a person was like picking out a flavor of candy for her. That's not good. Si Young took some chips and said the guy's playing pretty good as she sees it. Han Sung trying to pull himself together. You have to be serious. It's poker. Still, he managed to get himself cleaned up, and he said in as calm a voice as possible that the girl would see for herself now. She talks too much. Shi Young was surprised at this turn of events and looked at the guy with her eyes open. After a second, a smile appeared on her face. She apparently could barely contain her laughter. Finally, the girl burst into laughter. Of course she did. She laughed with all her heart. If he came here, he should play. The guy looked at her with a surprised look. What's wrong with this girl? It was a relief, however, as he supposed everything is going according to his plan. You should have just been nicer to her and not been stupid being around that girl. Let her think he had a plan. Although, to be honest, it would be a little strange if the killer started to get to the bottom of such minutia. The boy clamped a hand over the bridge of his nose. Si-yeon got up from her seat and turned to the dealer to start the game. The female dealer nodded her head and said that the game was about to start. She started shuffling the cards. The guy followed the girl's movements closely, so here's his plan. Make money off of other people. That's genius, isn't it? And then lose to Raymond. Raymond, who is a gambler to the bone, will not be able to get up and walk away. However, there is one but. The guy looked at Si-young's chips. He asked the girl in surprise, why did she have so few chips? And indeed, compared to the other players, she seemed to be poor. The girl did not expect such a sharp question, and even for a second was a little embarrassed looking at the guy. The kid just realized what he said, and he got embarrassed. Oh man, you gotta keep your mouth shut. The girl clenched her fist and said she lost to that bald man today. Well, she'll get her revenge on him. Han Song looked at her and only remained silent. Okay, not all assassins are good players. The girl holding her head tried to strategize, but she didn't seem to be very good at it. For a second, the guy wondered if the begging sign might help her a bit after all, even somehow feeling sorry for her. Maybe there'll come a time when she'll be his ally. What? He just realized he blew it. The boy rose from his seat and looked forward with surprised eyes. Si-yeon too noticed it too, and laughed. Did you really lose? Isn't the expression on his face a little too revealing? However, the problem now was not the game. Shit! I should have known better. The boy grasped the table and tried to steady himself. He was surprised. His legs gave out. What is this man doing? His attention was not on the game at all. A strange man in a black cloak was approaching them. He had long gray hair and his grandfather wore an elegant black suit with a cape. Also, the man was leaning on a rather busy-looking cane. It was someone who belonged to the villainous night banquet group. His name was Bento, and he was certainly not the one he had expected to see here. A predatory smile stretched across the man's face. A sinister aura began to swirl around this man. His cloak rose up, and he now looked like the main villain from the movie. Why is he here today, and why is he here? The boy stood there trembling with fear. What a very unpleasant surprise. If he doesn't complete the quest, he might actually die. He was standing in the middle of a dark aura among which nothing could be seen. We have to get out of here. It's too dark. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. That's right. How could he forget? He had a quadcopter for filming. The guy turned it on immediately. Now he could see everything perfectly, which means this device is not subject to in-game restrictions. That's great. Seo Yun didn't seem to see anything. The girl rubbed her eyes and tried to get a glimpse of something. While darkness descended on the place, the assassins started jumping up to the regular players and killing them without a murmur. The guy saw it all and a chill ran down his back. Those night banquet freaks are killing everyone. Yeah, that's what this game was all about, with this creep doing every possible atrocity. Young would have stood like that if the guy hadn't grabbed her arm and dragged her towards him. The girl seemed to come out of her stupor. She looked at the boy with surprised and frightened eyes. He shouted for the girl to follow him immediately. And without waiting for a reply, he moved toward the hall. She ran after him, but still, she couldn't see anything, and she was afraid of falling. Mentally, the guy apologized to her, but he can't wait now. Enemies are approaching from all sides. Their leader, that was their ultimate goal, or at least to get out of here. So also he had 3 assistants, 3 of his closest associates. Also rookies who are right now being tested. One of the murderers approached the innocent victim and grabbed her by the throat. The guys immediately stopped just a few steps away from him. The killer's blood splattered on his victim's face. The assassin looked at them with a lifeless look as if he read madness in his face. He smiled his creepy smile. He was definitely insane. There were drops of blood on his face. Immediately, goosebumps ran down the kid's back. The devil! They're not going to let them go that easily now. Han Sung ordered his friend to hide somewhere until she could see in the dark. The girl nodded her head. Okay, she'll join as soon as she can see properly. The girl was a little scared herself. The boy thought that this girl was holding up well, unlike the others who were literally paralyzed with fear. This killer has already started using his own spell to catch up with his victims. This freak is using magic. Magic circles appeared above his hands and he prepared to attack. Fire spells and electric spells flew in different directions. Han Song tried to dodge and the situation was escalating. This person seems to have pretty good skills. Is he too strong for a beginner? The man was throwing spells in different directions. He didn't seem to care who he attacked at all. But the guy could clearly see the magic he was using. And the moment the assassin was distracted, he would be able to attack him. He'll apply magical superiority and then at least level the odds. The guy held out his hand and immediately began to apply his spell. Time went by in seconds. A sphere began to form in his hands. The assassin was shocked. His spell suddenly weakened and he could no longer attack. Han Song extracted magic power from him. That was his ability. Doing so was quite difficult. Even though the assassin couldn't see the magic, he immediately realized that it was trying to stop him. Magic spell bracelets immediately appeared on his hands. They were bright yellow light. Looks like it was physical strengthening magic. This is bad. He's going to fight in hand-to-hand since magic doesn't work. The killer rushed straight at the boy swinging his fists, in which case there was only one option. Use your spell now. The guy clenched his fist and aimed all his power directly at the fleeing assassin. In that case, he would give him back his magic. The guy released a stream of magical energy directly at the attacker. The assassin definitely didn't expect this and he couldn't even stay on his feet. He fell to the ground and his magic circles collapsed. The assailant was lying on the ground and appears to be either dead or unconscious. Han Song breathed heavily. This spell was very difficult for him since he was still at such a low level. It seemed he had used too much magic power and had reached his limit. Now he had to think about his own life. Shi Young appeared out of nowhere and helped the boy from falling on the floor. She seems to have recovered. Now she could see in the dark. She asked in a frightened voice if he was okay. The guy breathing heavily said he needed a gun. Suddenly, the girl handed him the bracelet he was looking for. He looked at her in surprise. Smiling, the girl replied that he could probably use that too. It was the exact same bracelet Barbara had. Where did she get it from? The boy took the bracelet with trembling hands. Smiling, the girl said that during the poker game he only had eyes for him. And she immediately realized that the guy was after him. With a wave of her hand, she said that actually she had stolen this to use herself. But since the guy had saved her, let her use it. Han Sung looked at the bracelet with surprise and joy at the same time. With that kind of guesswork, I wish she was playing poker. The guy thanked her with a trembling voice. He turned to the girl and asked if she had turned in her gun at the entrance. The girl replied that she had just hidden it. At that moment, he realized that he had been very stupid. He should have hidden the weapon in his inventory instead of giving it away. Well, he finally found it. It seemed like the right sword. The other assassins saw their comrade lying unconscious, but they couldn't figure out who could do such a thing. Finally, they noticed the intruders and turned their sights on them. Han Sung nimbly jumped over the fence and said that he had already found a weapon suitable for fighting. Si Young said she would take one assassin on herself. The girl pulled out her curved dagger. The guy looked at her with a skeptical expression and asked her if she was sure she could handle it. The girl replied that it was up to him to talk about it. And really, she was in 8th place, and this guy's under. They prepared for battle. The assassins approached in great leaps and bounds. The boys grasped their weapons. Shi Young Mig turned into a shadow. She literally dissolved into thin air and started moving at an incredible speed. In a second, there was only a small shadow where the girl had been standing. The guy didn't even realize it. She was moving at an incredible speed. The killers didn't even seem to notice her. Si Young grew up literally out of nowhere and prepared her dagger for a sneak attack. A second later, she stuck a curved blade into the shoulder of one of the assassins and the man gave a suppressed yelp. Immediately, the girl vanished again, leaving behind only a patch of shadow. The others turned to look at their comrade in surprise. Han Song realized that the girl was already used to the darkness, so this kind of place was even advantageous for her. As long as there was an opportunity, he would use the items of the barbarian. He cut his hand with a sharp movement, and blood flowed from the small wound. Health less than 10%, which is quite satisfactory. Now, we need to use the blood. Little trickles of blood flowed straight to the bracelet. As soon as the blood hit the bracelet, the guy felt some kind of vibration that spread throughout his body. Varvar's bracelet began to react. It started to exude incredible energy spreading throughout his body. Suddenly, the guy felt himself gaining strength, as if an electric shock ran through his body. However, it was not that simple. This effect only lasted minutes, and the wait for rollback was hours. But the effect is not bad. He pushed himself off the ground and ran forward, his strength adding up nicely. He ran up to one of the assassins in one great leap and swung his weapon. He swung so fast that even the assassin couldn't see it coming. The sword seemed to go right through. The attacker was even a little frightened. He sighed heavily and bounced back at the last moment. A shadow of fear fell over his face. He was now genuinely afraid for his life. Hansong didn't even think of stopping. He approached him so fast that the assassin couldn't even blink. His movements became fast and precise in a second, something he hadn't expected of himself. The blows fell like rain. His body seemed to move on its own. He had never had such skills before, and now he was fighting like a true barbarian. He threw one punch at him, but the killer didn't seem to react. They bounced off each other and prepared for another attack. The sound of swords clashing in the air. Right now, they are roughly equal in strength. Now it's all about skill. But in minutes, when the reinforcements wear off, the difference between their stats will be too great, and this assassin will be able to take him down in one hit. As soon as he thought that, the assassin immediately approached him and struck once more with his sword. The guy immediately started to defend himself. He didn't want to use it, but there didn't seem to be much of a way out. He called up the system store. It was necessary to buy some skill or some new equipment. After a second, the purchase was made. The guy bought the light ball skill. The assassin irritatedly asked, "What was that guy mumbling there?" and immediately rushed into the next attack. Hansong loudly turned to the girl so that she could hear him. Guy ordered her to close her eyes tightly so she wouldn't go blind. Immediately, he raised his hand in the air. A bright white light spilled throughout the space. The ball of light had worked perfectly. The assassin immediately squeezed his eyes shut and covered them with his hands to try not to go blind. A bright white orb was burning in the boy's hands. With this skill, he would definitely be able to dispel the darkness around him. Then it would become much easier. However, there was one problem. Well, as always, it turned out that as soon as the boy used his spell, the main villain started looking at him. This man immediately developed an interest in his magical abilities. As soon as the darkness dissipated, the guy approached one of the assassins, and with one sharp swipe of his sword, killed him. Oh man, he took out one opponent, but it got worse. The boy looked over to where Bento was standing, but he seemed to have disappeared. That's a problem. However, a second later, the villain appeared, literally a few steps away from the boy who continued to hold the sword. The man looked at him with fierce eyes, the way a vulture looks at its prey. Since the bracelet's expired, I'll have to rely on my own strength. It's too dangerous. He still doesn't have enough strength to defeat such an opponent. Suddenly, behind the villain's back, the guy saw Sai Young, who seemed to be preparing to jump. What an idiot, I have to, she's gonna die, it's too dangerous. I should have come up with a plan. If the guy screams now, the villain will spot her and kill her immediately. He won't have time to save her. The girl had already prepared for the bar. However, it seems she won't be able to attack it stealthily. What to do? They stood facing each other with their weapons crossed. One more second, and it seemed that something irreversible would happen. Bento's sword approached his throat, and he could already feel the coldness of that steel. Where did that sword come from? He didn't even notice it, did he? What the fuck? It seemed to be the same cane that the villain carried with him at all times. He held it tightly, pointing it straight at the boy. Hansung realized that he needed to calm down now and think about what to do next time. Bento laughed lightly. He felt his superiority. But now something happened that the boy had not expected. He looked at the bastard in surprise, but he kept laughing. The man continued to laugh, his body shuddering with laughter. He immediately hit his sword back, and it turned into an ordinary cane. Funny in such a situation. The boy didn't even blink an eye. Is he letting him go? Bento says he's sorry, but that's enough for today. He hoped the guy would be stronger next time. The man immediately glowed with a purple glow. Not even a second later, only a small shadow took the place of the villain, which also immediately vaporized. Han Song stood there, not understanding anything. Just a second ago, he was on the verge of death, but now the villain had just retreated. As soon as the darkness receded, many casino employees rushed into the hall. Take care of the safety of the visitors first. Surprisingly, the guards arrived quickly. Han Song was almost exhausted. He fell to his knees and breathed heavily. He still had that primal fear in his heart. Just a second ago, he thought he was going to die. Night descended on the city, and a large white moon came into the sky, dispersing the clouds with it. Shi Young was sitting in her room just staring at one point. The girl was plagued with funny thoughts. Why can't she stop thinking about yesterday's incident? Images from yesterday came to mind. She faced this kind of thing all the time in her normal life. However, there was one difference today that wouldn't get out of my head. Lee Han-sung, the strange candidate who won first place in the practical exam. The girl thought for a moment. It's just the kind of person he is, nothing more. And who is he anyway? What's the big deal about him? Just because he chased away the night's banquet? That he helped her? The girl couldn't understand. He didn't even flinch at the attack. She remembered the moment when the guy had ordered her to hide until she could see. As she pondered this, she imperceptibly blushed. Why couldn't he get out of her head? The girl thought about it. She couldn't get her thoughts together. Eventually, she got sick of it, and the girl jumped up from her seat. How infuriating. She just couldn't get over it. She sprang to her weapon and snatched up a small blade. But then she stopped right there. Maybe she wants to kill him. I mean, she feels the pleasure of killing him. That's right. She looked in the opposite direction and frowned even more. Swinging her arm, she threw her dagger forward with all her might. The shotgun flew a few meters and crashed into the nearest rock. Or was it a specially prepared one? She finally had an epiphany, that's right. All we have to do is kill him, then it'll all be over. She looked at her hand that just had a dagger in it. But how to do it? He was first on the exam despite a H-place finish in what happened yesterday. She could get hurt herself. She had dark thoughts, but when it comes to murder, she's no match for it. That's right, she had now made her decision, final and irrevocable. Today, this rookie is her main target. She's going to kill him no matter what. First and foremost, you can't lose sight of him. The girl clenched her fist, her intentions seeming more serious than they seemed. The next day, the boy went to the academy as usual. Unfortunately, he didn't get a big reward, but his abilities recovered in just a day instead of 2. That's already good. Still, it was a great accomplishment for a player like him. He looked at his stats thoughtfully. Plus, he had gotten popularity points. Should he buy a low-level random chest? Yes, he bought a chest and immediately started to open it. In front of him was a small cube. I wish I could get rare rank skills again. He's got a Halin orb. It's an artificial intelligence assistant. Now that's not bad, but the guy still didn't understand. Why would he do that? And what kind of class is that, Soul? What's that supposed to mean? Where did it even come from here? The highest ranked item with no category just appeared for no reason? He still couldn't believe his luck. But couldn't he be that lucky? It was an assistant with artificial intelligence and of such a high rank. It was a gift of fate. It's a soul encased in a relic. And it, in turn, has been converted using human technology. The result is a high-level artificial intelligence, which doesn't fit into any category. He was certainly lucky. Could this item manifest so easily? This artificial intelligence has a function of growing together with the host. If how properly engaged in it, it will become a good assistant. But suddenly the guy saw something strange. There were gaps in the item description. Could it be some kind of system glitch or bug? Either way, it's weird. I didn't get anything either. This artifact was simply resisted as soon as someone wanted to view the information. The level of information viewing was insufficient. Han Song, surprised, looked at the artifacts that began to blaze right in front of him. What kind of item is this? Is such a thing even possible? It was a pity that he couldn't get the full information. At least the basic functions should be used. Perhaps it would be better to install it in the camera of your quadcopter. Then it will not break under any circumstances. Suddenly, the artifact itself began to move toward the quadricopter. In a second, he literally flew into it and seemed to become one with the machine. Now the drone itself began to glow with the same blue light. Suddenly, a mechanical voice was heard greeting its owner. Well, at least that works fine. The boy asked, what features can I use right now? Responded that schedule management, finance, refunctions, and so on are now available. It could use the functions of personal as well as defense with low efficiency. It was a shield. The boy hesitated for a moment. Finally, he's starting to get it. As this artifact grows, it will be able to activate vital functions. Could the shield be a skill? Is this shield created with magic? The drone seemed to read his mind and replied that it was a supernatural ability. The boy nodded. Not bad, since it didn't require magic power. When he ordered his assistant to check his schedule and make an immediate plan of action. It's given him some free time, but he's still loaded with cases. The machine is going to next point. He arrived at the academy. It was still as crowded as ever. In the gymnasium, you could hear the thumping of something heavy wooden points everywhere. Heavy breathing could be heard. One of the students appeared to be practicing the martial arts of sword wielding. He was swinging a long wooden stick. Finally, he finished his workout and held the stick up to himself. The boy stopped, breathing heavily. Apparently, the training had been pretty hard. He was still instinctively holding the stick in his hands. The guy looked to be about the same age as the protagonist. Suddenly, he heard pops coming from the other side, and he turned his eyes back in surprise. The guy lost sweat from his face. Apparently, he didn't neglect exercise. Hansung stood nearby and clapped his hands, looking at the guy with admiration. The guy's name was Sergei, and the guy came up to Sergei and praised him. Sergei looked at the boy in surprise and asked how he knew him. Indeed, they had never seen each other before. Han Sung suddenly yanked himself. Ouch! It's not like they're as close as they were in the last game. Perhaps he had overstayed his welcome. He shook his head and said that it's just that Sergei is very famous. It's impossible not to know someone who inherited the talent of a sword master. Sergei coughed and was a little embarrassed even. He said that his level wasn't that high. The guy kept looking at him, as if trying to make eye contact. But Sergei seemed embarrassed. He thought to himself that it was a good thing that in this world, the languages of the whole world translated themselves automatically. He didn't even know Russian, and it was unlikely that Sergei would understand Korean. Suddenly, the man turned around and said that it seems the newcomer is also quite famous in the academy. He managed to come first in the practical test, right? So everyone knows about him too. Han Song grinned. Not much is known about him at all. He's more interested in skill, or rather in being honed. Sergei averted his eyes and seemed to frown, because he liked to be praised. And he was also incredibly proud of his lifelong skill. So it was a good way to get him to trust him. Sergei asked the boy. He was specializing in ball skills too, right? The boy nodded his head in the affirmative, so there they were in agreement. Although Han Sung still has a lot to learn. His skill isn't high enough to be proud of right now. The guy took hold of the stick and looked at Sergei with a searching look. He would like to learn something from him, like a trick. The guy was trying hard to make contact. If he praised Sergei and continued to admire his skills, maybe something would happen. Sergei wondered, what's another trick? He liked it when someone extolled his merits, and it seemed the guy had hit the right spot and hit the bullseye. Sergei smiled and said that in that case he was glad to meet them. He wanted to meet the person who had won first place in the exam. It was a great honor after all. This academy values bright students, so they would find a common ground. Han Sung rejoiced at his ingenuity. He's hooked. Now the guy would be able to naturally arouse his interest in him. Well, you can't ignore such a good sign. He grasped the stick and said that now they could start. The way to make friends with Sergei is to show interest in his occupation, as well as complimenting him. They stood across from each other and held onto their sticks. A little sparring wouldn't hurt, especially since they were converging in their specialties. It wasn't a bad idea to build a relationship with him, and this was the first step. Sergei rushed at his opponent, swinging his stick. He prepared to strike with precision. This man had been practicing fencing for quite a long time, so fighting him would be quite a challenge. He swung the stick, and it began to cut through the air with a whistling sound. He was an experienced swordsman, so now Sonu would have to try his best to stay with him for as long as possible. The guy blocked Sergei's punch. Although he was skillful, it was not difficult to block such a straight punch. He was moving quite nimbly, so he was on the horse for now. Sergei was surprised that this newcomer could handle him so easily. Did he really have such high skills? It wouldn't be that hard to beat his ball skills, so the guy handled it easily. Sergei couldn't believe it. How did he manage to block his punch? He's been practicing his whole life. This couldn't have happened. How could this guy have such experience? He put all his strength into that punch. What the fuck? The guy was even a little scared of this outcome. For a second, he thought he was going to get beaten up. Han Song was focused on the fight. He couldn't fail, because it depended on whether or not he could get along with this man. He had to make as many friends as he could at this academy, and at this rate, it could work out. The first shot was blocked almost perfectly. In addition, he was able to disrupt Sergei's position now. This will surely hinder him. Of course, he loses to him in physical fitness, that's obvious. However, he can analyze from past experience of his game and his not fully formed technique. This guy moves too fast and doesn't always calculate his punches. He saw Sergei's every weakness and he read his every move. Every habit, he had it in the palm of his hand. Han Song looked at him and smiled. Well, already, let him be his ally. If he had to defeat Sergei to do so, he would definitely do so. The sparring continued. Heavy stick blows could be heard everywhere. The guys were practically at their limit. In the end, Sergei was exhausted. He was breathing heavily. The guy didn't expect the newcomer to be able to rattle him like that. His whole body felt like it was cramped. How did this happen? He's been training his whole life. It's impossible to say. The guys split up. Sergei didn't understand what was the matter. What is it? Why is this guy anticipating everything and his movements? It just couldn't be like that. The boy looked at his arm, which was shaking from overexertion. He was physically superior to him. If he was able to attack normally, even once, it would not be an easy blow. Sergei was completely confident in his strength. However, something was wrong. The boy breathed heavily and looked at his hand in surprise. But what had happened? He hadn't succeeded once, This just couldn't be happening. This boy's swordsmanship is amazing. He was holding his stick, which was already broken. It just couldn't have been before. Why is this happening? He's trying and doing his best to win. So what's the matter? The guy felt like he was hitting a wall and he would never be able to win. He had never met this level of weapon proficiency before. Why? He was breathing heavily and trying to concentrate, but it was very difficult. All the thoughts in his head jumbled up. This guy was far too far superior to him in possession. There was simply no way this could happen. The boy pondered, anger and pride raging inside him. He couldn't lose to such a newcomer, could he? He's only ranked after all. So why did this happen? He frowned and gritted his teeth. So how did he do it, the boy thought, but still couldn't understand what was happening. He clenched his fist in front of him, as if his opponent had read his thoughts and asked him how he managed to beat him. But how did he know what Sergei was thinking? At that moment, a frost ran down the guy's skin. As soon as Sergei heard that, he raised his head fearfully. His opponent was standing in front of him, and the echidna was smiling as if he was reading his mind. Just at this thought, a chill ran down his back. How is this even possible? Who is this guy? Hansong looked at his hand and said that it was just experience. He wasn't the least bit tired during the battle, since he knew and could anticipate any actions of his opponent. So there was no difficulty in this. The only way to master a sword perfectly is if you have a lot of experience. Sergei stopped, and it was as if he swallowed his tongue. He didn't expect to hear such a thing from this newcomer. Where did he get his experience from? Hansong smiled and was incredibly proud of himself. These were Sergei's words from the last game. The guy was incredibly pleased that he could use such a tactic. Well then, this would be easier than he thought. He seemed to have succeeded in impressing the guy. Still, Sergei couldn't accept it. How could he have so much experience? Hansong read his mind and said that just because they were the same age, it didn't mean we had the same experience. Sergei said he has a lot of experience too. So what's the problem? Hansong asked, does he only have team fights and one-on-one fights? The guy said it like he was mocking. He knew every weakness of this character since he had spent countless hours in this game. So now, he knew every trick he could use to make friends with the characters. Yes, all that advantage he had is true. It's true that through his past games, he's become very familiar with the laws of the game. Also, he's had experience fighting even Sergei and knows his sword technique. Sergei continued to stare at him with a surprised look, although in years he would not be able to keep up with Sergei's skill level. Sergei continued to stare. Just experience? But for now, even if this person doesn't understand it, let everything stay in its place. The protagonist looked at him with a calm gaze. He repeated, yes, it's just an experience. There seemed to be complete calmness in his eyes, even though Sergei was perplexed. It's even funny if you watch from the side, Hansong said in a serious voice that he had spent a lot of time on the battlefield and had seen many things. There, he had time to learn how to read his opponent properly. The guy said it as if he was already a seasoned military man, although to some extent he was, but only under the conditions of the game. So actually, he wasn't lying. As soon as Sergei heard that, he was horrified on the battlefield. He couldn't believe that this rookie could fight anywhere, but where? He had just entered the academy. What does he mean? Sergei was puzzled. He wanted to learn as much as possible about this strange man. How did he even know such fighting techniques? However, the guy waved his hand and said that they would sometimes measure their strength. After that, he turned around and went to the other end of the hall to the exit. He left Sergei completely bewildered, alone with his thoughts. The guy still couldn't understand how was this even happening. Khan had already left, and Sergei was still standing in the middle of the training room, looking somewhere in the direction of the training room. One thing he could not get out of his head, where he had already been on the battlefield. Could it be that his family was some kind of military? He clutched the broken stick tightly in his hands, and still couldn't believe that this guy, a simple student at first glance, was able to defeat him so easily. The academy was buzzing with activity, with students going to classes and listening to boring lectures and waiting to finally go to their dorms or to practice. Suddenly, a shadow swept through the corridors, a shadow that would have been unnoticeable if it had been there. It slid across the floor and disappeared around a corner. Siyan literally grew out of that shadow and hid behind the door jamb. She seemed to be spying on someone. The girl tried to be as quiet as possible so as not to draw attention to herself. If she wanted to, she could have been overlooked. Of course, she was watching our hero, his every move. Then, when she decided to kill him at night, the thought literally took over her mind. The girl watched in amazement as the guy practiced. What was he even doing here? Did he come to practice? While the girl was watching him, the guy didn't even notice anything, as if nothing had happened, and continued to hone his weapon skills. The girl didn't understand. Why did he come here to train? She was still trying to give me away, hiding behind the door. She watched the guy's every move. She didn't understand why she was so interested in this man. He didn't stand out in any way, except of course for the fact that he took first place and saved her life a couple times. But still, tall and handsome guys are much better. And besides, with that kind of looks, why was she so interested in him? The girl still couldn't give herself an answer to that question. She sighed heavily and thought dreamily about how great it would be if she got a murderer like her. That would be fun. They could kill us with him. That would be fun. But why was she having these thoughts? She looked at him again. The girl seemed to be immersed in her reverie. She seemed to have forgotten why she was here in the first place. Wow, looks like someone's in love. She seemed to realize what she was thinking right away and grabbed her head. What was wrong with her? Ever since last night, she hasn't gotten this strange new guy out of her head. Why was she even thinking about it? What the hell is killing on a bet? That's not why she came here at all. She had come here to watch him, not to sit here under the door and daydream. The girl suddenly and unexpectedly blushed. Was she looking for her ideal man? She held her head and tried to put her thoughts in order. Suddenly, Ball appeared from the door of the gym and looked at the girl. The boy asked in a silent voice if she could keep her voice down. As soon as the girl heard his voice, and her eyes widened in surprise and fright. The guy was incredibly calm all the time. He said that if she came here to check on him, she should just let him watch in silence and not bother anyone. He seemed annoyed about something, or he was in a bad mood as usual. Si-yeon asked him, "Is he here because of the new guy too?" The guy sighed and asked, "And can't she keep her voice down?" They both seemed to be pursuing the same goal. The girl waved her hand and said he was too boring. Why can't you make some noise? Even though she knew in her heart she was doing something stupid, it seemed like her head was a mess lately. The guys continued practicing on swords. Sergei was practically at the limit of his abilities, but his opponent by some miracle parried all his blows, and now it was almost impossible to hit him. In addition, in his head, he was thinking about where this guy was able to get such a mastery of weapons. What the hell were combat missions? Shi-young quietly peeked out from around the corner and continued to follow her plan. Now, only she was being quieter. Indeed, if she gave herself away, she would have to explain what she was doing here. Even from afar, you can see that Sergei is now in a confused state. Is this guy so good with the sword that even an experienced fighter like Sergei feels awkward? His scores are higher, but he's inferior to the newcomer. Han Byul too looked in that direction and wondered. It looked amazing. This was the first time the guy had ever seen such skill, but why? How does he have this kind of skill? The girl spread her arms and looked at the guy in surprise. Yeah, surprise either? This newcomer was much stronger than she expected. The girl seemed to be delighted, but what was there to be surprised about? Let's say he's experienced. Maybe he's studied somewhere else, and it never crossed his mind. The boy continued to stand, watching the newcomer's every move. He couldn't even imagine that this was even possible. The guys, meanwhile, were practicing hard. Here you could hear the clatter of their guns. They were moving almost at the limit of their abilities, or rather only Sergei, the newcomer, as if playing with him, parrying his every move. Sergei, with his years of training experience, could not even imagine that he would face such an opponent. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound, and the training stick that Sergei had suddenly broke. It couldn't take another blow. The boy sighed heavily and looked at his stick in surprise. It's not possible how he did it, 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 how he did it. Han Byul continued to watch and didn't make a sound. He only watched the battle thoughtfully as he analyzed every movement, and he could hardly believe that an ordinary freshman could possess such skills. It was simply incomprehensible. He noticed how the newcomer had increased his speed at the last moment and had become unusually strong in those techniques that required magical powers. His body seemed to be covered with magical energy, as if it were a shield, and at the same time, a reinforcing spell. And to compensate for his lack of physical skill, he decided to break Sergei's sword. Indeed, how could he not have guessed? But it still boggled the mind. This kid's more dangerous than he looks. We'll have to be careful. Who knows what he's got in mind? We may have to fight him. Sergei stood at a loss. He didn't expect his sword to break so quickly. It was impossible. How did he do that? The boy stopped for a second and tried to come to his senses. As soon as he realized that his sword had cracked in half, An expression of extreme incomprehension appeared on his face. He was even a little afraid for his life. All he had to do was to accept defeat since his weapon was broken. At that time, the two men stood inconspicuously outside the door and kept watching. The guy said that they had too much difference in ability. Si-yeon smiled and said that his ball technique was impressive despite his stats. Bol sighed. Once again, this fool is talking to herself. It was starting to annoy the guy. Why does she even admire him so much? He turned to her and asked if she knew him well. The girl shook her head and said that they had just run into each other once, so she understood. The guy looked at her with a steely gaze. He had once exchanged a few words with her a couple times when he was on special at hero school. The girl noticed his stare and looked at him in surprise. He remembered the first time he'd seen her at school. She was well aware that she had a difficult temper, and if she didn't like something, it would immediately fly into a fight. Yeah, the girl had a temper. Maybe at least in the academy, she'd come to her senses, although that was highly unlikely. He asked her in surprise, did she always talk like that? He didn't remember it. The girl looked at him in surprise, as if she didn't understand anything. He changed again and became arrogant again. Yeah, or maybe she didn't. The guy realized all his hunches had gone to shit. Yeah, she's still the same. They continued to eavesdrop, and they heard Han Song asking a question to his opponent, just in a team battle and one-on-one fight. They stood across from each other and talked, not even noticing how they were being watched. It didn't seem to matter to them right now. Han Byul tightened his teeth. Even with investigation, he couldn't dig up anything about her questioning past. So who is he? And why did he end up here? He even hands out advice to Sergei. But suddenly, something came to his ear that silenced him. He heard the newcomer say that he had spent a very long time on the battlefield. The girl heard it too, and has apparently thought about it. A battlefield? But humans haven't fought wars amongst themselves for a long time? Then how is that even possible? Everyone fell silent, trying to understand something. The man also pondered, yes, that's right. Humans haven't fought amongst themselves for a long time now, but only waged battles with monsters. It was in the Black Land that was one of the first to be attacked by monsters. It was then that the first monsters appeared there. It was there that people began to flock to fight back against the monsters. Suddenly, a phrase came to the girl's ears that shocked her. Child of the Black Earth. As soon as she heard it, she was immediately startled. An expression of extreme concern appeared on her face as well. How is this even possible? Byul, who had been standing next to her all this time, suddenly turned around, and without saying a word, moved in the opposite direction. The girl didn't even have time to say anything. The girl looked at him and asked irritably, "What's wrong? He says he wants to watch himself and leaves? What a strange guy." However, the guy didn't say a word, but just walked briskly towards the exit. All right, let her go, the girl pondered. But what does an orphan of the Black Land mean? The thought kept her in suspense, and her suspicion grew even stronger. Black Earth is the place where the fiercest and most brutal battles with monsters take place. Only experienced fighters who have been trained and have already proven themselves in battles are sent there. But what was this newcomer doing there? The girl wondered. Even her parents, who had trained her all her life for assassinations not allowed, in every way warned her against going there alone. How was that even possible? The girl stood by the door and thought, so this guy's been living in such a dangerous place for so long. It's the only explanation she could think of. Then I see what this is all about. The girl clammed up. It sounded pretty cool, but she couldn't say he wasn't good for anything at all. Stop! Why did her thoughts change so drastically? The girl realized it too, and grabbed her head again. She kept thinking about something else. What was even wrong with her today? Why was she suddenly following this guy so closely? And why had she changed her opinion of him? She crouched down and started holding her head. What was she thinking about? Why would she even have such stupid thoughts in her head? The girl tried to get her head in order. After all, she needed to get herself together. She didn't come here for that at all. Soon, the training session was over, and the girl vanished, so as not to arouse suspicion. She had to clean herself up. Something was definitely wrong with her today. Han Song stood in his room and studied the new skills in the skill menu. There was only one thing he didn't understand. What was it? One of the main characters is paying attention to you. One of the main characters is wary of you. One of the main characters is showing interest in you. Your popularity has increased to points. That's interesting. The boy stood looking nervously at the sign. It was strange to him. Did Sergei really have that much interest in him? He drank a mug of tea and realized that there was more interest in him than he had anticipated. Suddenly, a quadrocopter flew up to him and informed him that the assembly was done. The new drone had been delivered. Good. Everything is going according to plan, and even better. From that moment, as he found himself in this game, and seems to be stuck here for a long time and throwing dice until this moment, he kept taking videos and storing them on a medium to later publish. He was sitting on his couch studying the sign. But there's no internet connection in this world, so you see there's no way to download the video. That's too bad. We'll have to wait until he's back in the regular world. The guy was upset about it. Well, what he was hoping for. He's in the virtual world, so he's going to be a YouTuber here. He was hoping someone would watch. However, the views have held steady at 0 people. No one has seen his videos. Is he an idiot? But there's still no update in the real world, so he can't publish videos. He turned to his drone and ordered it to synchronize the data with the camera on the new drone. The artificial intelligence confirmed the synchronization. In this world, there is also a video hosting like YouTube. Well, if he starts posting videos there, he will be able to gain popularity points faster. But he has to figure out how this social network works because it's his first time here. Good thing there's internet. Even in the game, he is confident in the popularity of his videos. The guy took a mug of tea and prepared for his popularity to skyrocket. You can't beat being a blogger. You've got to at least try. Soon, he was back on the training ground where the portal was. He had to go to a new dungeon. This was the surroundings of Gangwon-do province, a place where monsters lived. He would have to fight new monsters. He hoped that these things would be much weaker than normal monsters. After all, they were new. It would be strange if he had to face these monsters again. How would he fight them? We'll have to hope for our luck. It was practically a lesson, so time to show what he's learned. Training. You need to show your skills. You thought you weren't a beginner anymore? You're just a baby out of the egg. They're still hiding behind the storyline. Let him show his skills and take it to the next level. Conditions. Completely subdue the training troll. If successful, 1 random chest of mid-level potion popularity points. If unsuccessful, reputation change. This was the default monster skirmish. The guy was studying the terms of the problem. Practically a lesson with 2 teachers. Here, he would be able to reveal his skills. Yes, he had managed to pump himself up a bit during this time, and now he was even more confident in his abilities. He had such a rapid growth that he seemed to be able to handle these things with ease. It was possible that there would be some kind of emergency quest. Something like that gave him a headache. Stop thinking and act. They moved into the thicket of the forest to meet the training monster. The day was beautiful. The sun was shining everywhere, and the day promised to be good and fruitful. The only thing was that they would have to try harder. Someone's fist slammed into a powerful body that apparently suffered no visible damage, but the impact was hard, and the skin on it began to curl up. It was Hong. He hit the monster with all his might. It was a training troll. The monster didn't manage to stay on its feet and flew off in the opposite direction. After all, the boy hadn't been practicing in the gym for nothing all this time. Now he couldn't handle monsters in hand-to-hand combat. Keel applied his spells. He was a skilled mage, so his magic spells worked at long range, and no monster would be able to approach him within attacking distance, so the guy was completely safe. He attacked the monster with his spells, and now the monster was defeated. The 2 of them could handle the monster with ease, so there was nothing to worry about. However, the boys were still wary. Even though this was a training session, the instructors didn't seem to be in the mood to give them an easy lesson. The boys were looking around so they could be sure that no creatures would slip past them. But then, the guys noticed our hero, who had been standing behind them in relative safety all this time. They seemed to have done all the work for him, and were now very unhappy that they had such an ally. The boy noticed it too, and asked his virtual assistant, "What's wrong with them?" The mechanical voice said that these guys seemed to have a wary look on their faces, looking at him with a kind of contempt. "I think he's done something wrong again." He looked in the direction where the girls were standing. Well, here, everything is unclear. Someone looked at him with caution, and someone with contempt. Why was he attracting such attention? Yes, he wanted to be popular, but not like this. Suddenly, birds soared into the sky. They flew forward with a loud sound, as if they were startled by something. Apparently, the one standing there was quite large and dangerous. And so it was, and suddenly there was a roar. As soon as the boy heard it, he was very frightened, and everyone else was alert as well. Xia Yan looked in the direction where the voice was coming from. It seems that this is their trial. A huge horn appeared from behind the trees. It seemed the owner of this horn was much larger than they had thought. Now this seems to be the real test troll. Now it's up to them to catch it. Hansung didn't seem surprised by this, but rather frightened. He knew it. This game couldn't just end like this. Now they would have to fight this huge monster if they wanted to advance further. Looking at this monster, it was clear that there would be no fight. Now they saw the head of the monster. It was much bigger than the last monster. It was several meters tall and towered to the very tops of the trees. Its eyes were white and its mouth had sharp fangs. Worst of all, there seemed to be several of these giants, if not dozens of them rumbling towards the test subjects. Something was too many of them, and how to deal with it all. It sucked. If he could handle one for too long, it would be extremely difficult now. The others also saw the monsters approaching. How many of them are there? Why the fuck are there so many of them? The guys were frightened as they realized that it would be extremely difficult to deal with these monsters, but they didn't have much. The teacher, as soon as he saw such a huge crowd of monsters approaching them, ordered his candidates to go to the gate immediately. "We must run." The guys realized that they were in danger, so they turned around and ran to the exit of the location. However, what they saw plunged them even more and horrified them. The gate was not working. The exit from the location was blocked. It was unclear whether it was some kind of glitch or whether they had been given the task on purpose so that they could deal with it. Han Sung looked at his tablet. An announcement popped up. Extra quests. Suddenly there were ogres. The pursuers can fight 7 ogres, and he and the main character need to destroy 3 of them. Conditions. Stop the ogres until the rescue brigade arrives. The time limit is minutes. If successful, 1 random chest of mid-rank potions. If unsuccessful, death of one of the main characters. One of the candidates is hiding and thinking about something. Hong stood nearby and prepared himself. The teachers try to help the candidates get out of the forest. Even if a high-ranked hunter fights 10 ogres, he would either get seriously injured or die altogether. Hong threw off his clothes and shouted, "What will help the teachers deal with the monsters?" Jin wasn't the kind of guy who would silently watch this. The guy was quite hardy, so he immediately rushed to help. Everyone else looked in his direction in surprise. If it became too dangerous, they would have to leave. Bayul immediately joined him without a second thought. Sung Hyun followed suit immediately. They acted like a real team. Thus, the 3 characters united into one coherent team. The guy watched them from behind and watched their every move. This was going to be a real serious battle, and there was no room for slippage. The guy realized that he couldn't let any of them die in this fight. He approached them and said that he would help too. Hong nodded his head. All right, together with him they could do it too. Si Yun looked at them with surprise and even some fear. These candidates are out of their minds. The guy shifted his surprised gaze to her. What did she expect? If one has to fight such a quest, do they really have a choice? Stand and watch them from afar? The girl apparently noticed his gaze and said that she was a killer by nature though, but that's why big monsters are bad to deal with. Let him not expect too much from her here. The guy wondered to himself, why did this girl suddenly join them? She prefers to work alone, doesn't she? But in any case, it's not bad, because they have an increase in strength. With these abilities, their chances of defeating the ogres increases many times over. The boy looked at the scoreboard. Suddenly, he swung his hand and released several of his drones into the air, which were called to aid them in battle. There was a buzzing sound, and a whole swarm of mechanical creatures flew straight up into the air. The girl, surprised and at the same time frightened, asked, "What are these? Are they drones?" The guy, as if nothing happened, replied that he opened his own channel and would like to film such a spectacular sight. It must be popular among them. The girl was surprised and even angry and asked, "Is he going to make a video in such a situation?" The guy looked at her with surprise. Why is she surprised? It's funny. He seemed to take it for granted. Hong looked at the monsters, and after assessing his strength, he ran first. This guy didn't seem to be afraid of anything. Even if he was facing a monster as tall as a multi-story building, he would be the first to rush in like this. The guy pushed himself off the ground, and with a quick leap began to approach the monsters. He seemed to be confident in his strength and did not plan to retreat. The guys followed him. Even though the guy was quite big, he was quite fast. They could hardly keep up with him after all. The physical training was taking its toll. While they were running, the girl asked him, "Is he filming her too?" The guy turned his head at her and said that if she was shy, he could do a mosaic on her face so no one would recognize her. Don't worry about it. They were approaching the monster, who had his back turned to them. It was not the most pleasant scent, and it growled with anger. The monster had a smile on his face for some reason. He didn't notice one of the test subjects approaching him. He was going about his business and didn't even think that there might be an obstacle in his way. Hong jumped up and hit the monster with his weighty fist as hard as he could. A crunch was heard, and the monster's head turned in the opposite direction, with the monster spitting out a pair of its teeth. The guy was incredibly strong. Even against such a huge monster, he felt quite confident. The monster spat out blood along with a few teeth. Han Buell put his hand forward and prepared to use the spell. They all needed to kill him together. If they grouped their forces together, they would have a good chance at victory. The ogre continued to smile. He sensed in these little ones an easy prey and was now getting into the excitement and was not going to back down. The monster got down on one knee from this blow, but didn't fall down. It seemed to be only a small kick for his thick skin. It was as if the monster was getting ready to jump. Now if he jumped, the guys would have a tough time. The monster prepared himself, tensed his whole body, and stepped so hard on the ground that it sagged under his heavy stride. Now yes, he's going to jump, so let's get ready. Shi Yan saw all of this and appeared literally under his foot. The girl swung her dagger, and with a sharp movement she made a slash. She hit the target. The monster began to stagger and lost its balance. The monster fell to the ground and was immobilized for a brief moment. The monster fell to the ground and was immobilized for a brief moment. There was a rumble, and a second later the ogre was on the ground. Keel tensed all his muscles to use his strongest spell. His body felt like it was covered in magic. Magical symbols began to pop up around him, and a barrage of spells was about to fall on the monster. As it happened, ice shards began to fly out of the magic circles and headed straight for the monster. The guys hoped to finish it off quickly and then deal with the others. There were ogres, and it posed a very strong danger. The monster regained its balance and began to rise. It seemed to be an unexpected blow to him. The monster was too slow to counter them all. He didn't have time to realize anything as ice shards flew at him. After a second, he felt the razor-sharp shards pierce into his flesh. His mouth bled, the monster wheezed and began to slump on his side. He didn't have time to do anything. The monster was too slow to assess the situation. He fell to his knees again with a loud sound and was now completely defenseless. There were 3 ice shards sticking out of his chest and embedded into his skin. Not even his hard flesh could withstand such a strong spell. He was on the ground, breathing heavily. The guys froze for a second and waited for the continuation. Perhaps it was only a deceptive maneuver. The ogre was breathing heavily. He was spitting out clots of blood from his mouth. He didn't seem to be as threatening after such an attack. However, he was still alive, which was a problem. He would be able to heal his wounds in principle. Hong stood in front of everyone and prepared his fist to finish off the monster. He was also surprised that the monster was moving. After this attack, the guy stood there for a few more minutes and tried to gather his thoughts. He needed to put all his strength into the blow. Suddenly, a whistling sound was heard. The air began to be cut by a spell-like fire arrow. It was approaching the monster at an incredible speed, so large that it seemed almost impossible to even see it. The monster had no time to react, and the arrow hit it in the neck. The monster wheezed and died instantly. A large cut appeared at the place of the hit. It was a fatal killing blow. Now one less ogre. The monster let out a death rattle and began to fall to the ground. It had to answer to the sides so that no one would be crushed by such a large carcass. There were still shards of shrapnel sticking out of its chest. A second later, the defeated monster fell to the ground with a loud sound. Well, -1. The guys stood at a fairly safe distance, still afraid to get a little closer. Who knew that this monster was already dead? Everyone turned around at the protagonist and looked at him in surprise. Han Song looked at them with the same surprised look. There was a fire sphere near him, which was probably where the fire jet had come from. The guy didn't say anything. Everyone looked at him with incredible surprise. No one expected that he would be able to finish off the monster with a single shot. However, it was quite a joyous event. Actually, his limit was 2 throws, but he boosted his strength 4 throws and finished him off. Not bad, but the boy had no strength left, and the ogres weren't getting any smaller. He scratched his head. He was wrong to do that. Now he would have to save his strength for the rest of the battle, unless he wanted to die. His magical powers were still not enough to fully fight. He scratched his head, which was starting to hurt. He suddenly saw the way the others were looking at him. He knew they were surprised, of course, but there was no need to look at him like he'd ruined something for them. He even felt a little scared. Suddenly, he saw through their backs as the rest of the ogres approached. He warned the boys to get out of here immediately, and he needed to take a break to recover a little. This blow had taken too much strength. The guys immediately obeyed him and turned around and ran to fight the rest of the monsters. The guy only looked at them. They are quite strong characters, of course. The protagonist is no match for them, even if he has been training for so long. However, his strength was that so far, there was no character who was ready to deliver the final blow. And his magic is actually limited, so he needs to allocate his resources wisely so he doesn't die here. He opened a system store. It was necessary to stock up on potions, or at least equipment to increase his stamina. Otherwise, he would just become a burden. It was urgent to find something to replenish the missing parameters of health and magic power. He began to search diligently for the item he needed and finally found it. The purchase is complete. They spent points and purchased a cube with abilities. In the boy's hands was a small cube, or rather a yellow diamond, a merchant's ability. If there was a skill he could use right now, that would be nice. He called his flying friend over and told her to get a closer shot of it. The drone buzzed closer and set its cameras to take a closer look. In the boy's hands was a cube, for it was a real discovery. It shone in his hands like a little ray of sunshine. Unlocking the first ability. The cube began to glow even stronger, filling the entire space with its bright yellow light. The boy looked at it hopefully, wishing that he could use the ability right now. He looked at his drone. He really wanted everything to work out as he planned. He had a lot of luck points. He hoped it wouldn't let him down this time. The cube began to glow stronger and stronger. It literally levitated over the guy's palm and prepared to spew out the ability. Its light flared up gloriously like a flame. The guy's heart froze for a second. He was still waiting for the ability to appear. He really wanted it to be of any use at all. The events have moved to the Sword of Dawn Guild's base of operations, one of the 10 Korean guilds with the strongest players. The man was sitting in front of a monitor that had many cameras on it, filming every corner of the academy. Suddenly, the man called out to the supervisor and said that there was a call for help from the academy. Behind him stood a man with glasses, most likely the supervisor. He walked closer and adjusted his glasses. It was the leader, Han Sang-geun, a middle-aged man. He looked at the screen with surprise and asked, "Ogres appeared together with the trolls? Strange." He ordered a rescue team and a couple of high-ranked guys to be sent there. "We had to help the newcomers." The subordinate replied that all the high-ranking players that can be sent right now are in the province in Seoul. The man replied to contact Busan and have them use the warp gate. The subordinate immediately made a request for help. The manager stood behind him and thought, "This will take at least minutes. The ogres will do a lot of damage in that time. We need to speed things up." 2B teachers and ogres. If they don't get help from the candidates, things could come to a tragedy. The man is visibly tense. It didn't happen often, and this was an out-of-state emergency. The man himself did not know how many students with experience could help the situation. The situation was heating up. The man looked at the screens where all of the above was happening. There were several people fighting. Suddenly, the man saw something that interested and surprised him. What? 4 candidates? The man would take a closer look and fix his glasses. The subordinate responded that there were 5 people there, however. The supervisor had only seen 4 so far. Suddenly, a woman appeared literally out of nowhere next to the man, who also began to watch intently what was happening on the screens. The manager asked what she was doing here. After all, she had the day off today. The girl replied in a calm voice that it was nothing special. She was looking through the list of locations. The girl was looking at the screens carefully, watching everything that was going on. She was looking at the list of locations from which the requests for help had come. There was just one thing. The girl looked to be about years old. Her name was Song Ah-young. She was the commander of the special unit of the Dawn Ball Guild. She looked at the screen with a concerned look. It was just that her little sister was there, and so she immediately came to the rescue. The supervisor was shocked by this news, and he asked again as if he didn't believe the words. The situation seemed to be getting even more heated. The man immediately turned his gaze to the other monitors and saw a girl who looked suspiciously like the squad leader, most likely her sister. The girl was running as fast as she could. Young folded her arms on her chest and wondered, but why is she chasing after that monster? She only likes dueling with humans, right? It wasn't like her. The girl thought for a moment. The supervisor looked at her and said that during training she was saying not to be pitied. Now she was worried. The woman replied that there was training then. That's why she said that. because she realized that nothing bad could happen then. The woman watched the screen where her little sister was. She knew very well that this girl wasn't the kind of girl who liked to get into hard fights. Certainly not the kind of girl who would fight in good faith. She grabbed her head. But what made her go straight there to ask for a sign where she was going? What an idiot. It looked like the girl was starting to get angry. She literally didn't recognize her sister. What had caused her to change so drastically? The supervisor looked at her with an understanding look. He understood that she was worried about her sister, but there was a but. The woman asked exasperatedly, "What else? The staff can hear everything. Let her choose her expression." The girl, without the slightest shame, said that the manager did not meddle in his business. The man was literally stunned by this treatment and said that she has not changed a bit, all the same arrogant. She looked even closer and noticed one of the students fighting a monster with his bare hands. The superintendent replied that the thing about this guy was that he was very physically strong, looking funny from the outside. They kept watching everyone and noticed that Bol had pretty good skills in telekinesis. The guy was pretty good at fighting at a distance. It was like they were watching everyone and picking out the best. Gil Sung-hyun seems to be able to make good double throws. Not a bad skill for a beginner. His magic technique is limited, but he has plenty of magic power, and he's keeping a pretty cool head. They continued to watch. The situation stopped getting more and more interesting. Suddenly, something caught their eyes that surprised them not a little. The principal looked forward and pointed his finger at one of the participants. Goosebumps ran down his back at what he saw. Who is this guy? Something unforeseen has come up on the screen. A rookie who was able to create a quadruple power throw. Well, show him his data. The girl was surprised. She started flipping through his resume. In the practical class he had placed first. Points. I think that was the first time she had ever seen a score like that. She was still standing there staring at the guy's results, and still couldn't believe that such a thing was even possible in their academy. The director continued to watch. The fact that the guy managed to shoot a video on the quadcopter made him smile. The girl said that he was pretty good, since he had such an ability and was able to fight the monsters so easily. The director grinned and said cheerfully that he thought these guys could hold out until the rescue team came if they were doing so well so far. Suddenly, they saw Han Song's candidate going to use the cube ability. It was the first time they had seen such a thing on a test. This guy seemed like an extremely interesting specimen. They would have to take a closer look at him. Young watched it with a steady gaze. Disclosure of ability, talents, and aptitudes, and also the physical data all have to match. And only then could he manage to get a normal ability. However, what the girl saw made her open her mouth in surprise. This was the first time she had ever seen someone act spontaneously like this. Her eyes widened and her mouth opened in surprise. Even the director himself was surprised by this turn of events. They stood there for a couple of seconds and just looked at what was happening on the screens in silence. The principal smirked. So this kid's specialty is not magic but sword. So what did he just see? The headmaster looked at it with a surprised look as if it was the first time he had seen something like that in his career. The girl watched all of this with a steady gaze. The revealed ability of a sword technique. There was simply no way such a thing could happen. The girl tried to understand something, but it seemed to be the first time she had encountered such a beginner. She immediately swung her hand and punched the director in the shoulder, telling him to get in touch with the recruitment center right away. They had to take this one. The director fixed his glasses and said he would try to talk to them. But with that kind of ability, would this guy come to them? Something about the director was too doubtful that the guy would want to cooperate with them. Even though they're in the top 10, they're only ranked 7th. The girl scratched her head and seemed to realize what a devil she remembered. So we need to pick this guy up right now. A place. That's not an indicator. She continued to stare at the screen where the fight was taking place. The newcomer, who had suddenly shown himself to be so good, was swinging a sword. And where did he get such abilities? She couldn't understand how the guy had gotten here in the first place. At the sight of the fight, bright flashes began to sparkle. The sun was about to come out. The battle was very fierce, but this was the first time the guys were facing such difficulties. They had to deal with these ogres. Han Sung glancing at his skill plate, his luck score was points. That's not bad, his luck is holding at the same level, so it should work out. He should get the skill he wants, it's just important not to overdo it. He would be able to get an ability that he could use right away. Immediately, a sword materialized in his hands, which he intended to use to slash the ogre. Well, we'll have to try it. The guy swung his sword and there was a metallic clang. Song Si-yeon was fighting monsters. Although she had previously only used stealthy attacks, The girl jumped up and attacked the monster from the back. Her ability to become a shadow played to her advantage, and she moved almost unnoticed by the monsters. Ogre turned to her at the last moment, but it seemed to be too late. There was nothing the monster could do. Its clumsy body couldn't dodge such a lightning-fast attack. Han Song swung his sword, and in a single leap approached the monster. His sword pierced straight through its neck, and the sound of flesh being torn apart. The monster took hold of his wounded shoulder and began to wheeze in pain. However, the guy immediately bounced away from him. A huge cut appeared on his shoulder. Great, but that's still not enough to take down such a monster alone. If he reacts immediately, he'll have the strength and speed to deliver the desired blow. Not bad, not bad. He certainly can't compare to Hun, but he'll have to try his best. Strengthening physical abilities. Description: strengthens the physical abilities of the user skill, is proportional to the points of physical magic and mental strength. The more the player uses his physical abilities, the faster the skill grows. Just the right skill came out. Now he could easily defeat this monster alone. The guy swung his sword and approached the monster in one great leap. It's not bad that his luck is at this level. Now he would be able to deal with it with ease. As soon as he struck the ogre with such a crushing blow, the beast fell to the ground with a thud. Now he was finally and irrevocably dead. The guys stood in front of the body of the defeated monster and still couldn't believe that they had succeeded. The emergency quest had been completed. The training quest was also completed, rewarding 2 random potion chests, mid-level popularity points. Strange luck was activated. An additional popularity points. User Lee Hansung's popularity skyrocketed. He receives popularity points. New achievement. Showing magical power increases due to an increase in magic power utilization. Physical strength increased due to the increased use of physical strength. The mastery of the skill magical enhancement skill has increased dramatically. Mastery of the skill physical enhancement has increased dramatically. Hansung hit his sword and realized that they hadn't lost anyone and had succeeded in their mission. It was dangerous, but the reward was worth it. Not bad. His luck had worked just right after all. He opened the skill icon and began to choose what to pump next. Should he open the random chest of mid-level potions right away? There would be a potion to boost stats. Just what you need. Low-level charm potion. Increases charm scores by points daily for a total of points if charm scores are below. The user gains 1 additional point. Potion of physical growth provides an increase in muscle strength, health agility, health and speed. Wow! So it could increase enchantment by points. The guy was holding a small vial of the potion with both hands. He grabbed it so hard it looks like he might break it. They won't say he's a freak anymore? He's so hurt. The guy literally almost cried with happiness. Could it be that his luck has turned around? Suddenly, a mechanical drone flew up to him. He reported that his YouTube channel was growing. The guy looked at him with surprise. Really? Really? Drone nodded yes. The viewers have a good response to his videos, which increases his popularity in the local network. Indeed, Sergey's appearance on the channel seems to have played a role. His video of him fighting Sergey already had likes. He clutched the potion in his hand. After a certain amount of growth, one could raise the level of popularity using various media. He was right to immediately start posting videos on YouTube. That's what the pursuit of popularity is all about. Everything is going exactly according to plan. The boy was incredibly pleased with his find. He was holding the potion in his hands, and he would succeed. He was already fully confident that he would soon be able to level up to a sufficient level. The sky of the Black Land, where there is no sun anymore, has turned ashy. In the center of this land is the Devil's Tower. Everywhere there are battles between humans and monsters. In order to kill the monster, you must become a monster yourself. They had to stop being human, deny everything human, and turn into monsters like them to survive. Since then, they've given their souls to become monsters. The teacher was explaining to the students the history of monsters. This is the place that Africa has now become. They, as future heroes, should definitely know about this place. The teacher talked about it with great enthusiasm. Suddenly, one of the students raised his hand and asked to whom they had sold their souls. The teacher looked up and said, deities, or someone like that question. It seems yes. That's what it was. The woman nodded her head. That was correct. They had sold their souls and become monsters like these. Would they too have to make a pact with these creatures later on? The woman nodded her head again. Yes, the same fate awaited them. Fear not, however, contract and subordination are different things. A contract implies a mutually beneficial transaction. It is possible to contract with these creatures. When they reach a certain level with achievements, They will be able to sign a contract and become even stronger, the girl pointed at her hand. Suddenly, the woman raised her finger, and contracting to survive there would not be possible. They would need to contract them more to become stronger warriors. The girl spoke about it completely seriously, as if it was a matter of course. A man with a huge weighty hammer fought several dozen gargoyles that came at him from different directions. They attacked the man again and again, but he obeyed his survival instinct and fought them off with incredible strength. But still, his physical and magical strength was not enough to withstand so many monsters, and one of them still managed to hit him right in the back. The man died in great suffering. Charles covered her mouth with her hand to keep from screaming. It seemed to be the first time in her life that she had ever seen such cruelty. It was unusual for her to see someone die in such agony. The boy was also a bit shocked, but he realized that sooner or later he would have to face such monsters. He had trained all these years for a reason after all, and would continue to train on his way to becoming a hero. The female teacher lowered her head and in a serious and yet a little sad voice said that this is the reality of the Black Earth, so they must be prepared for it. It is necessary to prepare well while they are in the walls of this academy, because here they are provided with all the necessary knowledge and practical skills for survival. Suddenly, she saw Han Song looking rather calm compared to the other students. Indeed, the guy was sitting calmly at his desk with his hands folded in front of him, as if he was not being shown footage of the gruesome realities of this world, but rather what kind of documentary it was. While the other students grabbed their heads and now and then shrieked in surprise, the guy was absolutely calm. Han Sung didn't want to draw attention to himself, but he seemed to do it best. I mean, they're just high schoolers, and he's been there many times before, so he doesn't care about the information. It just doesn't shock him. However, it's not like he couldn't say everything straight to his face. He answered more evasively. After all, they're hero candidates, and they should be prepared for such things. That's why he's acting calm enough. Why would he cry? The woman was surprised by such words, but nodded her head affirmatively. Those were the right words. It was obvious that the guy was ready for any difficulties. Okay, he did the right thing after all. However, the guy was still hesitant. It was the perfect answer, or wasn't it? He thought for a moment. Here, they are all just students. Here are people who are preparing to become heroes. For now, they are candidates, but soon they will be the people who will face these horrible monsters head-on. Young sat next to him and looked at the guy. If they avoid places like this, they won't be able to become heroes. The girl even tensed up a bit. Even she, who had dealt with assassinations all her life, was now a bit shaken by how calmly the guy was talking about it. At this point, the kid seemed to realize he was drawing unwanted attention to himself. Why is she staring at him like that? You can't meet her gaze. He immediately looked away so he wouldn't meet her gaze. That was the end of the lesson. The boys went to their rooms to get some rest. We have to be careful with her. If he aroused suspicion, the girl wouldn't leave him alone. She had been acting strange lately. After that, the guy went to the cafeteria. It was a little crowded, which pleased him. You could at least a little rest. The day was a little difficult, and the battle with these monsters, then at the lesson, attracted unnecessary attention to himself. My head was spinning with some bullshit. I had to get my thoughts in order. He ordered himself a mug of coffee, loudly placing it on the table. The guy sat down next to it. He sighed heavily in a small chair, too much to do for him. He was not used to his role in the world. He was used to being an ordinary kid who played video games, edited videos, and did ordinary things. But here he had to fight a monster. Besides, he's been getting a lot of attention lately. Video editing, coaching, running a YouTube channel, and discover new supernatural abilities. The guy specifically tired of all this. For a second, he wanted to go back to his small and unremarkable life, so that he again was an ordinary man. The guy sat down comfortably and started to look in front of him, but he could not relax, because in this world, it is not encouraged. The boy sat down and looked at his surroundings. Suddenly, a strange rustling sound came from his ear, and he immediately turned his head there. The first thing he saw was the silky white hair that ran down to the shoulders of a pretty girl. The first thing he saw was the silky white hair that came down to the shoulders of a pretty girl. Yes, it was just as he thought. It was Charles. It seems this girl was not at all socialized and was very afraid to interact with people. She was holding on to her little purse over her shoulder and twirling her head around as if it were a rescue. But why come to the cafe if you're afraid of people? The guy noticed her and waved his hand, inviting her to sit with him. She came closer to him. He had a peaceful look on his face, happy to see the girl, apparently. Another chance to get closer to her and gain a new ally. The girl would pour out and timidly approached him. She said hello. and pushed back a chair to sit down. They say hello to each other all the time, but it still feels a little awkward, like they're some kind of lovers who are trying not to show their relationship to the public. Oh, what's with the associations? Who came up with that? As soon as the girl sat down next to him, the guy asked her what she would like. Charles waved her hands as usual and started to refuse. She was terribly embarrassed when I gave her something to eat, and in general, she found it very difficult to interact with people. But then the guy hit a nerve. How about some hot chocolate? And then it was like the girl was asking for it. Hot chocolate? Yeah, he knew this girl well from his time in the game. She was too insecure, so she thought she had less skills compared to the others. However, that wasn't the case at all. They were sitting across from each other, drinking hot chocolate. The girl asked, "By the way, which dungeon does he propose to go to?" The guy was sitting in front of her, completely relaxed and thinking about something. He looked over at the girl, who was looking at him shyly and holding a mug of hot chocolate. He pondered, if he gave her the cube for nothing, she would take it kind of in stride, due to her extremely cautious nature. He planned to use these facts, just befriend her, and grow up. He smiled his wide, beaming smile. He's not going to go to the usual dungeons. Naturally, it wasn't that simple. He was up to something again. That's if it all backfired on him. Then he would start whining again. The guy put the mug of hot chocolate on the table loudly and started talking. He wasn't going to go to the usual dungeons, and he could hear the mystery in his voice. He was trying his best to interest the girl. Yes, she was a great ally, but now he needed to have a heart-to-heart talk with her. He made himself even more comfortable and said he'd found something. He took the mug of hot chocolate again and sipped loudly. It looked like he might be able to get the girl interested. It's a hidden dungeon with a cube. He made a face like he was talking about some universal conspiracy than a simple dungeon. With all his might, the guy was trying to get the girl's attention, to somehow be an ally to you. It seemed to work, and Charles started listening even harder. Really? Someone or dungeon? She read both consternation and interest at the same time. The girl was being overly cautious. It seemed the guy had overdone it a bit. He continued to sit in his chair, holding his mug of hot chocolate. He seemed to have hit the right spot, and now he spoke in a kind of ingratiating, mysterious voice, the way he used to tell bedtime stories to children. Yes, a hidden dungeon, he repeated, and continued to explain his plan. There were people walking around, but they didn't seem to care about the two students who were sitting at one of the tables and discussing something heatedly. The girl seemed interested, but at the same time a little scared. So he wasn't talking about regular dungeons? She even put the mug of chocolate back down. The guy folded his hands in front of him and said that he could go to a normal dungeon alone. The girl asked in a frightened, trembling voice, "Why does he want her?" Hansong said, "If they joined forces, it would be beneficial to both of them. Damn, this guy knows how to make deals." He looked at the girl with an inquisitive look and smiled. First of all, as he said, there is a cube ability, and they will sweep the dungeons where the cube is and split it in half afterward. The guy crunched his knuckles that he was fully prepared. He opened his hands and said he wasn't going to take everything. He only wanted the right cubes and would distribute the rest to his allies. The girl thought about it. The offer was certainly very tempting. She wanted to upgrade her abilities or even get new ones. She didn't seem to have any doubts at all. After all, the guy could persuade. The girl thought for a comparatively short time. She immediately asked and agreed. Then she's certainly better off. What are the odds of clearing the dungeon? Even if she can. But the girl didn't seem to be able to finish her sentence. Si Young appeared out of nowhere in her own way. She literally appeared from behind the girl and said she was coming with them. Poor Charles was scared to death. She didn't expect anyone to be watching them at all, but the girl seemed determined. The boy didn't seem particularly pleased that this girl had come to them. She said hello and waved. The girl stood in front of them in good spirits, something that was very, very rare to see. A smile glistened on her face. The girl seemed ready for anything. How did she even find them? Why had she come here in the first place? She continued to smile, and it was as if nothing was happening. Her eyes sparkled with some sort of mischievousness. Obviously, she was up to something. As usual, she shows up at just the right moment, in quotation marks, of course. The girl waved her hands and said that she just came to rest. Why else do people go to the cafe? Lying, she got frankly bad. The girl tried to bring herself naturally, but looking at her usual behavior was difficult to say what she now wants. Han Sung thoughtfully, he crunched his knuckles from the exertion. She goes to a cafe? To relax. looking at how the girl passes the test and spends her leisure time. He was more willing to believe that the moon was singing to the earth than this girl coming to the cafe to rest. It's very illogical and abnormal, but if he touched her, he would die immediately. He realized that he was in even more danger now than fighting the ogre. The girl must have noticed the confusion on his face and looked at him intently. "Okay, can she step back? They're talking to me." The girl looked at him with an angry look. Was he chasing her away? Yes. The guy said it too seriously. Too seriously. "I think you're walking on very thin ice, kid." The girl started thinking out loud and suggested maybe killing his begging sign. She didn't even realize what she said. The boy asked if he had heard everything. She looked at him with such disdain as if he had ruined her life. She realized the guy I heard her and waved me off. "It's okay. Let them chat further." Charles sat next to her and glanced fearfully in the direction of the girl. Indeed, there was nothing to be afraid of. Now this girl was ready to kill half of the cafe. If something will not suit her, well, she's not leaving. Well, either way, they're going to continue the conversation. The guy said either way he'll get to the point. Not only can he help her, it's also a chance to find a club. The girl asked, "What happens if they want to join the same club?" The boy thought, "It all depends on how the circumstances turn out. What kind of club will be caught? They can agree on this on the spot, so that there will be no trouble later." Charles cheered up. She wanted to ask something, but all this time she couldn't. If she would even be able to clear the dungeon with their current level of the begging sign ability, it seemed to worry the girl, because she realized how weak they were now. And now she had to at least pump up her skills. However, the kid said she didn't have to worry about that, the level of difficulty he was taking on. Even on his own you can do it, though it will take a very long time. There didn't seem to be a shadow of doubt on his face about his plans. He smiled as if he was talking about going to the movie theater. The girl sighed heavily. She could hardly believe that they would be able to clear this dungeon after all. Still, she preferred to agree. Then he suggested that they join forces to clear it faster. Shi Young had been standing next to them the whole time and said that it would be perfect with her. Charlie only saw her now and turned her gaze to her. All this time she had been standing so quietly that she was practically invisible. Han Song asked her if she was sure that she wanted to ask for it. His gaze clearly showed that he was not very happy with this girl's presence around him. However, she didn't seem to care at all. She nodded her head and replied that, of course, she wanted to. What kind of question was that? She's a murderer after all. He thought about it, of course. They could clear the dungeons much faster together, and she was in 8th place. What if she could be his ally at the same time? It sounds crazy, considering her character and her glory, but what the hell? It's a begging sign. It would also be pretty good to get ready for the main storyline, which by the way was ending soon, and that was a problem. Anyway, and he was only interested in one club. He suddenly thought that this was not a bad deal, this girl. Although this girl was hot-tempered, yes, and also a murderer, yes, and basically made half of the academy creepy, but it was not a bad deal. At this time, the girl sat next to them and folded her hands in a lock in front of her, watching and waiting for the final decision. Still, the guy made a decision. Okay, they'll go together, but first we need to discuss the plan. He took a small piece of paper out of his pocket and put it between the boys. From what the girls saw, they slightly started to shiver with fear. Even Si Yeon was frightened. It was the first time they had seen such valuable papers in front of them. The piece of paper was literally glowing, indicating that it was quite valuable. But even that was still putting it mildly. Han Song sat in front of them and smiled, let them check. There wasn't a trace of doubt on his face, as if that was the way it should be. The girls looked at him with surprised and at the same time frightened eyes. Charles asked, "Is he serious?" Si Young told him not to show such valuable papers in a place like this, or else it gets scary. She's scared. I can't believe it. That girl can scare anyone. In front of them lay a small, standard piece of paper. It was a magical non-disclosure agreement. Was it really necessary? The girls were still looking at this document with some disbelief and fear. All that was required was their signatures. Han Song smiled and said, not that he didn't trust them, but still he didn't want their conversation to be recognized by anyone, someone extra, someone who might interfere with their operations. Caution was never a bad thing. The girls looked at the contract with different emotions. Charles was interested and at the same time a little wary. It was about a very serious trip. Si Young frowned. She didn't seem to trust all these papers. Han Buell stood in the locker room and wiped his face with some cloth. He was still pondering. From the looks of it, the guy was worried about something, or even scared. It was hard to see him in such a state. He was still thinking back to today's lecture, where the rookie acted like he was an ex-military man, because we're all hero candidates. Those words wouldn't leave the kid's head. He still couldn't get Han Song's calmness with which he said that phrase out of his mind. It felt like the guy had already known about it all beforehand. But how was that even possible? Had he already been there before? Han Buell among the newcomers? There is one who knows about the Black Earth. From the looks of it, it's that rookie. What the hell? His mind was still blank, although the overall picture was depressing. Suddenly, he bumped into one of the students. He asked Buell, "Is he leaving already?" The guy turned his head to him and asked, "What?" He just needed to think. What about him? The guy looked like he was out of his mind. Suddenly, the students took out a small quadricopter from their pocket. It was much smaller than the one Han Sung had. He said that he too wanted to shoot a video for video hosting. Buell asked, "Is it because of the freshman?" The student responded that it was because of him. "It seems like an interesting class." He said it with such enthusiasm, as if it was his life's work. The boy said he just had no words for it. He sighed heavily. He waved his hand and said, "Let him try it if it worked." The student said goodbye to him and ran off somewhere else. The guy was left alone in the empty hallway and went about his business. Han Song standing outside, even though there was a strong wind. To raise the level by means of an achievement, need a lot of popularity. It's a good way to tell other people about yourself. Well, that's not bad. Han Bayul was walking down the corridor thinking, what if this newcomer is the child of the Black Earth? Then it would be a very interesting turn of events. The boy couldn't get over this thought. He couldn't stop thinking about this newcomer. The children of the people of Black Earth who are subject to evil may also begin to be subject to that evil. It's like a time bomb, but there's little chance of it going off until they return to the Black Earth again, or until this evil goes beyond the African mainland. Is this newcomer? But what if he refreshes Ding Hong's memories? The guy kept walking somewhere, not even sure where, and pondering. It was as if he did not see anyone around him. He stopped suddenly and looked up before something irreparable happened. He had to do something. Something had to be done. A chill ran down the boy's back. If he couldn't do this, he was in trouble. We need to prevent tragedy. The magic contract was still lying on the table. The power of the contract is absolute. A person has no right to tell anyone the truth. From this magical glow, you could physically feel it moving. It was literally floating above the ground. If a person tells someone, it's in the case of disclosure, they lose their memories of the content of the conversation. Forever. A kind of dementia. The girls sat across from Han Xiong and were still hesitant to sign the contract. Therefore, from the moment a person signed the contract, he was obliged to keep the secret of the skills he had learned. It was a rule that could not be broken under any circumstances. Naturally, he couldn't tell them about all the effects of the skills. He turned to Charlie, a girl he had high hopes for, as she seemed to be the best ally he had. He said that the girl would soon be able to discover one unique ability if she practiced enough. Charles asked in amazement, "Really? It's not a lie, is it?" She was very happy about this fact. Her eyes lit up with joy. The boy calmed her down and told her not to worry. It was true. The girl sighed heavily and looked at the boy as if relieved and hopeful. Shu Young squinted her eyes and asked, "What about her? Does she have something too?" The girl looked at all this with hope and some skepticism. After all, she didn't fully trust this kid. Han Song told her to wait for a moment and looked at the table with his information. What he saw shocked him. Muscular strength, magical strength, speed, mental strength, agility, intelligence, health, enchantment, sense, luck, potency out of 1,000. Unique skills, shadow travel, thought acceleration not revealed. Special skills, black spike not revealed. And some other weird skill that was labeled with asterisks, by the way, also not revealed. Killing features. The path of the Dark King is not revealed, and another skill also marked with asterisks, also not revealed. How can murder be a feature? Right now you can only unlock thought acceleration? The guy replied that she had something too, but needed training quite hard, by the way. As soon as the girl heard that, she got excited. She literally glowed with happiness. I guess it was too important to her. Good thing she's happy. Less chance of this guy getting killed. A dangerous friend after all. He chose himself, or he didn't choose himself. Han Song shifted his gaze to Charles, but she did the opposite. The girl. Though the girl seemed to be pleased with her, it gave her new ground to think about. She seemed to be pushing herself even harder. It was obvious from the girl that she was very worried. From the moment she found out that she had a hidden skill, She immediately stopped talking and started looking in front of her. She's not confident in herself, and to be honest, she's inferior to Song Si-yeon. The girl folded her hands in front of her and tried to get her thoughts in order. She's probably worried about whether she'll be able to handle it, but it seems like she shouldn't worry. With a team like this, their chances are better. All right, I've got to do something to cheer her up. She was finally able to get her thoughts in order and said that it was a good reward. What should they do in such a case? Song Si-yeon still couldn't get excited about the fact that she had a hidden skill that she had just discovered. The girl was acting like a child. No wonder she has an intelligence of points. As soon as she heard, she immediately calmed down and settled back into her seat. She was so excited, and now the harsh reality awaited her. Well, the guy really didn't want to upset them. Charles did all the business beside her, still peering at the girl fearfully. The boy made a serious voice and said that now he wanted to ask them something. He paused for a moment, took a breath of air, as if to collect his thoughts. At last, he found the right words and fired them like cannons. He's asking us to be his allies and stop the world from collapsing. The guy said it so loud, I think the whole cafeteria heard it. What an idiot. Who taught him how to be a conspirator? His throat was dry after that heartfelt speech, and he exhaled heavily. His mind was racing. But no, he couldn't say that to them, even though it was true. What are you thinking, kid? What are you thinking? How are you going to tell them? He spread his hands and said in a calm voice that he would like them to join his management company in the future. Well, he's not forcing them. Wow, that's pretty cool. That's a good point. How are you going to start a management company? But it would be better if they become stronger after going through this dungeon. The girls looked at him with eyes full of seriousness. Even Si-yeon calmed down and listened attentively. Charl opened her eyes in surprise. Although it was obvious from the girl's expression that she was very worried, it's a responsibility after all. She asked with surprise and interest, so when he graduated from the academy, he would be in charge of maintaining the level of heroes. A management company. That sounds very pathetic. Girl, you should know what kind of venture you're getting into. Han Sung lied and didn't blush, that's right. He's doing the same thing as the other companies that handle the heroes' personal activity planning, solving their legal problems and so on. He loaded them up with information. Shi-young sat on the chair and tried to comprehend what she had heard. To be honest, helping others was more convenient than doing her own work. Besides, she had already learned about the skills she was going to develop. It sounded pretty convincing. So what else would she be thinking about? The girl began to run her eyes around. She still couldn't make up her mind. It was a rather responsible and serious decision that needed to be thought about, and they were required to make a decision instantly. Charlie loaded up again. She missed her eyes and tried to get her thoughts in order. The girl, by all appearances, was worried. Her insecurity was taking its toll, and now she couldn't make a decision normally, though she inwardly really wanted to grow up just a little. Yes, the guy really wished inside himself that they would join his management company after all, but even if they refuse, now that's okay too. But even if they say no, that's okay. I think he was trying to convince himself that it was okay. So that was enough information for now. He moved away from the table and prepared to get up. They could take their time deciding. He would give them time to think. Si-yeon got up from her seat. No way! She wasn't used to receiving and getting away with it, so she was in the game. The girl's voice was incredibly confident, but that's what you'd expect from her. She's an adventurous girl who will take on any adventure. Charles seemed to agree as well. The girl raised her hand and stammering, but still her fear said she agreed too. The boy repeated that he didn't want to force them, so let this decision not be forced. He smiled and waved his hand. They still had to finish the academy they had just started. They could make a decision later. Who knows? Things could still change drastically. He marveled at how quickly these girls had agreed to his proposal. In principle, they could have said no in a heartbeat, or at least thought about it. But he seemed to have underestimated them. And he seemed to have forgotten the most important thing. The girls frowned and even moved closer to him so they could hear him better. He put his hand to his chest and said that if it was easier for them, let them think they were helping a friend. He had that smile on his face again. That sneaky devil. He knew how to talk his way out of it. And now he had everything he wanted. Charlie repeated in surprise, helping a friend? Si-yeon seemed to be looking at him with some disbelief now. It would be more effective if he instilled a sense of obligation in them. It would be funky. Then you could better manipulate their feelings to get what you want. You're the real manipulator. Si-yeon frowned and said, Then you can't kill. The girl seemed to be upset by that fact. Of course, she's a hereditary killer. She lives for it. What did he expect when he offered her such a venture? Boy, what did she say? The girl shook her head and said she didn't say anything. This was the end of their secret conversation. Well, the guy had made his final decision. Better talk about the dungeon then. He leaned back in his chair again and began his story. Not a single unnecessary person was to know about this secret conversation. Soon, the boy returned to the academy and headed for the training room. He entered a large, spacious room. Well, the deed was done. He gave them the information. Next week, it would be left to go into the dungeon. At this rate, he would grow much faster than planned, but it was for the best. And his rate of growth even frightened him. The guy sighed heavily. He's so busy he doesn't even have time to sit down and rest, but his life depends on it. Suddenly, someone called out to him. The guy turned his head back. Who could it be? The voice seemed very familiar to him. It was his old acquaintance Sergei. The guy waved at him and greeted him warmly. He had an expression of extreme satisfaction on his face. Han Song asked him, "Is he going to practice again?" The boy nodded and replied that naturally so. He practiced every chance he got. Han Sung thought about it after last time he was not upset, after all. What a positive guy, a positive quality. He does not know how to give up. Sergei said that he had watched his video times. Han replied that he had seen his commentary. Sergei liked it and was able to look at himself from the outside. After all, you need to gain experience. The guys picked up the wooden sticks again and prepared for another sparring session. Sergei said that he was able to draw conclusions from the revised material and work a little on his mistakes, although not completely, but he managed to improve his technique a little. The boy asked him if he wanted to train with him again. Han smiled and thought that if Sergei trusted him, that was a good sign. I'll have a hard time getting him as my ally. Everything is going according to his plan, perfectly. Han smiled and replied that he didn't have to then. He summoned some quadricopters and continued filming. He filmed literally everything. Suddenly, a stick appeared out of nowhere and swung into the air, hitting one of the quadricopters. "What the hell is that?" A woman's voice was heard. A large wooden stick immediately descended on the quadcopter and knocked it down with one blow. How annoying. The voice was very annoyed, but who was it? Han turned his head at the voice. As soon as Sergei saw what was happening there, he immediately became frightened. A look of extreme concern appeared on his face. The guy rubbed his head and turned to the girl who stood behind them. The girl's name was Nadia. Looks like they knew each other. What's she doing? She was about their age, had bright red hair, and was dressed in a tracksuit. In her hand, she had the same stick she used to shoot down the quadricopter. The girl looked at them with distrust and even some squeamishness. She fumbled irritably with the broken mechanism and asked who let him use that thing during a fight. The quadricopter still seemed to be serviceable, and thank God the impact didn't seem to be too hard. Han remembered her. It was Nadia. A pretty hot-tempered girl. She looked away and closed her eyes. She seemed to be getting bored with the whole thing. The guy remembered this girl was a world spearmaster and the daughter of a military entrepreneur. In normal life, it's hard to even just meet her, but here he's standing face to face with her. Pretty funny and ironic at the same time. However, this only applies to normal situations. The guy opened the drone control panel and launched the broken quadcopter. So, you want to try and get a response? Sounds like it could be fun, considering her temper. He reactivated the quadricopter, and the device immediately took off with a loud buzzing sound. As soon as the girl saw it, she jumped aside in fright. She yelped. It seemed she had never seen something like this before, though it was hard to believe. The device began to fly closer and closer to her. The girl stared intently at the funny thing that was rapidly spinning its blades and moving literally on its own. The quadricopter flew close enough to her, even too close. The girl looked at it fearfully. It was the first time she'd ever seen such a thing, and there was squeamishness in her eyes, and some fear. The girl yelled for him to put that thing away now. She swung her stick and tried to shoot down the quadricopter again. However, Han put it away with a deft move, and the quadricopter flew off to the side with a whirring sound. "What's the matter?" The girl tried her best to catch the annoying thing, but it was too high, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't reach it. Although the quadricopter was mockingly close, it was only necessary to jump up, but as soon as the girl did so, the device flew up even higher. Han watched it all with a smile on his face. He enjoyed teasing her like that. Nadia tried to reach the quadricopter with her hand, but only jumped uselessly. The guy smiled. There was no way she could catch that drone with her hands. She wouldn't be able to reach it. He'd been operating this device for years, so he'd had time to hone his skills. In the end, the girl became furious. She yelled at him, "Is he crazy?" It seems like she was in a bad mood now and was ready to nail him on the spot. What an annoying guy. She grabbed her spear and prepared to attack. Han held onto his wooden sword and prepared to fight back. He walked almost right up to her and looked down at her from above. He was a head taller than the girl, so he could easily see her. She was furious. But when the guy came within that distance, she shivered a little. In a cold and lifeless voice, he turned to her. It was as if he had a change in his face. His voice had made everyone too rough. The guy was unrecognizable. Nadia looked at him with surprised yet frightened eyes. Her inner rage was still raging, but its fervor had cooled a little. The girl was now even a little surprised and frightened. Unexpectedly to himself, Han bent toward her and said she was too noisy. Would she shut her mouth for goodness sake? The guy looked like he was ready to tear her apart right now. He looked at her with such disdain. Something about that look sent shivers down her spine. She definitely didn't expect to be treated so impertinently, and she got even more angry. What does he allow himself? She couldn't even say anything for a second. Goosebumps ran down her back again. However, the girl came to her senses relatively quickly and became even more angry. What did he just say? A strange aura began to fly near her. The girl became even more furious, however. She was a bit creepy. Khan understood the character of this girl very well. She is very spoiled and ill-mannered, but she is the daughter of an oligarch and has good skills. However, she has one serious flaw. The guy looked down at her without saying a word. Nadia tried to come to her senses, but she did it very badly. The girl was literally shaking with rage and shock because of her characteristic herding spirit. She has an increase in stats and a sense of calmness when someone surpasses her in the village. That is, she feels calm in those who try to push her around and mistreat her. In short, she's a masochist. They were facing each other, and it looked like they were about to fight. The girl shook her body and tried to come to her senses, but her peculiarity would not let her calm down. Han stood looking down at her with his calm and soulless gaze. Nadia continued to stand beside him and shiver. She sounds like a masochist, but in reality she just couldn't get rid of it because of her peculiarity. She must have been very frightened when she first experienced anger, mixed with the effects of her peculiarity. Indeed, the girl looked scared. Han stood beside her and continued to stare at her with his eyes now closed. She was probably very angry, because she had never met anyone so rude to her before. But there was nothing to be done to put her in her place. Someone had to do it. Suddenly, the guy reached out to her and mentally apologized to the girl. After all, he should pretend to the end, no matter how much she didn't want him to. He lightly touched her forehead with his finger. The girl certainly hadn't expected this turn of events, and for a few more minutes she was in a stupor. She just stared at him with her heated eyes. The girl blushed, either from shame or fear. The guy moved even closer to her and in a quiet, ingratiating voice asked, "Who gave her permission to touch his camera?" At the same time, the girl looked at him with completely frightened eyes. Anger mixed with fear raged inside her, and she couldn't say a word, just stared at him like a frightened child. She started to tell him to remove his hand immediately. The girl's voice was shaking with fear. She tried to gather her thoughts together, but nothing worked. Fear prevented her from thinking properly. She finally got over herself and slapped him on the arm, yelling for him to remove his hand immediately. The girl was finally able to control herself. Now she was more like herself. However, the Khan had no thought of stopping. He leaned his finger on her forehead again. The girl certainly did not expect such impudence, and as if frozen for a couple of seconds, she looked at him with eyes full of rage, still holding her hand in front of her. Goosebumps of anger ran down her spine. That's it, he's finished! The girl wanted to tear him apart immediately, as he was starting to get on her nerves. No, that's a weak word. He was starting to naturally piss her off. No one could fight back. She tried to pick up the stick. Well, now she's gonna kill him. She's gonna kill him. The girl looked at him like a bull at a red rag. She wanted to tear the bastard to shreds. However, Han immediately blocked Ya's attempt to swing his stick. The girl could not even raise her spear to hit him. She tried to yank her arm, but the guy held on tight. Nadia looked startled. She couldn't do anything. It was the first time in her life she had ever faced someone so rude and insolent now, and she would just have to accept and admit defeat. Their guns crossed, and there was no way the girl could free her hand. At this time, Han asked caustically, "What's wrong?" The guy's voice sounded even a little creepy. He looked down at her and said in a quiet voice, "Did she want to wave her spear at close range?" She didn't seem to be thinking straight at all. His eyes didn't express anything. He looked at her like a wolf at a sheep he was about to eat. The guy was playing his part, but he was doing it quite convincingly. The girl couldn't fight her feelings anymore. She clenched her teeth and tried to come to her senses, but something kept getting in her way. She closed her eyes, and you could literally hear her teeth cracking with anger. All right, he's got her physically. Now it's just a matter of putting the finishing touches on it. Kill her mentally. He had to kill her. Of course it was brutal, but he had no other choice. Well, if that girl tried to stop him again, he wouldn't be ashamed of his dirty tricks. He stood right in front of her, literally a few steps away, and in a mouthed voice asked, "How is Anton doing?" For a second, there was silence between them. It seemed that even the air began to be saturated with electricity. How much tension there was between them. Sergei, who had been standing behind me all this time and watching everything that was going on, was horrified. A mask of fear appeared on his face. He hadn't expected this. He didn't see everything that was happening, but he realized that something wrong was going on. At this time, Nadia stood beside him and trembled with fear. Now it was real primal terror. It was probably the mention of her father that had shocked her. The girl stopped and could not say a word of the former confidence was gone. Then, in the same friendly voice, she asked, "What did he just say?" It was evident that the girl was now ready to burst into tears out of fear. However, Han was relentless. He came even closer to her, so that you could hear her heartbeat, and I told her that she had something to tell her father. The girl stared at him with eyes wide open, so wide that she was afraid. He moved closer to her ear, so close that she could hear his steady breathing. The guy began to speak. He moved past our experience. He told her something that made her heart beat even faster. The girl would die of fear now. Sergei stood nearby, watching as Nadia was literally ready to fall through the ground in fear. Kim stood close to her and whispered something in her ear. Her eyes widened even more as she heard him. Finally, the boy paused for a moment and asked, "Did she understand?" The girl froze in place, unable to say a word. Even to move was a feat for her. Her pupils narrowed, and she could do nothing. Then Han turned to Sergei as if nothing had happened, and smiled radiantly, apologized, and said he had to go. Then the guy headed for the exit. He changed his mood surprisingly cleverly. You couldn't tell that he had just spoken, as if he were a maniac. Sergei looked at him with a surprised look. It was as if he had come out of a trance. Han Song's mood seemed to be transmitted to him, and he couldn't move, and said goodbye to him. This guy was weird, after all. And then Sergei looked back to where Nadia was standing. The boy had a frightened face too, though he hadn't heard anything, but he realized that this guy seemed to be quite dangerous. Nadia was trembling with fear. Her legs were shaking. She was unrecognizable. Her eyes were staring down at the floor, and her gaze was expressionless. Han was on his way out of the gym when he suddenly heard a light knock. The girl fell to her knees and kept trembling. She looked like she was about to cry. That bastard, I think he'd overdone it. The girl was still staring dumbly. She couldn't get her thoughts together. Most likely what the guy had told her had shaken her awareness so much that she felt completely exhausted. She felt like she'd just been interrogated. A vague silhouette stood by the door watching them. The stranger heard everything, but he didn't seem to be here. Having heard all that was needed, the man stealthily skulked off into the depths of the corridor. Now he would leave the two of them alone. The man put his hands in his pockets and walked quickly and at a brisk gait to somewhere far away from here. He saw and heard everything he needed to see and hear, and what he saw spoke better than any words. Suddenly a shadow slipped near him. The guy didn't even see it right away, however, he was also being followed. The shadow began to lengthen, and immediately an incomprehensible silhouette appeared in front of the boy and began to transform into familiar features. It was Si Young. She had disheveled hair and a worried look on her face. The girl looked at the boy and asked in a concerned voice what he was doing here. She could tell she was worried about something too, or she'd been watching him all this time. It was probably the latter. Standing in front of him, she was determined. The one who was watching was none other than Han Biel, who stood in front of her and looked at her with a completely calm gaze, as if he wasn't surprised at all. Although it was possible considering how this girl liked to watch the others. The boy sighed heavily. He didn't like being followed, but there was nothing he could do about it. He didn't dare to forbid her after all. This girl was a killer after all. He answered as evasively as possible and said he had some things to learn. The guy averted his eyes to the side. He tried to lie, but he was pretty bad at it. The girl asked again, something to find out. She had heard the falseness in the boy's voice, and now it seemed she wouldn't let it go. The guy realized that there was no point in hiding anything since it would be bad, and said that he needed to find out if this newcomer where the Black Lands was accurate. And they didn't say anything for a while. The tension between them began to rise, both of them realizing they were watching this newcomer, but at the same time, watching each other. Si-yeon asked, and even if it was true, so what? And around her, ghost energy began to fly around her, which soon filled the entire space. This energy was making her feel sick. Bull looked at her with a frightened look. Yes, this girl really has a strong spirit. One should be careful with her, or else she might kill him. Even he, with his stamina, became a little scared. The girl reached for her small dagger as if preparing to attack, the tension between them growing stronger and stronger. One more second, just one more tipping point, and they would definitely start fighting each other. Suddenly, the guy either came to his senses or something else, but he suddenly changed his face. His expression became terrifying. He looked at the girl with eyes full of coldness. So she is too. Immediately, the energy around the girl dissipated, and she took on a normal appearance. However, she still looked at him with a kind of disdain. The girl frowned and began to stare at the boy's face. She realized she couldn't leave him like that, but now was not the time or place. Another moment must be chosen. The girl immediately vanished, as always leaving behind only a puddle of small shadow. A second more, and she was completely out of sight. The boy was left standing on the road all alone and bewildered. The shadow quickly scurried away, and in 1 second I was moving as far away from him as possible. He was still standing there, watching the girl walk away with his eyes. He realized that with such a strong spirit, the girl could easily recognize his intention. He didn't think she would stand up at a time like this. Not a good time at all. What was she doing? And her actions seemed strange. The guy shrugged and clenched his hand into a fist in his pocket. This is going to be harder than he thought. A lot harder, all right. Can't lose his grip. Soon night fell on the city. The moon came into the sky, and its bright crescent moon began to illuminate the neighborhood of the academy. The boy looked out the window and rested. Han went straight to his house. The day had been too stressful, and he needed to relax his mind. He collapsed on the couch and sighed heavily. He needed to rest and get his thoughts in order. He sank into his own thoughts. Even here, the guy couldn't feel normal. If Nadia relayed his words to Anton, that was still nothing. Only half the trouble. But if Anton some action, then his lies would be exposed. And then it will be very bad. It is necessary to think of at least a few next steps. He squeezed his eyes shut and began to think of ways to make this lie true. He couldn't be exposed so quickly, or it would come back to haunt him. Besides, it could be life-threatening. He raised himself in his seat and ordered his virtual assistant to open the block he had laid out in the real world a year ago. A mechanical voice was heard and a picture appeared in front of him, with a videotape on it. It showed the main character himself and his mother or sister. Now, he was showing their new apartment. It was his sister. She was kind of rude, but she was smart. The guy was pointing at the girl behind him. The girl must have heard him and looked in his direction. And then, slight shrieks and blows were heard. The guy was screaming that the audience had just witnessed domestic violence. Han watched the whole thing and smiled. It brought back memories of his past life. He watched the following video footage of him coming on vacation with friends along the way. They argued and came up with a punishment for the loser. He'll have to have an Americano with 5 shots of espresso, and there was a loud, gleeful laugh. The boy sighed heavily and tried to take a sip, which he did with great difficulty. He no longer had the strength to watch this mayhem, and what is stupidity at this age? He put his hand to his face and tried to dissociate himself from his past. Okay, I had to pull myself together and think of something. It was only getting in the way of his concentration. The guy took his head in his palm and started slapping his cheeks. He'd been doing fine on his own before, so what was wrong now? Han Sung thought about it because he basically started posting videos because he was getting lonely. Or maybe he wanted to get more attention. He began to dive into his thoughts, and the further he did it, the harder it got. It's so sad that he's the only one who remembers the real world. It seems like he's just now starting to realize something, because that's what happens. You only realize when you start to lose something. The doors opened with a slight creak, and the boy walked into a small cafe, small but cozy. There he was greeted by a saleswoman with a friendly smile. As soon as she saw the visitor, she immediately smiled broadly, welcomed him, and asked him what he would be ordering. The guy showed his 5 fingers and told me to get him an Americano with 5 shots of espresso. As soon as the woman heard that, she got a look of consternation on her face. Okay, she wrote down the order. Americano with 5 shots of espresso. In a minute, or even less, a small mug was on his desk. The order was ready. He looked at the coffee, which was unusually black for an Americano. He thanked the clerk and said goodbye. With unspeakable sadness, the guy looked at the small glass, the same Americano that had been his punishment. Something came to mind, so he decided to have a drink. That small, unassuming cup of coffee was stirring up memories of his real life, which he would most likely never get to again. He left the cafe and stood on the street for a few more minutes. The streetlights were starting to come on, and he was still standing there, holding a small hot cup of coffee. He didn't even notice that the cup was burning his hands. Han Sung sat down on the stairs and began to think. There were thoughts in his head, many thoughts about his past life, about his friends and family, what he had done in the real world, and why had he come here in the first place. He took the cup and brought the hot coffee to his lips. As soon as he started to drink, his throat was not only burned by the hot drink, but it was also incredibly bitter. The guy even squeezed his eyes shut, but still, he continued to drink. After taking a few small sips, the guy started coughing. 5 shots was too bitter. He grimaced and began to spit. The bitter taste, however, awoke in him memories of reality. He thought about it again and looked up. He wanted to look at the sky. He hoped that at least the sky here was the same as in real life. Otherwise, he'd just have to go crazy. It was at that moment that he didn't want to turn on the camera. He just wanted to be alone with himself. He looked up and saw a black, dark sky with stars flaring somewhere and a white moon in the middle. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind his back, slowly approaching him so quietly that he didn't even notice it. Immersed in his thoughts, he paid no attention to what was going on around him. And when a familiar female voice addressed him, the guy even twitched with surprise. He realized that there was only one person in the world who appeared so unexpectedly. Han Song shifted his eyes to the direction the voice came from. His gaze was slightly frightened, and he was waiting for whatever it was that was getting so close, at this hour, and catching people off guard. Some kind of maniacs swarming around. But when he saw who was standing next to him, he exhaled. He saw a familiar girl. Exhaling, the guy said that she scared him too much. You can't sneak up on people from behind like that. You could have a heart attack. Song Si-yeon stood across from him and looked at the frightened guy with surprised eyes. So it's her. It's funny. Standing against the night sky, her hair literally blending in with the blackness. She looked at him in surprise and asked him why he was so frightened, like he'd seen a maniac. But that was partly true, but the guy didn't let me see it. He continued to breathe heavily. His fright had taken its toll, and he tried to calm down. He realized that this was just his old acquaintance. He looked at her with a slightly annoyed look and asked that she not move with the shadows. The girl ignored his request and looked at his cup. What's that he had there? Of course, you're pretending not to hear it. That's just like her. The guy handed me a glass and offered me a taste. The girl was immediately embarrassed and thought, maybe we shouldn't drink after the who's who after all. She looked at him with a little disbelief, but she didn't agree. I didn't want to, or suddenly didn't want to. She brushed it off and said she didn't want to. The guy smiled and said that if she didn't want to, she could have her way. He went straight to his coffee. However, to everyone's surprise, the girl snatched the glass from him and immediately started drinking. It's strange somehow, as if she refused, but she behaves like a real impudent. As soon as the girl began to drink, she immediately felt an unbearable bitterness in her mouth, as if she was drinking water diluted with earth. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. She thought there would be something delicious. Immediately, she started to spit up. It tasted incredibly disgusting, as if she had really swallowed dirt. The girl didn't expect the guy to drink such filth. She handed him the cup back and, wiping her mouth with her hand, asked what it was. The guy calmly replied, as if nothing had happened, that it was an Americano with 5 shots. The girl looked at him with surprised eyes and wiped her mouth with her hand. He wondered to himself, she seemed to have such a temper, but she couldn't drink coffee? His gaze was literally mocking. The girl seemed to see it and asked him why he was staring at her like that. He was literally laughing as soon as the girl asked what was wrong. He said it was just funny to him to see how she couldn't just have a regular cup of coffee. The guy continued to smile. Naturally, the girl couldn't stand such insolence and immediately snatched the cup from the guy's hands. Give it to me! Of course, she didn't want to fall foul of some newcomer. Who the hell does he think he is? The guy just looked at the girl in fear. She kept holding the cup in her hands and yelling, "Here I am growing up. That's not the point at all. It's just that it's his coffee." So she drank a little bit of it. The guy smashed his hands together and through laughter said that she could drink the whole thing. He didn't care. The girl stood in front of him and for some reason tried to justify herself. She looked at him with the same contemptuous look, still clutching the cup of coffee in her hands. She looked at the cup. She didn't want to drink it at all because she knew what it tasted like. However, there was no way out. We would have to drink. The girl tasted the glass and began to drink in large gulps. Her face showed how much she didn't like it, but she was so stubborn that to give up so easily was like death to her. In the end, she drank it all, and I think she even ate some of the brew. And the girl squirmed even more and said it was good, but she said it with force, because the coffee tasted disgusting. She couldn't seem weak in front of him. The guy smilingly praised her. Young returned his cup. Was she even like this? As it seemed like there was some kind of change with her. But it didn't fit in his mind, remembering from the experience from the game. This girl was completely different. The guy kept holding the cup and thinking. It all appeared very strange to him. The girl acting completely unnatural to her nature. Why did she become like this in the first place? It didn't look not that strange. It looked very strange. He kept staring at that unfortunate cup. She was being rude to the others, and in general, she looked like a killing machine that was better not to be approached at gunshot range, but now she was acting ridiculous and even cute. The guy drank the rest of his coffee and thought it must be some kind of game bug or a bug, but things can't change that much. The girl just wasn't like herself. She's acting like a child. You can't have everything change so drastically so quickly. He took a few big gulps of the rest of the coffee and sighed heavily, asking why she had come here. The girl continued to stand beside him, and all this time she hadn't said a word. It looked strange to say the least. Hearing this question, it immediately embarrassed. She started looking for a normal answer. She started looking for a normal answer. She started looking for a normal answer, but all sorts of nonsense came into her head, the girl embarrassed. I think she even blushed for a second. It was the first time in her life that she had ever been embarrassed in front of someone. She wanted to say something that was probably important to her, but she averted her eyes, and it was obvious that she was very embarrassed. But finally, she managed to control her emotions and said that she had come here about her undiscovered skill. Her voice changed back to the same haughty tone. Han Song looked at her with a tired look. This was starting to get to him a bit. He had told her straight up that he would help her when they went to the dungeon after all. It was as if the girl had woken up and clocked the back of her head and said she had completely forgotten. No, but that's not like her at all anymore. For a second, there was silence between them. After a short pause, the guy asked, "Did she have anything else to say?" And then fell silent. The girl continued to be silent, as if picking up the words. She started muttering something to herself. It was very hard for her to find the right words. Apparently, she was very shy, though that only made it worse. She didn't look like herself. What the hell was wrong with her? Looks like someone's in love. Suddenly, however, she seemed to come to her senses and blurted out the first thing that came to mind. Her cheeks turned red for some reason. She asked, "If he gets bored, doesn't he want to try an assassin's mission? There's just an easy target not far away." She said it with such enthusiasm as if she was inviting him to a movie. He looked at her with a frightened or surprised look. Was she really? He didn't even find something to say in response. This sentence surprised and discouraged him so much that he swallowed his tongue for a second. Young stood beside him and waited for a response. The girl looked away. Is she crazy? Does she even know what common sense is? Apparently she doesn't. Suggesting a guy you barely know go on a murder spree together, well, that sounds a little dangerous at the very least. Han Song tried to deal with his inner resentment. He averted his eyes to the side, goosebumps ran down his back, and he felt a bit awkward and even creepy to be around her. At that time, the girl started talking. "Taken away, so she doesn't want it. You can basically pick a bigger target." She spoke of it with such ease, as if it meant nothing to her. The guy was even more confused. He was shaking even more. He was already silent about ordinary killing. Realizing the boundaries between the game and reality changed his thinking, and completely. He continued to stare silently in front of him, trying to control his thoughts, while the girl looked at him and waited for an answer. It was obvious that she was terribly shy, and she was very much interested in this answer. She suddenly remembered talking to Han Biel recently, his gaze spreading an ominous aura. He might not be right now, but he definitely intends to kill this newcomer. The girl closed her eyes, and she felt uncomfortable for a moment. She held up her hand and shivered a little. She couldn't let this happen. No way. It was worth learning more about the murder and being ready for anything. The girl tried to control her thoughts. She looked off into the distance and mentally said that the newcomer shouldn't die at his hands because someone else should kill him. She meant herself, of course. The girl tried to come to her senses after thinking like that. It was even a little hard for her to be honest. Yeah, she did it again. It's a pretty interesting activity. She said it with such ease, as if she were talking about hiking in the mountains, for example, or riding a bike. But no, she was talking about murder. It's not just like that. Yeah, it's a computer game and all that, but still. Hansung gathered his thoughts and declined, saying he didn't have time for this. The girl seemed to be stunned. She kept shivering, and she didn't fully realize that she'd been rejected. Then she went into a rage again and started yelling at the guy. He's the one who promised her to unlock her potential, so she's going to teach him by killing him. How's he like that? The guy looked at her with some horror. The assertiveness of this girl was frightening. She looked at him with a stern gaze, so stern that his hair started to move. He wanted to be anywhere else but here and now. This girl wouldn't get off his back. And what did she want from him? She's going to kill him any chance she gets, right? And why would he want to be a part of it? The guy stared at her with an uncomprehending look. What was even going on here? Why was she acting like this? He looked at her and tried to convince himself that it was just some mistake, some game flaw or something, but no, it couldn't be. He looked up at the girl from below as he sat on the steps. She blushed slightly, insists on killing, wants to do his favorite thing together. Wow, the guy seems to have fallen into a trap in a good way. He didn't have the courage to test her interest level, but it seemed this girl was asking him out on a date. The guy involuntarily covered his mouth with his hand. He felt even more creeped out. What was this? Why all of a sudden? She wanted to kill him all the time after all. Han Song sighed heavily. It was hard to refuse, especially when the girl was so insistent, but he was also afraid that if he refused, she would kill him, so who knew what she would think. All the same, the guy agreed, he already simply did not have the strength to refuse. As soon as the girl heard the consent, you immediately revived. She literally began to jump on the spot. She looked incredibly happy. She bent over to him, and with a smile in her eyes began to say, "Good decision. Killing is so much fun. They will practice and practice together." Her saying that made it even creepier. Killing is fun? It doesn't weigh shit. She was literally glowing with joy, and the guy didn't want to spoil the moment, and it could be dangerous for his life. He looked at the girl, who was literally glowing with joy, and he didn't want to spoil the moment. He looked up at the sky and mentally asked God to give him the strength to endure the next few days. Si Yan remembered, that's right. There should be an assassination order coming in a few days. We need to go together. The girl was just overflowing with enthusiasm. Han was trembling with fear. He really didn't want to get involved in this, especially so soon. However, the girl kept talking. When he tries it once, he will definitely change his mind. He was right to agree. Eating naturally is the right thing to do. Otherwise, she would just kill him. They continued to sit up at night and talk. Or rather, only she talked. If it's hard at first, there's an easier task. Maybe he'll try it. The boy was shivering. He wanted to fall asleep and pretend he didn't know or remember anything. Magic comes from the components or from the drawing of its diagram. Thus, the summoning, trap, borders, and other magic come together and become a dungeon. Most dungeons are a phenomenon of nature gathered around pieces of spores. However, that doesn't mean there aren't man-made dungeons. There are some that are created by a person with a high enough level of magic to combine all these components into one, as it takes an incredibly large amount of time and takes a lot of effort. The teacher sat behind his chair and explained a new topic to the students. The teenagers, however, sat in their seats and looked directly at him. In the assignment to the top guilds, you can see the best modern artificial dungeons in existence. They are made of hundreds of circuits, but its only specialty was protection, so if the mages wanted to destroy the circuitry, they could easily disable it. Han sat back in his seat, not really listening. He'd known all this for a long time, since he'd studied the game backwards and forwards. The boy thought, he used to draw these schemes for YouTube. There is nothing interesting in this lecture. He already knew it all perfectly well. Besides, he could have easily read this lecture himself, as his knowledge was undeniable. Then the teacher gave them an assignment. An exercise was drawn on the blackboard. You have found a small cave while exploring a new territory. You need to survive here with an injured person for a whole week. You need to choose 5 spells that can last with a medium-grade magic stone. And you need to think of a suitable plan. That's where the guy perked up a bit. A practical exercise? It was fun to do, and even funny, but he doubted that any of the students would be able to do it exactly right. The guys began to solve the exercises and immediately faced the first difficulties. Some of them, who were not particularly strong in magic, began to dumb and make mistakes. Others who were better at it began to help them. Han at this time was able to do it in just a few minutes without much difficulty. It wasn't difficult for him, as he had been doing it his entire conscious life. It was fun, and he was genuinely passionate about it. A sheet of paper with a drawn diagram lay in front of him, all ready to go. It was just a few minutes that flew by like a blink of an eye. He wanted to draw a more complicated diagram, but he was afraid that the others might not understand it. Charles, who was sitting next to him, looked at his diagram in surprise and opened her eyes in wonder. She had never seen anyone do such a task as quickly as this newcomer. Suddenly, the guy noticed that Sergei was also peeking at him. The guy was genuinely surprised. What, him too? Han thought that this guy was at least good at this. But no, his hopes turned out to be honest. Suddenly, something hard poked him in the back. The guy even flinched a little in surprise. Wanting to, he realized who had disturbed him. Han Sung turned around and saw that it was none other than Sion, who was poking him with her dagger, which thank God was protected, and asking him to teach her how to do it. Why is she pointing a weapon at him? And teaching her in a lecture would be a little awkward. She didn't seem to care at all. He turned around and saw the teacher heading straight for him. The man was waving his arms and trying to explain something, but the guy didn't pay any attention to him at all. He was tired and he sighed heavily. He was surrounded by only dumbasses, though why should he be surprised? They were only freshmen. The girl who was bothering him the most was the one who was bothering him the most. Well, there's nothing to be done. He's not some kind of an arrogant guy after all. We have to try to explain to them what's going on. He showed his diagram and started explaining it to everyone. It's very important to divide the magic stone according to the principle. If they set the pieces differently, they will join naturally. The other students began to pay attention to them as well, as their whispers could be heard throughout the classroom. Are they discussing the task together? Everyone wanted to know as well. But didn't this new kid become even uglier? He seems to have changed a bit. The main characters trust you. He got 5 popularity points. The minor characters are interested. He got 3 popularity points again. The guy looked at his characterization plate. Could he get more popularity points this way? It looked funny and weird, but if it worked, why didn't he take advantage of it after all? He started drawing another circuit to explain to the others how it works. One had to draw a simple circuit link with magic stone ink on top of that. They can slowly gather back magic. Another diagram was slowly forming on a piece of paper. The guy was enthusiastically explaining to the others how the principle of magic works. They just need to assemble them one by one with their internal ones. It will get another function if they change the composed parts a little. Another minute, and the diagram was ready. The guy drew it without any difficulty. It was a common thing for him, but the others looked at him surprised and scared at the same time. They certainly did not expect that the guy would have such a deep knowledge of magic. Suddenly, the magic circuit seemed to come to life, and out of it flew a small blue bird that looked literally like little pieces of sky. It flapped its wings and flew somewhere high. The sight was mesmerizing, to say the least, especially for those students who were experiencing something like this for the first time. They lifted their heads up and began to watch the creation with rapt attention. Khan was incredibly pleased with himself. This scheme is oriented a bit differently, the main point of which is not functionality, but visuals. He is an old-school player for a reason. He was incredibly proud of himself. A sign immediately popped up in front of him. You have interested the instructor, you have interested the candidates. You get popularity points. Not particularly useful, but still a valuable acquisition. The bird sat on the girl's finger. She literally felt with all her limbs how soft and pleasant this bird was to the touch. Charles looked at the bird, and it immediately began to disintegrate into dust. The girl shrieked and didn't notice the bird had turned into nothing. Han reflected that it would be nice to have a skill that could support such magic. The girl was upset apparently, and continued to stare at the finger on which a beautiful bird had been sitting just a moment ago. The boy thought if he could combine this with his skills, he could create a magical life form. This dungeon hunt would be very important. For further advancement thus, he would be able to strengthen his position not only in society, but also in the community of mages. The day was coming to an end. Evening was already descending upon the land, covering everyone in bright red. Classes were over, and students began to run out of the academy grounds with joyful squeals. Before leaving for the dormitory, the guy decided to run to the gym to pump up his fencing skills a bit, and in general to improve his physical shape. As soon as he entered the gym, he saw Sergey. The guy waved happily at him. Sergey seemed to be practicing again. He spread his hands and said that he had been very upset yesterday that Han had left without saying a word. Nadia was standing next to him, and she seemed to be practicing too. Han Song walked over to her and looked down at the girl in the same way. He continued to maintain his image so as not to arouse suspicion. It wasn't like he could fall foul of himself. He would be at least very embarrassed then. He turned to the girl, and she looked at him and was frightened again. Stammering, she asked, "What is it?" The guy came even closer to her, and in the same quiet, curt voice, told her not to bother him and to get lost somewhere. "I think he's overreacting. Well, if the case calls for it, you can't back down." As soon as the girl heard that, her body shook. She felt the same nasty shiver she'd felt the last time she'd met this guy. She suddenly lost all her fervor and was no more than a scared little girl. Nadia tensed up again and started shaking. The guy thought he should act like this until she realized her abilities, right? He seemed to doubt his own actions. He looked at the girl again. She seemed to have told Anton everything, for even after all that had happened, she had something to say to him. The girl clutched her stick in her hands, but she didn't dare to do anything. Dark Earth Mountain is not a place where Anton can talk so easily, so everything should be fine for now. Han Song walked up to Sergey and took his hand. The guy invited him to come with him. Sergey immediately agreed, but still looked over his shoulder at the girl who continued to shake with fear. They got a little farther away and got ready for their boy. Sergey said in a cheerful voice that his opponent should be a little more careful, for he had advanced a great deal. Han smilingly said he was already shaking with fear. Well, now, everyone was ready. Sergey prepared himself. He had been practicing all this time, and now he had improved his skills. It was impossible for him to lose at this moment. After all, he had been practicing his weapon skills for so long to make up for lost time. Sergey quickly pushed himself off the floor and rushed towards his opponent. He grouped himself, and now his technique was even more perfect. There was no way to lose just like that. Jin looked at everything that was happening and was even a little scared. His eyes reflected surprise, fear, and some confusion. It seemed to be the first time he had ever been in this place. But somehow, it is even possible to throw away or not a sign he is constantly practicing after all. The guy stood in front of the training room and did not know what to do. Before him spread out a huge expanse of action. Is this a training room? The guy stopped for a second and took a closer look. He felt a very strong mental force and also pressure. The guy even tensed up a bit himself. What was going on here? He still stood at the entrance to the hall, hesitant to enter. Who could be there? It was inconceivable. Not everyone could have that level of skill. He stepped a little closer and peered out from behind the door, and what he saw made all the difference. It all made sense now. Hong looked even more closely. There was a real battle. The guys were fighting among themselves, and not to the death. It was impossible to look away from such a sight. The guy was stunned, fascinated by what was happening. Sergey and Han clashed in a fight. They fought as if they were real professional swordsmen. There were loud blows of wooden sticks from each other. And now they fought almost on equal terms. The best swordsman candidate, Sergey, can stand up to almost the entire world. And someone dared to challenge him? Hong stood at the entrance and watched it all with clenched fists. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Han Song fought using all of his techniques. He knew that he should not underestimate this opponent. After all, he was a skilled swordsman, and Han had a lot of experience, but physically he was inferior to this man, so he would have to be careful. Jin looked at all of this with such astonishment, but why doesn't it affect him? He's fighting a champion after all. But how is that possible? They fought truly like professionals fully committed to their work. Fast, precise, and deadly. He didn't know if the newcomer could stand up to his sword. However, one had to take into account that this man had much more experience than everyone here. The guy was standing nearby, watching. Comparing their skills, Han Song was smaller than him in size. It hadn't been long since he had picked up the sword. Jin gripped his fist even harder. He didn't know where this guy came from. He didn't know about his origins. He didn't know what he was doing here. However, this mystery, this unknowable feeling, made him want to fight. Suddenly, the guy felt his entire body begin to burn. He incredibly wanted to fight this man. To experience his power, it was simply an unexplainable feeling. He was incredibly eager to fight. If he lost, they would fight again, and until Jin won. He was so annoyed by this that he almost couldn't hold his temper anymore. Han Song swung his stick and prepared for another powerful strike to finally end the fight. The guy was concentrated. His movements were precise and graceful. After all, he had years of experience in this game. Besides, he knew the weaknesses and strengths of all the characters. And then he dodged and hit Sergei's stick so hard that it broke again, flying in different directions. Sergei barely managed to stay on his feet in order not to fall to the floor. There was a cracking sound, and the stick snapped in two with a crunch. One part of it broke off and skittered across the floor, making a loud clattering sound. Well, that's the end of that fight. Sergei stood there, and for a couple more seconds he couldn't understand anything, much less accept defeat. It was a real shock for him. How could he lose? He had practiced so much, it was simply unthinkable. However, there was no other doubt, he had lost. Sergei held on to his stick for a few more seconds and kept looking at it, and he lost again. He said this with inexpressible regret, because he had been practicing all this time to get at least close to the level of his opponent. Han immediately ran up to him and said it was a great fight, really great. The guy was breathing hard, he really made a lot of progress. In his heart, however, he knew he was bluffing. They lived each other's weakness and fixed them. Now he had less and less chance of winning. The guy tried to hide his bluff, but it was getting worse and worse each time. Suddenly, someone called out to him. The boy turned his head there and looked to see who was approaching him. Suddenly, he heard stomping. Someone had swung over the fence in one fell swoop, and now he was coming toward him. The guy was running so fast that it seemed no one could keep up with him now. Han Song, as soon as he saw who was running towards him, it immediately bulged his eyes in surprise. What is he doing here? Why is he here? However, there was no stopping his acquaintance. The boy jumped over the fence and immediately ran toward him. He ran so fast that he looked like a maniac. An unbearable stomping sound spread everywhere. Jin jumped and landed on the ground with a loud rumble, so much so that everyone around even twitched in surprise. However, what was he doing here? Why is he even here? This was inexplicable after all. The energy literally radiated from this guy, and the heroic landing. It appeared that his body was engulfed in flames. For a second, Han was even a little afraid of such power. Jin looked at him with a pleading look and begged for him to fight him. Such excitement glistened on his face that the boy was tired, even a little uncomfortable. He realized that this man was many times his strength. Han kept begging for the guy to fight him immediately. He was literally glowing with enthusiasm. Han didn't know how to proceed. He stood there, even shaking a little with fear. There was no way to defeat this man in hand-to-hand combat, and even if he just hit him, there were doubts as to whether he would wake up afterward. Han was so persistent that the boy was already beginning to fear him. He remembered very well how this boy had started beating him with his bare hands without any difficulty, but he could only hope that if they clashed in hand-to-hand combat, the boy would survive it all. Though no, there was no doubt about it. If he hit him as hard as he could, he would probably die. Jin clenched his hands into fists and prepared for the fight. He was so enthusiastic that he was like a rabid buffalo right now. And the guy made the only right decision to get away. And as fast as he could, he turned around and screamed, "I'm tired and I'm going home." He ran straight out of the gym. The boy looked at him in surprise. Han realized that he should stay away from this guy for a while, if he wanted to stay alive. As the day drew to a close, Han Song literally flew out of the gym and headed for his house. He had to get some rest or he would definitely fall off his feet. Soon night had fallen. The lights were beginning to come on in the dormitory windows. The students had returned home and were now going about their business. And only in the student library there was some strange, vague silhouette walking around. It was wandering among the bookshelves and as if it was searching for something. Everyone was already asleep. No one could catch him. The shadow came even closer and paused for a second, as if listening to see if anyone was following it. But no, he was alone in this place. It wasn't hard to guess that it was Han with Xu Young. The girl was standing beside him and seemed to be shaking a little with fear. This place was depressing, especially at night. The guy looked at her with surprise. He didn't expect the girl to be nervous. She looked at him with a kind of disbelief. The guy asked, did she still not trust him? She thought it was weirder that they were here. They're still on the school campus, still here. Charles raised her hand. This all seemed a little strange to her too. The girl was incredibly afraid. She was already fearful. And now, being out here at night, she felt as uncomfortable as possible. She was trying to calm down, but she wasn't doing a very good job of it, to say the least. Library and dungeons are a logical combination, but this place... The guy looked at her with an expression of extreme dislike. Even she didn't trust him. He took a few confident steps forward and stood in front of the others. He was confident in his abilities. He'd brought them here for a reason, but he didn't seem to be able to win their trust. Now all he has to do is show them something. Now he would open the dungeon. The boy took a few confident steps forward and held out his hand. He began to take turns pushing the books on the shelves. At first, well, a book slowly gave way. Then he translated and did the same. Exactly the same suppleness drove back away. Suddenly, a handful of electrical pulses descended to the floor, as if someone had plugged in an outlet. Immediately, the energy began to spread, filling almost the entire space. The boys were surprised, and only Hans stood there as if he had expected it. The girls were a little frightened by this unexpected turn. In front of them, a hole began to appear, quite large, blue, and bright white in color. It seemed to be the passage to the dungeon. Si Yan thought. Her skepticism began to slowly recede. It's really here. The guy asked, should he cancel their contract? The girl shook her head negatively. She seemed to be overflowing with enthusiasm. She would have liked to go ahead already, however. The guy stopped her. We had to wait some more. There was one more thing they had to do before they went in. Before they entered this dungeon, there had to be at least some preparation. The guy opened his spreadsheet. They're using a special target awakening skill. The main character's skills for the fastest awakening. Quick thinking is selected. Acceleration awakening, it will continue to accelerate with constant training. Shi Yan felt as if her body began to overflow with some strange energy. She didn't even have time to say anything, but suddenly this electric pulse passed through her entire body and then disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared. Suddenly she felt something strange that had never happened to her before. She looked at her tablet and fell silent. Then the girl realized everything and clenched her fist. He had done it after all. She was incredibly pleased. The guy had kept his promise and seemed to have helped her unlock her skill. Next, it was Charles' turn. The guy repeated the same action, and the girl clenched her eyes. It was a strange reaction, but was it really worth it? The guy's doubts closed in for a second. The girls stood and looked at each other. They felt strange. Charlie didn't even believe she had such hidden potential. They seemed to be satisfied. Yes, and the guy himself looked a little happy. He was pleased that the girls looked pleased after all. He'd done well for his first time. Now they should have moved forward. He took another confident step toward the portal. Now an unprecedented adventure awaits them. This was the first time they were going down into the dungeon, not just for training, but as a real mission. Come on! The boy, like a true gentleman, stepped forward. Bright blue color began to spill around him. And now, they were already one step away from a strange and very promising dungeon. He stood in the middle of the circle and waited, only a few seconds left before they would dive into the new dungeon. Now there would be monsters waiting for them or something. It literally took a few seconds before they were inside. The guy came out first. It was a little damp and chilly inside. Quite natural for a dungeon. Now the three of them were in a very real dungeon. The girls began to look around with some surprise. It was their first time here, after all. And only for Han was it akin to a normal walk. He immediately lit a small glowing orb. This would serve as their lantern. It didn't consume much magical energy, but it still illuminated the path nicely. There was a reason he used this ability after all. A bright white light illuminated the path. There was only blackness and the unknown ahead. To be honest, the blackness and darkness of this dungeon was a bit frightening. However, the guy moved forward without any hesitation. They moved forward. The corridors were the same everywhere, and to top it off, there wasn't a very pleasant odor here. Just like a normal dungeon. There was nothing to be surprised about, so they had to keep going and get to the end of the line. Shi Young looked around and seemed to have lost her mood. Is this a sewer? The guy replied that this place was built as a sewer, but it has become a great hiding place for monsters. There are enough of them to make it fun. Then he ordered her to hide in the shadows and attack when the opportunity presented itself, and let Charles contain the monsters with his lightning. The girls nodded in response, and he will take on the most responsible mission. The boy stood still for a second, as if to endure a rhetorical pause. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and several drones appeared near him. They immediately buzzed, and their buzzing spread throughout the entire dungeon. Every corner seemed to hear them. How can you do that? What kind of conspiracy? The guy waved his arms and directed the drones into the darkness of the dungeon. Hey, Lynn, the long passageway in the back. Have her show all the corners. The drones immediately rushed into the darkness, emitting a loud buzzing sound that spread almost everywhere. The guy stood in some heroic pose, or not. It was more like a ballerina's pose. He had his arms spread out, and he was staring down the pitch-black tunnel. What's this unnecessary pathos? And what's this all about? Who is he here in the dungeon trying to impress? The girls looked at him from the back. Charlie was simply delighted. Si-young, on the other hand, didn't seem to share his enthusiasm. The girl looked at him like he was an idiot. It's just a wonderful instrument. The guy didn't seem to pay any attention to them. The name would be the Academy's secret room, or maybe secret dungeon exploration. Also good. He seemed to get too engrossed and stopped paying attention to anything at all. The girls started to look at him. They felt some embarrassment for their companion. He was acting like a child who got an expensive toy for the first time. What kind of behavior is this? Is this really how students behave? In a surprised voice, Charlie asked, "But is it okay to do that? Publish information about a secret dungeon on YouTube?" The guy just waved his hand in response. Who cares who's going to care about it? Besides, they'll take it all for themselves anyway. He seemed to be over-enthusiastic, which was natural. It was his venture. Now they would just have to do it right. Si-young didn't seem to share his enthusiasm at all. That's if they can do it. The guy immediately opened his tablet. You've bypassed the defenses and entered the hidden dungeons. Parashell Sanctuary, rank D. The strength of the incoming candidate is staggering. The position of the protagonist has been confirmed, increasing the rank of the hidden dungeon. Activation of an urgent quest, Sanctuary, became the refuge of the awakened one. Rank T's, activation of strange luck. Activation of a new reward level increases with the difficulty of the dungeon. Well, it's a bit of a surprise, so set up that no one got through with half a kick. From now on, needing to be on guard as best as possible, the girls looked at him with surprise. Looks like the difficulty of the dungeon had increased by 1 level. Now the monster had also become stronger. Well, they had signed up for this themselves. Suddenly, from the blackness of the tunnel came a growling sound, and it seemed that someone was looking at them. Charles trembled. The girl was scared for her life. She was afraid for her life, as it was the first time they were in such a dungeon. But what should they do now? A strange scream came from the dungeon. It was literally deafening, and now it seemed the boys were in terrible and dangerous danger. The monster was apparently quite strong, and now they had to fight it. The guy told everyone to get ready. They were about to face a very interesting challenge. He took up his sword and got ready. They're coming! The guy pulled out his sword and thrust it straight forward into the darkness. He was ready to face anything and anyone. This was going to be their final test, with not only the treasure at stake but their own lives too. They were D-rank ghosts, flying at them with great speed right now. From afar they looked like some rags that had just learned to fly. However, don't be fooled. These things were much more dangerous than they looked. Suddenly the guy used his soundwave spell, however, Ghost immediately blocked it. What the hell? Soundwave doesn't work? The guy was surprised and even a little scared. So how would they fight these ghosts? He still had his hand at the ready. He had his sword out so that he could rush to attack at any moment. He cast an introductory spell and the water was near the ghost. What a good time. Now we can destroy it. He ordered Charlie to use her spell immediately. The girl prepared herself, and a lightning bolt appeared in her hands, or rather a whole ball of lightning that was ready to burst straight to the target. Khan immediately released a jet of water that went straight into the ghosts. The water had miraculously learned to fly, and it flew straight ahead. The girl immediately used her electricity spell, and a bundle of electricity immediately flew straight into the water. Water and electricity are the perfect tandem. They clash, and together they create a killer force. The girl continued to use her spell for as long as she needed to, even though it was quite difficult. Lightning wasn't her magic attribute, it was her skill. The ghosts wouldn't be able to fight her back now. It would be a matter of little else. And ordered Si-young to attack. The girl immediately understood and rushed to attack directly at the ghosts. She swung her sword and approached them swiftly fast. When the ghost gets close, they will stop attacking from long range. He ordered Charlie to strike once more with lightning. The boy was ready to rush into the attack at any moment. The girl nodded her head and tensed even more. More electric sparks flew from her hands. They charged the weapon. The guy's sword glowed from the electricity. It was infused with energy, and now his attack seemed to have been strengthened. The girl's blade also began to shine. If she could hit someone with this blade, her victim wouldn't survive. That was certain. The guys ran forward. They waved their weapons, and the distance between them and the ghosts was rapidly shrinking. They were like electric ghosts that were coming closer and closer. The ghosts were flying right at them. The guys swung their guns and aimed electric waves at the ghosts. If they collided with them, the ghosts would definitely not be left alive. As it happened, the electric waves reached their target and tore the ghosts to shreds. However, it seems there was more to it than that. They had an advantage when they shortened the distance between the monsters. However, they couldn't relax. The boy turned his head in different directions and looked for another ghost. This couldn't end that easily. He shouted to the others not to relax, for another ghost remained at large. "Another ghost! Leave only one alive!" The guy looked at them and shouted with all his might, his voice spreading throughout the dungeon. The girls looked at him in surprise. Why leave ghosts alive? Shi-young looked at him in disbelief. She still didn't understand. How was he going to get the treasure? The girl apparently didn't fully trust him yet. Charles looked at him in surprise. Her eyes widened even more. The girl didn't expect him to order them to let the ghost live. What could it mean? The ghosts were getting bigger and bigger. There was already a whole army of them. They were approaching the guys with ghastly sounds. They were quite creepy to look at, resembling executioners' hoods, which forward with their bright blue eyes. The girls prepared to strike again, but in this environment, only one had to be left alive, and keep him alive. The guy kept turning his head in different directions. They had an advantage. Once they were able to shorten the distance between the monsters, now need not miss the right moment to deal with the rest of the points. The boy screamed again, "One ghost, leave only one alive." He was completely focused on the fight and in control of everything going on around him. Charles continued to conjure. Lightning bolts burst out of her hands. The girl was directed right there in the thick of the ghosts. She tried her best to apply the spell. However, her strength was almost running out. Hearing her comrade's order, she stopped and looked at him with surprised eyes. But why would they leave one ghost alive? Her eyes widened in surprise. The guy moved forward and said he had something to do. He held his sword in his hands and cut the distance between the ghosts as fast as he could. Si-yeon stopped and held tightly onto her blade. Knowing their number, he's still making up extraneous matters. The girl was a bit annoyed. What kind of childishness is this? She swung her charged blade, and in one fell swoop, she cut down one of the ghosts. No more flying around in the clouds. It's time to fight. What the hell is he doing? The girl was ready to tear him apart with anger. Han continued to fight. He chopped down another ghost. The guy was really tired. These ghosts were too many, even though they were relatively weak. But dealing with them was still a challenge. Of course. The guy realized this as he swung again and chopped another ghost to pieces. It wasn't hard to fight them when they were outnumbered. He himself had no trouble chopping them in half, leaving only small scraps of them. By the way, they did look a lot like rags. Well, right now, we need to reduce their numbers. The ghosts were getting closer and bigger. It seemed they weren't even getting smaller. They seemed to appear in darkness. There were so many ghosts that the whole space was covered by their ghastly bodies. The lightning bolts continued to spread around. They filled almost the entire corridor. Charles did her best, but the ghosts didn't get any smaller. She had to keep them dangerously close, or the boys would be in trouble. One of the lightning bolts deftly struck right into the ghost's body, if it could be called that, of course. As soon as the electricity got close to him, it immediately tore his little raggy body in half, the ghost immediately disintegrating into many small pieces. As soon as the ghost's body vaporized, some strange pebbles sprinkled out of it. They began to fall to the floor with a clatter, and the girl splayed her hands in surprise. She was still in a fighting stance, still thinking that someone was going to attack her. Then she calmed down a bit, and fear was replaced by surprise. So many mana stones. That wasn't bad, considering she uses mana for her spells. The girl was unheard of excited. Si-yeon stepped on one of the ghosts, which turned out to be quite material. It let out a death squeak. Its body was a bit soft and was easily squeezed through. She stepped on the ghost and looked away. The girl asked after the hunt they would just split the reward. "That's right. The boy nodded his head. He didn't want to upset her, so now one must quite agree. The girl was laying down ghosts with ease, so she was quite a dangerous opponent. The last ghost was still alive, as expected. However, what was the guy going to do with him? Charles was standing next to them and collecting rocks. The girl was just excited, it seems, and didn't notice anyone around her at all. The guy saw that the last ghost was still alive. He drew his sword. He took out a few pebbles and placed them in the center of the magic circle that had suddenly appeared on the floor. He drew it so quickly that no one even blinked an eye. It was a magical transformation diagram. On one circle lay a ghost who was barely breathing. On another, a few mana stones, and on the third, finally, a cube. But what was he going to do? It was the first time the girls had seen something like this, or watched with depicted gazes as the guy began to conjure. Han tensed, and something strange began to happen around him. Charles stood behind him, her eyes wide with surprise, still holding her stones. The girl was fascinated, and even a little afraid. The dark energy that suddenly filled the entire space began to approach Cube. The ghost began to literally vaporize before his eyes. There was an unpleasant grinding sound, not a pleasant sight to behold. The ghost was literally dissolving and giving up a death groan. For a second, it felt a little sorry for him. His body began to turn into small shreds that flew away to where the cube stood. Eventually, the cube almost completely absorbed the ghost's body and began to turn purple in color. All that was left of him was a mere mention. It took literally a few more seconds for the cube to turn completely purple in color, just like the ghost in the past. Here we go, the stone. A stone made from a low-level attribute of darkness. It's not a bad artifact at all. You can use it to improve your weapon or give it some properties. The guy took the purple cube in his hands and showed the others. Here we go, it's ready. Seong asked, what was this even? It was the first time the girl had seen something like this, and the guy held the cube in his hands as if it was just like that, not even bothering to explain anything. Suddenly he stammered. They hadn't been trained to extract attributes at the beginning of the game, had they? This is embarrassing. I wanted to show off my skills, but I came out a fool. They haven't been taught how to do that yet. They're just freshmen, and he's already showing off high-level magic. Okay, I'll have to explain. The guy poked his finger at the barely alive ghost that was still lying on the magic mark. He said it was a ghost of darkness attribute, and the stone that absorbed his attribute could extract them. The guy showed the girl the purple pebble again, and she still stared at him with such an uncomprehending look. To be honest, I didn't bother her with it. Only more questions came up. He sighed heavily. All right. He had to leave the theory as it was simply useless, he asked the girl. Would she lend him her weapon? Se-young was a little surprised at the request. Why would he need her weapon? She never parted with it. Though okay, if it's for business, that's certainly something she could report to him. The girl held out her curved blade. Han said he would show her something interesting now. It was a well-forged blade, a rare weapon, a vicious dagger made by a skilled craftsman. It increased dexterity by 3 units. The guy put the blade on the magic mark and said that she should consider it a down payment for helping to clean up the dungeon. The girl stood behind him and watched without understanding. It was the first time they had seen something like this. They had only been shown the theory before, but here they were seeing it in practice. There was a crackling sound, and the energy from the attribute cube began to transfer to the dagger, and it began to turn the same purple color. This happened for a while, literally a few seconds. However, it didn't take long for the result to show up. Soon, the dagger was the same purple color. A well-forged weapon. Rare. A vicious dagger made by a skilled craftsman. Assigned a purified low-level attribute of darkness. Dexterity increase 4 darkness attribute 5. Endurance plus 5%. Resistance to the theme plus 3%. Not too high level, but good enough for her. Hansong picked up the blade from the ground and held it out to the girl. It was good now. The dagger had changed a bit in appearance and also gained new characteristics. He held out the weapon to the girl. Now she should like it. She immediately snatched the dagger out of his hands and irritatedly and even a little frightened said that she didn't understand anything. Not a single word he said. The girl held the dagger so tightly in her hands as if it was some treasure she was afraid of losing. Suddenly, she felt something about this dagger change. Something very subtle, but she could feel it nonetheless. It was as if it had gotten lighter, her movements had gotten easier, and it seemed that even she had gotten a little lighter. The girl swung her dagger and it easily yielded to cut through the air. She looked at him with surprised eyes. Something was a little unusual about it all. Okay, gotta try to swing again. The girl swung her arm and finally felt an incredible ease in her movements. This had never happened to her before. She waved her dagger and magical dark circles diverged from its blade. It was the same energy, the same low-level attribute of darkness. The girl felt something new, something unknown to her, but she liked it. Soon she stopped. The girl stood and held tightly to her curved blade. Well, now she had a new power. The girl looked at her blade in surprise, fear, and admiration. It had new powers now. It's gotten that good? This is crazy. The girl still couldn't believe her happiness. She was now the owner of such a powerful weapon. The guy looked at his screen, which immediately displayed a message that this girl's affection for him had increased. So much so that there was even a notification that said, "What the hell?" That's a little hard to believe. He looked at the slightly detailed characterization of her and was a bit stunned. Reliability, sympathy, affection. What? What was going on here anyway? The guy stood there and couldn't even move. It wasn't just weird for him. It was a little creepy. The attachment went above that just doesn't make sense. Where did it even come from? The guy was trembling slightly from embarrassment. Naturally, the girl feels sympathy and affection for him. How can it not be expensive? The guy began to study his characteristics. When it was less than 4 points of charm, it was said that you couldn't stand to look at it for seconds. The average person wouldn't be attracted to that. But what's going on here? There was definitely something fishy going on here, although, don't you have a clue? On the other hand, this girl is far from normal, so it could be easily explainable. We need to see the sympathy in the Charles. The guy opened the same window and looked at the girl standing next to him. There was also a light next to it, but it had no characteristics. There was something more like the truth there. Reliability, sympathy, affection. Yeah, it was a lot less than that, but at least it's normal, or more like normal. The guy clenched his fist. That's right. That's how the average girl should feel about him. But Cars isn't that small. Even a stray dog has more than that. Yes, on the one hand, it was normal. On the other hand, it was even a little offensive. The boy lowered his head. He realized that he had taken a wrong turn somewhere, and now he had received affection not from the person he expected. The girls looked at each other. What was wrong with him? Charles shook her head. She had no idea. And so, another sharp swing of the sword, and another ghost was defeated. It literally shattered into several pieces. The guy had already fought them without much difficulty, and now all that was left was to find the treasure. Although what they found could already be called treasure, the dungeon cleanup was going great, very easy. Plus, he had managed to make a lot more videos for his channel. Drone kept circling next to him, filming every moment and capturing it on his camera. Guy smiled happily. As he thought, thanks to the video blog, he finally felt alive. Just like in real life, in order to fight his loneliness, he kept a social networking page. He did the same thing here as in the real world, and it worked too. Shi Young seemed to really like it. The girl smiled and watched with delight as the guy did another magic thing she still hadn't seen before. The girl noticed his gaze on her and turned around. She looked at him with a serious look, and for a second, she seemed to come to her senses. However, no. After a moment, the girl broke into a smile. Well, no, that was certainly not like her at all. Cheerful in life, joyful, benevolent. What's wrong? Yes, it's very hard to guess, of course. Our protagonist is a bit of a dumbass. Don't mind him. Hand waved back, painful to look at. The guy didn't understand anything at all. It must be hard to catch her dazzling smile. But you did it. So don't waste time, you idiot. When he had seen her after a fight in the past, she was often in the process of killing someone. And right then, was she real or not? Or was she just scary to him? In short, it was best not to go near her then. The moment the guy saw her last time, her look of horror, she was really like a shadow assassin. There was nothing but coldness and indifference in her eyes. And now what? This is bullshit. Right now, however, she looks like a normal teenager. Maybe they were deliberately drawn that way because of the moment. However, some rules or users initially look like anyone who approaches them will be instantly killed, and this girl doesn't like any blogger. Well, that's not surprising. And that's why the guy is so intimidated by her level of affection. It's extremely strange, but what did she like about him so much? He still couldn't figure it out. What was wrong with him? Why was she so attached to him? He seemed to be acting like his usual self, but there was definitely something wrong here. Okay, they were done at this level. Need to move on. He turned to the girls and nodded his head, and they didn't nod back. Then we'll have to get ready. Charles was scared again. The girl realized that they were about to face another challenge. They approached another room, and the girl's eyes widened in surprise. It was exactly what they thought it would be. The boss room. There, the final challenge awaited them, and also the main reward. The guys stood near a huge grate that rose straight up to the ceiling. Well, that's what the gate looked like. The girls looked forward fearfully. Charles asked in a shaky voice maybe they should take a break for a minute. Their raid had been going on for hours. Her friend agreed. That's right. We need to conserve energy. After all, they've already used up the artifact recovery, so it wouldn't hurt to get some rest, just for a few minutes. Yeah, the guy agreed too. Opening his tablet. It was true, the difficulty level was higher than he thought. Then he would have to rest first, after all. The boss was not going to get away from them. And if they lost there, it could end badly for them, not only in the game, but also in reality. In front of him were many bottles of various potions. It felt like they were in some sort of laboratory. He unloaded them from his inventory, and the little vials rumbled to the earth. There were so many of them that it looked like this guy was doing alchemy as well. The girls wondered, does he sell them for a living? Charlie was just thrilled. This was the first time she was seeing them in person. It made the girl wonder, how come there are so many? There are so many of them here, just like in the lab. The boy took one of the greens and with a sharp gulp drank it down. He said he had prepared them just in case. It was better to restore their stamina, magic, and mental strength first. And then before entering the boss room, use the reinforcement potion. So this would be just right. Charlie immediately took one of the bottles and began to greedily drink the potion, apparently a mana potion. It's not surprising. Si-Yun looked at the vial in disbelief and said that it was written in the contract. But where did he get so much money? It's hard to believe that a mere student could have such a large amount of money. Without hesitation, the guy replied that a lot of money just suddenly fell on him. And how did he get his billions? The girl looked at him with disbelief. This guy seemed to her more and more strange dots. However, Han was even a little frightened by such interest to his person. He still could not get used to such a girl. She was completely different. What had become of her? Not know why she was so attached to him. The guy coughed. No time for an explanation. The boss room wouldn't clear itself. So the next boss will be a zombie. Probably he escaped from the arena. The girls stopped in front of him and listened intently. By the looks of it, they were in for a big fight, so they needed to be ready. Normally, it's a rank B monster, but when the dungeon level increases, it gains a slightly higher rank, so it's a rank A, which makes it much more difficult. The guy was completely serious. It may say everything, however they need to listen carefully to his command. The girls answered in one voice that they understood everything. He's recorded as awakened. Probably made him even stronger. So we'll have to try harder. The three of them may have a hard time, given their current level. The guy moved forward. But let's not get too intimidated for too long. We need to use potions, and finally move forward. The guy immediately went to the entrance of the boss's room. He opened the door with a creak and moved forward. From there, it was beyond grave cold. The guy stood at the entrance and did not dare to go inside. He was even a little creepy, but he was ready for anything. But still, who knows what will happen with this boss? He had a high rank, which made him a dangerous opponent, and they didn't have such a high level. The zombie walked around in an empty room. His skin was pale, and he was wearing some tattered rags as a grandfather. His eyes were swollen or closed, or not there at all. The zombie walked aimlessly from corner to corner and made some inarticulate mumbling sounds. If you look closely, you'll see that he looks pretty miserable, just an ordinary-looking man with pale skin, tattered clothes, and swollen eyes. It looks depressing. If you do not look closely, you can take him for an ordinary bum. Han Song drew his sword and prepared to attack. After all, one should never underestimate. Appearances can often be deceiving, and it seemed like now was the time. This monster could leave them in the dark, given the level he had attained. The beast looked at him with its swollen white eyes. He let out a wheeze of some kind and looked in the direction of the newcomers. The monster expressed absolutely no emotion, just stared at them. But suddenly the guy felt an aura, a very dark and ominous aura that was literally entangling him with its tentacles. Is this not really spreading zombies? What's wrong with this place? He felt like something was pressing down on his head. Han shouted to the others to dodge immediately. If they were attacked by this zombie, they would definitely not survive. The guys immediately jumped back to the sides. It seemed like something had flown into the place they had just been. No, it was holes, which materialized right under their feet, a veritable maelstrom of stone. Si-Yun quickly jumped aside and was at the other end of the room. She was a little frightened. She didn't expect the zombie to have such properties. The boy sat on the other side of her and held the frightened Charles in his lap. The girl herself would never have had time to dodge such a thing. One more second and she'd be finished. Now she was scared to death. Yes, indeed. The place where the guys had just been standing was a big hole. Could zombies really have such properties? He didn't remember that in the movies zombies could do that from a distance. It's about meters in diameter. That's pretty big. What is it? The guy examined the monster. Charles didn't even react. What kind of terrifying power does this monster have? Goosebumps ran down the guy's back. In this one, appearances can be deceiving now. This zombie is a mortal danger to them. At this time, Zombie was walking as if nothing had happened. He was not distracted from his occupation of walking from corner to corner. The guys looked at him from afar. This was some kind of high-grade special skill. There was no way an ordinary zombie could have such a crushing effect. It was space control, no other way. This zombie also possessed telekinesis. He could create funnels under his opponent's feet with his mind, and at such a speed that it was a very difficult task to react to them. Shi Young's boyfriend shouted for her to be careful. The monster is moving very fast. You have to dodge it like that. The girl realized this the first time she encountered the monster. Again, he looked at them with his predatory gaze. His space control skill has S-rank potential. This zombie is a rank, so it would be very difficult for them. The guys had just entered the academy and were already fighting such a high-level monster. Zombie standing a few meters away from the girl. Between them were many holes made by this very zombie. He made them with such ease that it seemed to be some kind of entertainment for him. The girl was already quite tired. She looked at the monster, whose strength had not only not waned but also increased. She was already breathing heavily. She was even a little scared. For the first time in her life, she was facing such danger. The zombie once again reached out his hand to use his spell again. It was as if his body was covered in dark energy. He even started to gain strength. Yes, when is this thing going to die? How is that possible? The girl felt the ground beneath her feet begin to move. There, the zombie seemed to have caught her. The girl looked under her feet and prepared to jump aside. Now it was necessary to act decisively. If she did not have time, she would fall into this hole, and get out of it would be extremely difficult, unless she broke something there. However, her reaction was enough to jump away from the place where the huge hole was appearing at the last moment. The girl was a good athlete, and a skillful assassin as well. Han watched her from the side. The girl was easily bouncing away from the pits created by the monster. She was literally floating in the air. The guy clenched his teeth. Best to avoid this monster. Even through the shadows, she couldn't get close to him. The monster appeared to be quite strong, however. How does he do it? He literally reads their minds. This way, it just couldn't be him. The guy looked back to where a frightened Charlie stood. She didn't even react to his attack. Because of that, she was out of his reach. She's keeping a distance. If the girl gets closer, she'll be in trouble. She's right to be afraid. The guy began to think hard. He needed to strategize. However, he immediately felt the dark aura begin to approach him. The zombie had captured him in its field of vision. At the last moment, he bounced to the side, and just where he had just been standing, a deep hole formed. The zombie was incredibly fast. Something not like the usual zombie, slow and clumsy that were in the movies. Guy, on the other hand, was used to this kind of thing. He boosts his legs with magic and still barely manages to dodge. Judging by the fluctuations of magic in the air, they won't be able to play catch-up with him forever. The guy landed a few meters away. Luckily, his radius is a little limited, and he doesn't think this thing can combine them. Basically, it's two kinds of attack. There were holes everywhere, about 3 meters in diameter. There were already so many of them that there was almost no space left. He charged his hand with magical energy. But they won't win in a battle of attrition. This monster has much more stamina and magic power, so they should finish it quickly. This zombie only got a high rank due to his space control ability. The rest of his stats are very bad, so if they get a chance, they will attack immediately. The zombie continued to create funnels around him, preventing anyone from getting dangerously close to him. The guy turned to his virtual assistant and asked, "Is he filming everything?" The drone answered in the affirmative with its mechanical voice. About the account she had told him about the first time, would it be able to block an attack like that? The drone replied that if only one, and so here it was possible. As expected from the system's defenses, he looked at his nameplate and thought he had only one chance. The system store. He would need to buy 3 mid-grade magic and 1 mid-grade stamina. Only that would help him defeat this thing. After all, the situation was starting to heat up to the extreme right now. Immediately, several signs appeared in front of him. "You have bought 3 middle-class magics." Along with that came a bag of blue liquid, which the guy immediately stuffed into his mouth. And then he bought magic one more time. It was the magic of middle-class adulthood. He put all those tubes in his mouth and greedily began to absorb the liquid, looking like some kind of sick person with a drip next to him. The guy got his sword ready. He needed to get a good photo for the preview. He ordered the drone to do it. The guy took his sword, and now he looked like a superhero. But for some reason, this superhero was covered with different drips. The guy immediately started thinking of a name. He didn't forget for a second that he could be YouTube channeled. He opened sideways, dodging the monster's next attack. Since a long time ago, whenever he made a video, it was always with great concentration. He was absorbing all this magical power. One could never stop there. The guy prepared another image. The name of my magic exploding. Sounds pretty good to me. He was just about to start a new explosion cycle. Next to him was another rock that flew into the wall. He enjoyed the thought that someone would turn their gaze to it. He tried his best to get people's attention, since he himself was lonely in real life. There, in reality, he had a rather peculiar nickname, attention-obsessed perverts. The guy kept absorbing the elixirs. This was the most exciting moment for him. Now his destiny would be fulfilled. He ordered his artificial intelligence to prepare. The guy continued to devour the magic elixirs with frenzy. Drom immediately created a shield. It appeared literally out of nowhere and covered the boy from further blows. It was something similar, like a bee honeycomb. Han stood behind the shield and continued to dodge the attacks. The guy was following the plan. He just had to hold on a little longer. He continued to imbibe magic elixirs. He was using middle-class mothers. The small flask began to strain, and the blue liquid poured straight down the tube at a great speed. And then he used middle-class stamina. The red liquid also went into his mouth. He was literally glowing from the power overflowing from him. The guy even shivered a little. He didn't expect such a strong effect. All the potions started to face into his body. He felt an incredible power. The guy sucked more and more elixir into his body, and the more he did, the stronger he became with each passing second. In another second, his flask would be empty within an hour. Soon the elixir ran out, and the last of its drops flew into the tube. Then he absorbed them. The guy was at his limit. His body was literally exploding from his strength. It seems the physical abilities hadn't grown to that level yet, and the guy felt a little bad. He pushed himself off the ground with his foot and prepared to run forward. He was overflowing with power. Even though he was at his limit, he prepared for the final throw. He rushed from his seat and ran with such speed that he didn't even notice the shield that was right in front of him. He literally destroyed it with his body, the shield shattering into small pieces. The guy didn't even feel it, even though the shield was very strong. His body was overflowing with such a powerful energy that he could hardly handle it. Soon the vials of potions were released, and now all he had to do was use the power given to him. The boy ran with all his legs, his body glowing with the overflowing energy. This was his finest hour. The guy ran, running as fast as he could. He flew past the monster and swung his sword with a single swing, hitting it in the neck, but the monster didn't even seem to notice. The guy was so fast that it was hard to follow his movements. He stopped and was breathing heavily. His heart was literally jumping out of his chest. The guy was at his limit. The zombie turned to him and looked at him over his shoulder. The monster didn't even seem to fully understand what had happened. The monster put out his hand to once again use his magic. He looked at him with his white eyes and prepared to deliver one last crushing blow. However, suddenly, the monster's head began to slide forward. There appeared to be a large cut that literally separated the monster's head from its body. Then another wave swept through, following the guy and finally killing the monster. The monster began to fall to the ground, its head falling off in one blow. With a loud sound, he fell to the ground. It was his last breath now. The monster was defeated. Han stood a few meters away, still in his fighting stance. He was breathing hard. He was having trouble concentrating. The poor guy was already barely on his feet. His muscles ached. He couldn't feel anything yet as his body was overflowing with adrenaline. The guy froze in place. Then he lowered his sword, and it struck the blade directly into the stone floor with a loud sound. Even he drove a little bit there. The guy didn't have a single drop of strength after that. He had completely depleted his physical reserves. He was breathing heavily and trying to get his breathing in order. The magic that had overwhelmed him was leaving his body. This is how it ends. It was worth saying that this process was quite unpleasant. He started to feel dizzy. His strength was running out after all. His legs were having trouble holding him up. He couldn't control his body anymore and just started falling backwards. Damn it! Now there was only blackness in front of his eyes. As soon as the girls saw all this, they ran straight to him. The boy was lying on the cold ground, and he felt like he was dying. His whole body ached so much that he couldn't control himself. The boy was breathing heavily, and all he could do was roll his eyes. He'll rest for a while and later show all the traps and seals, so you just have to wait a bit. Even on the brink of death, he was dedicated to his work. He took the stamina potion, which he still had a little bit left, and brought it to his mouth. The girls looked at him with frightened faces. Charles said it seemed like he didn't have to worry about it. They didn't even do anything. Well, it's over now. The guy was sitting there, and he was thinking a little bit. First, he'd have to check the cube. A lot of signs popped up in front of him. They destroyed the awakened zombie with a sword. Excellent results. User Han Song destroyed a zombie with a one-handed sword. This achievement will go down in history. The 2 characters saved will remember it for a lifetime. Achievement rank. Historical. They cleared the hideout of the awakened one. Secret rewards were found. S+ class space control cube. Attacking cube. Prevost magical energy brought internal damage. Injury recovered with a medium-level stamina potion. Strange luck activated. Physical stats increased slightly while recovering. Physical stats increased by some amount. Magical power and mental power increased. The main character has become attached to the user. The secondary character, Charles, has seen the user in a new light. Reputation points increased significantly. He reached for a few cubes that were lying right in front of him. One of them was a magic transformation cube. It looked like a small blue tetrahedral cube. He picked it up, and he said he was going to take it for himself. Is everything okay? He looked at the girls with a surprised look. They both agreed. The girls threw, so they didn't mind. The guy looked at them with a bright smile. How hard it is to control the expression on his face. Basically, the confirmation of the item's level is obtained from the appraisal agency. So it won't be long before he finds out what kind of item he found himself. He held the small cube in his hands and continued to admire it. But he could easily spot the S+ rank space control cube among the other items by browsing the information. One would have to look at its beautiful shape to understand everything. Indeed, the cube looked impressive. The boy bent over and started looking at the remaining items. They could divide the remaining items now, or after they were graded. However, there was no desire to linger here anyway. In front of them, there were many items lying in front of them. There were cubes, various magic stones, potions, scrolls, and books. The girls stood around and looked at all of it in wonder. The guy started to swivel his head around. After all, the boss was already dead, but the dungeon still hadn't collapsed? How strange. He couldn't figure out what the reason was. So the answer came to itself. There are still objects and fragments that are the reason it still exists. He stepped back a short distance and looked ahead of him. The dungeon was big, too big. A wry smile appeared on his face. He will destroy every column here, every pebble, but he'll take everything he wants. The girls stood a little farther away and looked at him with incredulous glances. He was creepy now, after all. They stayed there for quite some time because the boy wanted to take absolutely everything that was there. Soon, they went back to their places, and Han went to his dormitory. Now the guy was completely safe. He was lying on his couch and looking at the specs. You're at neural and skeletal recovery yet. It'll take another hours to fully recover. He sighed heavily. Had he overdone it this time too? The sign he looked in front of him and thought a little. It takes so much time to recover. Tomorrow was Monday, and he would have to go to class again. However, it was so lazy. He would love to sleep all day tomorrow. An artificial intelligence flew up to him and reported that the account linkage had been successfully completed. Basic processing complete. The guy nodded and said, could he show him the video? The drone flew closer. The guy started looking through everything he'd filmed during the day. The appearance of these 2 girls has raised a lot of interest and attention. So you can't let the video go viral too quickly. The second video needs to be compressed a little bit and emphasize the boss. You need to insert pieces from the third video so that the attention shifted to the attributes of reinforcement and the picture should be breathtaking. Artificial intelligence nodded, if it had the chance. I don't love you, I feel sorry for you. The guy sighed heavily and lay back on the bed. He had a lot of experience in making videos, and even when he hired assistants, he was relieved only after personally checking the final edit. Then he got out of bed. On the video about the attack image last practice had, good feedback. He even cheered up after that one. That was great. He almost couldn't believe his ears. The video from the Easy Ogre Killing channel is getting attention. The video, Awakening the First Skill, is getting attention. He gained reputation points. He made up for the points he spent in the dungeon. We should look at the comments. The guy was incredibly pleased with his actions. With this amount of points, he would be able to easily buy a random box with random mid-level contents. That's just great. He was just beyond happy. He was finally starting to get somewhere. The guy was incredibly happy. Suddenly, he heard that notifications started coming to his messenger. The guy immediately opened the chat room. There was correspondence between Song Si-yeon and Charlie. The former said they could do what they wanted. The forensic results received about Cuba, why don't they get together? Charles asked, how about tomorrow night? The girl replied that she was free today, anytime at all. Then they would see each other tomorrow. They seemed to have already decided everything for him. It ended well, but it was dangerous. The boy leaned back on the couch and exhaled heavily. He still couldn't recover from what had happened. However, there was one intrusive thought running around in his head that kept him from calm and relaxing properly. He sat on his couch and contemplated what was happening. He had only been able to avoid through sheer luck, but they would definitely arise. Reputation level would definitely play a huge role in this. The more popular he was, the more problems he would have. He stood up and took a seat on the couch. The most dangerous characters right now are probably not Si-yeon, since they're already well acquainted. He pondered even more, and what he realized made goosebumps start running down his back. However, it seemed to him that the guy was probably much more dangerous. He'd need a black card to prevent that. The guy's got his head in his hands. Not an easy task, but it would be better to use the ID cards that are accepted all over the world. However, even with all that, the task seemed impossible to him. There was a Coca-Cola can lying on the sidewalk. Someone swung around and hit that tin can with all their might. The tin bent and flew high into the air with a loud crunch. After flying a few meters, the tin went straight into a garbage can. Looks like someone was good at soccer. It was Keel walking down the street, and he seemed to be waiting for someone or looking for something. He looked puzzled, as if he was having a hard time. The guy pondered for a long time. Only Hong and Bayul annoyed him. But eventually there was someone who even they could overwhelm. When the guy thought about it, his face creased with hatred and irritation. It was obvious that someone had really pissed him off like that. Who would have thought it was our main character? Well, naturally, he could not remain without attention. The guy was rapidly gaining popularity, and it could not help but annoy. Keel walked around the circle and pondered in rage about how much he hated it. Appeared literally out of nowhere. Took first place. How is that even possible? Who is this guy? He's nobody by any name. He stuck his hands in his pockets. This guy's main weapon is a sword, but he has magic. Who the hell is he? The guy sighed heavily and tried to come to his senses. His fury was literally boiling over. Suddenly, someone approached him from the side. It was a girl with bright yellow hair. The guy looked at her and his eyes reflected hatred. The girl asked what was wrong. However, the answer was self-evident. She started to say that from his sighs. The guy looked at her with surprise and annoyance. The girl seemed to be in good spirits. Always, appearances are deceiving. The guy looked at her. What was she up to? In his eyes for a second, except for understanding. He couldn't understand what the girl was trying to do. Julia smiled and said that she understood exactly how much it bothered him. There was something in her voice, however, and it wasn't right. Something was definitely going to happen. The girl looked at him, and a sly smile flashed across her face. The kind of smile one usually uses to plot some devious plan. All of this was definitely not easy to pull off. The girl smiled and squinted her eyes and said that she could help him. They started talking to each other very quietly so that no one would listen to them. I asked him if he knew that magic circuits are really useless. The guy said it's not practical or functional, but magic has limits. He still wasn't thinking about anything but his hatred, yet he wanted to know what the wench was up to. It would take a great talent not to spend a lot of time studying the scheme, but to control the intended ones at once. The girl smiled and continued talking. Yeah, this guy's magic has its limit. In the end, he can't do anything other than her and wielding a sword, right? Keel looked at her, and after a bit of silence said, what does she mean by that? What did she even want from him? The girl was becoming more and more suspicious of him. Smiling, still in the same voice, she said that this guy had a very special background and didn't seem to have quite a lot of experience. The girl said she found the perfect place for him, in the Black Rose. It seems she's not as simple as she first appears. She's an unusual student. It seems she's been admitted there to recruit others. The guy looked at her with an incredulous look. It appeared to him more and more that this was some kind of bullshit. So she wants to humiliate him at the debut ceremony, or through Mockingjay put him down. The bastard is a completely conniving bastard. He thought about it, even if it would help him, he shouldn't do it. They were students, not monsters. He wanted to humiliate this upstart in front of everyone. Still, they made another plan. It would be best to target him with his own skills. With this ability he would soon have, it wouldn't be hard. He thought of his enemies. He will get anyone and everyone who gets in his way. It would be days away. The boy frowned and continued walking forward with a steady gait. Julia looked at him without much enthusiasm. This girl used everyone and anyone. She was ready to sacrifice any person for the sake of her interests and principles. The girl spared no one. She was like a snake that had stealthily fallen out for it from whence it came and was trying to muck everyone up. The girl looked at him thoughtfully. Did he seem to be thinking about something else? But she realized she couldn't seem to get anything more out of the guy, since he didn't want to, and she wouldn't insist. The girl flung her arms theatrically to the side. Keel looked at her with obvious distrust. She seemed to have a lot of bad thoughts going through her head. This was bad. He shouldn't have messed with her, but there was no way out. But he had no reason to stop her, let her do what she wanted. The day continued to heat up. The weather was gorgeous, especially gorgeous for messing someone up. Events have moved to the Ability Simulator A. Many people came there every day, whether they were students or just people who wanted to practice their skills. They were buzzing around there like flies. Someone was telling something. Someone was just practicing. Our hero went there too. He was standing in the middle of the hall in some incomprehensible figure, which outwardly resembled a semicircle, or rather a sphere that had been stuck into the ground. It was in this peculiar one that the ability training took place. There was a purple space near him. His identity was confirmed. Entering the training area extended space with the character invulnerability feature. The boy raised his head forward and began to look around. He began to turn his head in different directions. It was quite spacious, but the room looked strange. The whole place was purple, like he was in some retro game. He looked at his hand and clenched and unclenched his fist a few times. It seemed to him for a second that even his physical abilities had increased a bit here. Characteristics window, muscular strength, magical strength, speed, mental strength, dexterity, intelligence. 5. Endurance charm. 4. Sense luck potency. Out of 1,000 unique skills. Enlightenment. Enhanced physical abilities, special skills of viewing information, and space control. He gained space control from a plus rank. From the beginning he had gotten a strong special skill. Amazing. He looked around again. The most important thing is imagination and spatial reasoning when working with something like this. If you have to use the skill in the direction of the given coordinates, it becomes almost a cheating skill. But first the skill would have to be improved. The guy clenched his fist and prepared to practice. Not a second was to be missed. Suddenly, a quadricopter flew up to him and informed him that he had a meeting scheduled for PM. The guy nodded his head and remembered that he'd made the appointment, or rather how he'd been dragged into it without his invitation. The drone continued to alert. He also has to auction off a set of attributes and fill out a patent application. The guy said he had things planned after returning to the dungeon. The guy started waving his hands and said that he understood everything. Let her say it all when the appointed time comes. The boy sighed heavily. This drone was a bit too annoying sometimes. A useful thing in a world like this, of course, but sometimes he was annoying. The guy got ready to practice. He put his hand out in front of him, and his whole body seemed to be covered in purple magic, similar to what Si Yan is covered in while using his ability. Aside from preparing for the rest of the story and getting the black card, there's a lot of stuff to do. There's definitely a lot to do here, but right now he's best to focus on the main pressing things. The same circle of energy that was in that dungeon where the zombie was immediately formed around it. It began to increase in size in proportion to its speed. The guy immediately threw some strange object at him and the circle broke into 2 pieces. It was some kind of weird pebble. It was the same color as the space around it. The pebble flew a few meters and stopped. That's it. I guess that was it. Is it really that weak of a skill? The guy was even a little dejected. If that was the entire effect, it was by no means impressive. The boy clenched his fists. Well, that's the first pancake as expected from such a small skill level. All right, I'd have to practice and then maybe I'd get something out of it. He looked at his hand, which was trembling slightly from exertion. He couldn't dig properly. Even though he had perfectly visualized his fingers touching the ground before, it still went through his fingers. An uneven hole was his limit. He even felt a little ashamed of himself. The guy tensed up with all his might. In that case, he would practice until he could do it normally. He was determined as I wanted to give up for nothing. A purple aura began to appear around him again. He started creating these little holes just everywhere. The guy was trying his best. The level of the space control skill increased each time. Until he reached rank E, finally. The mental power had increased by 2 units. This was a real success. The guy inside him was just jubilant with happiness. He couldn't believe that he had succeeded after all. There was a reason why he wanted to increase his skill level, especially on the training ground extended space. He had a sparkling smile on his face. He was standing in this weird empty space, and he looked happy in my opinion. The guy was incredibly happy about his accomplishment. He had finally made it. Then he coughed. He had to pull himself together. It wasn't over yet. There were a lot of levels. He had to try and finally get something sane. He looked at his hand, which continued to twitch slightly from the exertion. Indeed, this skill required a specific amount of strength, so he felt a little exhausted right now. He would need to raise his stamina level to fully utilize this skill. Well, that range is his maximum. A few meters away from him, another such plane appeared and began to change. It also took on the outline of a circle and began to increase in proportion to the magnification. Space began to change literally before our eyes. There was a ball inside it, and it was as if space had been distorted, and now it looked different. A pit began to appear. The guy was doing well. It looked mesmerizing. Something strange was happening here. The sphere that had begun to warp space itself had grown even larger, and strange waves were coming from it. They were spreading farther than one could imagine. This training ground realizes infinite space. When he controls a large chunk of space, it does not shrink completely. Everything here looks different from real life. However, here's a question. What if you keep it in that state? The guy continued to keep his hand at a distance and maintain the state of the space like this. That might contradict the universe of this game, but if that was the case, it was obviously some kind of glitch or bug. The guy trembled, his body tensing up. He took a small bottle out of his pocket. Here's why. An empty potion jar, insulation 0. An empty bottle that could be broken if the inside was empty. There is magic insulation inside. From now on, it's not a bug, it's a cheat loophole he's aiming for. The guy kept holding the space near him and brought the can up there. He brought the jar closer to this piece of space and saw a small circle begin to move toward him. It looked so small here that he could have missed it if he had wanted to. A second later, a small ball, at least it looked like it, hit the jar and fell to the bottom with a loud thud. It felt like something glass had gone in there, like a ball that had been thrown in there. He did it! The guy tensed up, for this was the first time he had tried something like this. He immediately put the lid on the bottle so that this space wouldn't get out of there. The guy even tensed up a bit. He closed the bottle as tightly as he could, lest God forbid something bad happened. It's pretty dangerous stuff, so he'd need to keep it safely away from the others. So no one can't get their hands on it. Looked directly at his creation. Pride raged inside him, but he had finally succeeded. He had created an empty potion bottle with a rare grade space. They had made great progress. Rare class item creator, a sharp class item was created in a way that wasn't listed here before. The rank achievements are historic. The boy sighed heavily. It was hard to do, but he did it. There was no way to miss a moment like this. It was as if something inside had begun to blossom. That's going to make up my jar. That's great, just great. Everything came out just as he planned. And he even got an achievement for it. I couldn't be happier about that. He could get a reputation as a researcher for this device. The guy glanced at the jar, and the thought crossed his mind that it wouldn't be a bad idea to become an alchemist or something. The value of this bottle depends on its use. Broken bottles, when they fall, release what's inside, the contents from containment magic. You can make a bomb by putting in a fire spell. It's pretty practical, like a grenade. Well, either like a Molotov cocktail or put some healing magic in there and try to heal everyone around you. That should work. Prepared magic can be more effective than magic conjured on the spot. The guy looked at his bottle again. He held it with such trepidation as if it were his life's treasure. Even used like this, it would be powerful enough. He would need to prepare a couple more of these bottles, and then go back to the dungeon again. He hadn't found everything there yet. Last time the girls literally pulled him out by his feet because he'd been stuck there for hours. Soon, the boy was on his way back to his room. He was breathing hard after the ordeal and needed to rest for a while to recover. He sat down next to the building and decided to rest for a while. Looking through each level of the dungeon was quite tedious now. He collapsed on a nearby bench and tried to tidy up. The hardest work is routine. It's so strange. He hasn't expended a single drop of energy and he's already tired. Suddenly, the guy heard someone approaching him. The footsteps were quite fast, so it was hard for me to realize that it was one of the girls. He wanted to rest, but no, he was not going to be alone. He realized almost immediately who it was. The voice gave the girl away. Yeah. She didn't seem to be hiding, which was a first. It was Yan who seemed to be in a slightly upbeat mood. What's wrong with her? The girl looked at the guy with a look like she was expecting something from him. Stretching into a smile, she asked when they would go on their assassination mission. Tomorrow night would be perfect. The girl was literally glowing with anticipation. The last words she said somehow mysteriously. And then the boy regretted that he had promised her then. He shouldn't have done that. Now he couldn't get away with it. He even squeezed his eyes shut against the girl's glow. The kid tried to get out of it and said she still had to practice her powers before the effect would wear off. And besides, he didn't really want to go. What a bad time for her to show up. Who asked her to come here? The girl thought about it and seemed to agree. Okay, that worked. I had to distract her with it so she'd stop bothering him. Young S asked with interest, then where will they practice? At the center? The guy interjected, at the center? What a stupid idea. Why go downtown for a simple workout? He could do it somewhere nearby so he wouldn't have to walk far, and besides, he was tired. The girl put her finger forward and said importantly, there are a lot of people there. The guy put his foot down and wondered, practicing in a crowded place. Well, the idea in itself sounds weird. He thought about it, and it seemed he was starting to get it. Yes, the purpose of this girl's training is quite specific. There are a lot of orders in the center, and it's easy to hide in the crowd, so that's what she's getting at. Well, no, it doesn't fit at all. The guy looked at her. At this time, the girl was looking at him with a waiting look. He had completely forgotten that this man's mind worked very differently. Well, that would be the difficulty. He held out his hand to her and began to speak calmly. Or rather, he tried not to lose his temper. He said the girl should train at the training center like other normal people, in the long-distance evasion area. That's normal practice, right? The girl asked in surprise. Is that right? Terribly embarrassed. It was clear from her voice that the girl was not ashamed. Suddenly, Charles the girl came up to them and waved her hand in greeting and seemed glad to see them. An overabundance of diminutive suffixes. Charles came closer at the same time and said hello. Did these two come early? Han was not in the best of spirits, and the girl noticed it. She immediately freaked out because she thought she was the problem. What's wrong? The girl asked him in a frightened voice. It's nothing, the guy replied in a callous voice. Let's start the distribution. They took out small magical items from their pockets. They sold the unwanted items and divided the rest. The attack cube releases invisible energy that can be used as a weapon. Wind cube allows you to control the flow of wind through your senses. Time to distribute items. Even a glance is enough to match the owner to each one. You got it right. Yan got the attack cube and Charles got the wind cube. You can see from their faces that they're happy with the items they received. Well, who'd have thought it? It was a surprisingly good match. Everyone was satisfied. Evening slowly, the sky began to lower. Now, everything was covered in a bright orange light, so warm that you could warm yourself just by looking at it. She said in a happy voice that it looked like both skills had been acquired without any problems. The boy replied that he was glad that they all enjoyed it. Finally, at least now it was going smoothly. Yan, she was excited, and she's already running around like a stung person. Well, that's very like her. Now it's worth it to try how they actually work. It seems like the result will be obvious. Charles smiled and said that she would try it now. The girl put her hands out in front of her and began to conjure. Several electric lightning bolts flew out of her hands and flew forward. The girl was incredibly pleased. The lightning bolts began to stretch out, taking on some sort of oblong shape. There was a crackling sound, as if someone had unluckily plugged something into an outlet. What the guy saw sent shivers down his spine and a look of surprise across his face. The shape of a spear. Really? How is that even possible? She created him. Indeed, the girl was holding a spear made of lightning. It was small, just the right size for the girl. Incredibly tense and focused, the girl looked at the weapon she had created. The boy pondered, yes, this particular spear is different from the spear of the Charl that was in the game, however. She is still at the beginning level of her E-skills and has already made this particular type of weapon without hesitation. He says either the spear that other users made her or her unrevealed skill that was mentioned in the previous chapters. Charlie held it like anything and seemed a little shocked at what she'd managed to do herself. She certainly had the potential to be a spear wielder. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. and seemed even a little afraid of her power. She swung her spear, cutting through the air. The girl tried to wield it, and she was pretty good at it, for someone who had just picked up a weapon for the first time in her life. She swung her spear once more, and the weapon was followed by a flurry of electric sparks that turned into firelight. She was even a little menacing in this form. It seemed that the girl was no longer that cute little orb, but a real warrior. As soon as the girl swung her spear, there was a crackling sound, and the asphalt that was in front of her turned into a molten pile of scrap metal. Whoa! The girl herself was shocked at what she had managed to do. Lightning raged beside her. She even froze for a second to realize what she had accomplished. The place where she had just swung her spear was a trace, an excavator, electric current crackling everywhere. The girl herself was shocked and even a little scared. She froze in place. Yeah, if you operate this thing carelessly, it can be very dangerous, so it would be worth it for the girls to practice a bit with it. What they saw even made them feel a little creepy, because the spear mark was quite a threatening sign. The girl seemed to be absolutely delighted. She was smiling with her eyes wide open. A swift and powerful weapon. That's just great. She had gained possession of an incredibly powerful artifact. The guy looked at his characterization plate, which started beeping again, and a notification appeared on it, indicating that the girl had begun to trust him more. In addition, she was beginning to rely on him more. Her affection still hadn't increased. It hurt his pride, but that was okay. Suddenly, something flew past him and stopped on the nearest fence. It was Si-Yun. The girl was already moving completely silently. She literally flies in the darkness. Now I can't hear her gate at all. Wind magic suits her very well after all. The girl stopped and stared off into the distance. She was literally engulfed in darkness. It looked mesmerizing and even scary. It also, in addition, increased the effect of the dagger with a suitable attribute for her. The girl clutched her blade, which had also undergone a slight transformation. The blade fit perfectly in her hand, and the girl felt as confident as possible with it. Now she had increased her speed, and it was almost impossible to know where she was. She seemed to be incredibly pleased with this acquisition. Well, maybe so. The girl turned to look at her friend and smiled. Immediately, a sign popped up in front of the guy that her affection for him had increased. The level of affection is above. The girl's trust and intimacy would not change until Guy betrayed her. He was even a little dumbfounded by this. The poor man stood in front of the plaque and couldn't understand what was the matter. How could such a thing be achieved? He was even a little embarrassed by it. It was a little creepy for him to realize that the girl was so attached to him. And what was that about? He sighed heavily, and a small shiver ran through his whole body. Yeah, let him do what he wants now. He didn't give a damn anymore. And why should he care? He had some strange feelings in his heart after all. Why was the girl so attached to him? Soon night came. It covered the city with its dark blanket, and the windows in the various houses began to light up. But life went on. In a large building that literally went upwards, propping up the sky, crowded a lot of people. It was the Daehan auction, the world's largest auction house with a worldwide distribution network. After filling out the bid and a set of attributes put in as a lot here. For a good item put up here, and it is not a sin to bargain, exactly the guy naturally came to this auction to grab something. He wanted to take the most tidbits for himself, but he realized that the most important people would be here. He was well tired from the tight schedule. Yes, indeed, with a schedule like that, not many people can keep up. But it's better than going to the training ground now. And besides, there was a better chance of running into a Hun, and he didn't want to do that now. He sat down on the nearest couch and waited. He literally remembered the frenzied eyes the guy had used to look at Han Song. Even now, he felt a little creepy. If he caught him, that kid wouldn't be able to get away from him. Goosebumps went down his spine at the mere thought of it. There was no desire to show his face to this man at all, to start pestering him with his battles again. At least he wasn't yelling, but it was best to avoid him further. Suddenly, a concierge or just a casino attendant appeared from the nearest door and asked the guy if he had reserved a seat. His voice even made the kid flinch a little. The guy immediately jumped up from his seat and held out his hand. "Nice to meet you." The man handed him the auction ticket that indicated that he was a bidder. The man introduced himself and said that his name was Ding Hu Li, and he was the leader of the evaluation team. The guy looked at his ticket and squinted. They sell a lot of expensive goods here. Perhaps that was the reason why there were so many pleasant and highly skilled employees. No wonder the top expert in this area can match most of the corporate employees of the guild's leadership. Jin spoke to him incredibly politely and asked what did the guy bring here. Before putting an item on the auction, it must be checked. A skill like browsing information is not a good idea here. The boy placed his small sack bag in front of him and opened it. There lay the cubes and the various magic items he had carefully packed before. 7 sets with the darkness attribute, 3 sets with the lightning attribute, 1 hidden fragment from a small dungeon, 5 dungeon-forming items. The man even whistled at the good fortune. He pulled on his gloves so that God forbid he didn't get the valuable goods dirty. He asked if he could take a look. He apologized almost immediately. However, it was obvious that the man was impressed. Soon they approached the laboratory where the value of the goods being auctioned was investigated. It was quite an important facility, one of the most important. The man was wearing a monocle or something. It was a proximity device. He scrutinized the cube, which was a deep purple color. The man was even twitching with impatience. In a voice trembling with impatience, the man asked, "And where was he to be found?" He took off his glasses and still couldn't be happy with what he saw. Han calmly replied that he had made it himself. The man was even a little disbelieving at first. Yes, it was hard to believe that an ordinary kid could make an object of such purity. He walked me through it and said everything looked normal on the outside and there were no failures on the tests. The cubes continued to lie quietly on the table. The man was literally freaking out at what he was seeing. His expression changed slightly. He was looking at this little cube with a kind of manic love. He had amazing stability. He couldn't even believe he was seeing it with his own eyes. He asked if he could analyze his magic circle from the schematic. Han Song held up his finger and said there was no need for that. He has already sold his patent, and the man will be able to study it himself soon. And he'll post videos on his YouTube with similar comments. It seemed clear that the guy was trying to get publicity again. Naturally, who'd doubt it? It's quite his style. He pointed his fingers at the man and told him to remember to subscribe and like and have him turn on the notification. The guy looked like some kind of YouTuber for a children's show. Jin looked at him with uncomprehending eyes. Obviously, this was all new to the man. He was completely engrossed in this cube, and no one seemed to care that he was looking at it like a maniac. Anyway, it's amazing. He kept staring at the cube. In years, this one would be invented and it would become standard. There were no preconditions for this thing to occur now. It was normal to be surprised by such a thing. He was ahead of his time with this item. Han smiled. It looked like this set would be the main item of today's auction. He thought so too. The guy had full confidence in his abilities. He had done a good job, so now all he had to do was wait. Not a bad catch today. He moved to the waiting room and waited for the auction. The guy was literally shaking with impatience. He was anticipating that soon, very soon, he would have a lot of money. People began to whisper. A wide variety of people began to gather in the auction room. Is there going to be something special tonight? Someone got an urgent call from the band leader. And that's the main course for tonight, a very important item for the Scientific Research Institute of Inorganic Engineering. Someone's been talking. Someone was fiddling with their tablet, looking for something. No one was delivering above average treasure class items today. It was delivered urgently. The set is of great value. Several men in neat suits were talking to each other. Apparently, they were the highest ranks of this society. It's okay. He's got the teams ready, right? The man nodded his head. Each of the 5 teams would fulfill a different role. It costs a lot of money to use them as a fake bidder to do just that. If the situation calls for it, then sacrifices must be made. The cost of the victory is still paying off, so it's worth a shot. There's nothing to worry about. All costs will be paid. The girl's name was Jill. She looked to be somewhere between in years old. She was a CEO, so she was able to do that. And on the second child, the owner of the most successful company in Korea. She looked at her subordinates with a serious look and said that they should get it whatever it became. The woman said it in all seriousness. Suddenly a ringing sound came to her. It was as if someone had struck a small bell. The girl shuddered and was distracted from her monologue. Another man came up to her and said that the VIP room was occupied. Maybe he should check it out again. The girl waved her hand and said that she had come here in a hurry, so he shouldn't vacate the conference room because of that. Again, the girl shivered again. Someone was persistent. He even coughed. However, the girl realized that the meeting was a priority. She tried her best to ignore it all, but it was hard to eat. Our hero was sitting a few rows away from her on the next couch and seemed to be sleeping. Well, as always, he was too tired, and now even here, he didn't miss the time to get some rest. The agents who were standing next to Jill were getting nervous, annoyed too. The girl grimaced, so annoyed. Who was this guy anyway? Where is that sound coming from? Suddenly she heard a sound so disgusting that she shuddered. What on earth is that? Who's acting like that around here? The girl was beginning to get angry. How annoying. She came here to work and this is what's going on. She tried to concentrate and ignore these extraneous noises, but it was too difficult. So now she felt as uncomfortable as possible. Okay, just be patient. Just a little patience and everything will be fine. But the snoring continued. Somebody had unceremoniously decided to take a nap here, and that's all it was. But why snore like that? If their side goes into the final bidding round, then there's enough budget for everyone. Why does it have to happen at such a bad time? She heard all these annoying noises and tried to distract herself. But that shameless guy was not going to stop. He continued to snore so brazenly that his hair stood on end. The girl clenched her teeth. Today was not a good day, to put it mildly. What was the matter? Hans suddenly woke up to his quadricopter announcing the start of the auction. The guy woke up quickly and rubbed his eyes. The main auction was starting in 10 minutes. The drone mechanically announced to the boy that it was time to hurry. Jill was nearby and tried to pull herself together. In the end, she couldn't complete the meeting because the brat kept snoring nearby. Han didn't seem to mind what annoyed the visitors at all. He stood up and yawned loudly, so loudly that it echoed throughout the hallway. The woman and her agent walked a little behind him. Too much fatigue had accumulated during the day, so the guy dozed off again and started snoring. The woman passed by him and tried not to pay attention to this impudent man. She looked at him as if he were putting salt in her tea. The woman was extremely irritated by this insolence, but her upbringing did not allow her to come up and tell him to his face. The only thing to do was to stare nervously in his direction and hope that he would have the conscience to stop. But no. They just left the conference hall, and our comrade remained sitting on his chair and looking perplexed after the departing people. He sincerely did not understand why they were looking at him like that. Of course you're snoring all over the room and you're asking something else. Soon the auction began. The place was packed with people, and now it was jam-packed. Everyone was sitting in their seats and furiously writing something in their notebooks, trying to calculate their budget to snatch the most tidbits. In a word, a regular auction. Suddenly a booming voice sounded and a man walked onto the stage. At the very center stood the host, who was also the auctioneer. The main auction starts right now. His voice was so loud and boisterous that everyone else even flinched a bit. Even in the very back rows, everything was perfectly audible. It was time to roll out the first item. A man pulled a large box onto the stage and said it was the main course of the day. The box was covered with a neat blue cloth, and it alone was already worth a lot of money. The man took hold of the fabric and pulled it lightly. The fabric was very pleasant and soft to the touch. The cape fell like a small spring leaf. There were 3 cubes of paraphernalia. They stood like gems and literally glowed with their dark violet light. They immediately mesmerized absolutely everyone. No one expected to see such an expensive item at this auction. People even held their breath in anticipation. Points people began to discuss. No one expected to see such an expensive item. They realized that they would have to pay a lot of money for such a treasure, but everyone sitting there would like to have it in their possession. The treasure was standing on her little pillow. High-end products, high-tech, incorporating the latest developments that are ahead of their time. A similar description to all the bidders. Of course, everyone was immediately interested and prepared all their money. 10 sets provided, it was decided to start the auction with 3 sets. The man pointed to the item with his hand and continued bidding. The remaining 7 will be sold at the end of the auction. Best strategy. Hans sat in his seat and seemed a little bored. He was sad to be here. The starting bid was $1,000,000. We had to start bidding. The guy started turning his head in different directions, trying to find something interesting. He was starting to get extremely bored here. $1,000,000, $1,000,000, $1,000,000, $1,000,000. The prices were exorbitant. The guy looked at them, and it seemed to make him feel a little sick. He realized that all these people wouldn't miss their opportunity to get a piece of the action. Okay, we'll have to follow them better. The bidding continued. $1,000,000, $1,000,000. People were sitting and whispering. Jill raised her finger and offered $1,000,000. They started whispering amongst themselves. $1,000,000. It was just some cosmic sums. You could live the rest of your life without knowing poverty. The woman started talking to her subordinates. CEO Gil Yu-hyun was sitting next to her and seemed to be extremely worried. After her eldest son, she is one of the most influential in the company. $1,000,000, $1,000,000. It was unimaginable. However, the guy was sitting there, bored somewhere off to the side. He wasn't really interested in watching the whole thing. He was more interested in finding out who the girl was, and he immediately realized that it was Gilseon Hyung's sister. That's interesting. I wish I could get closer to her. Unlike that punk, she can be useful outside of battle. Still, sometimes it's good to have a couple of powerful people at your disposal. The boy looked at her discreetly. He would get a lot of benefits for cooperating with her. It would be a good option. Million. The bidding continued. No one wanted to give in. The girl sat there and didn't say anything. She analyzed the situation. There were too many big players here, so it would take a lot of effort to snatch such a tidbit. She sighed heavily and said that in that case, they would put up billion, so we would have to wait. And they only had million. A look of fear and disappointment ran across the girl's face. Han was sitting somewhere nearby, analyzing the situation. To know the information he needed, they couldn't know he was eavesdropping, could they? He'd have to hide, or at least try not to reveal his presence. There's nothing this guy could do to hide. So, one of the agents approached the girl and said that given the enthusiasm at the start, at this rate, the prices would go up to 1 billion won. It was just some kind of cosmic amount. The guy had a sign in front of him. He was eavesdropping on them after all. Thankfully, no one's seen what he's doing yet. There were several soundtracks being analyzed by artificial intelligence. The maximum was 2 billion. He's getting everything live from a hidden drone. It's still convenient to have artificial intelligence at your disposal. You can eavesdrop like this. He thought that this way he could carve out a favorable position. Besides, he would have money, a lot of money. It would be wonderful. What a relief. The boy sighed. He would have to try hard, and then he could ensure a trouble-free life until his old age. With that kind of money, he would have no problem buying any item. After selling his jewelry, he would have countless amounts of money. Million. The prices kept going up and up. Sold. The final price was million. The man announced the sale. He waved his hand and ordered the treasure to be carried to the buyer. The guy was watching from the top position at the time. He saw everything and heard everything perfectly well, but there was nothing interesting after that. There was some minor trading going on. He was just watching. Everything that needed to be done was done. Now all you have to do is get your money and wait for something interesting to happen. What a bore. After this treasure, it was hard to impress anyone with anything. There was nothing interesting here. People were just haggling. The prices were too low. However, just making money was a success. Not bad at all. The attribute sets were sold for billion, 1 and billion, and 1 and 6 billion respectively. Including the available million comes out to 5 and billion. That's an incredible amount of money. The guy was incredibly pleased. The seller announced the next item. The boy was wary. He might get something interesting, but he had to know what it was first. He moved a little closer and listened. Even a grade A appraiser couldn't appreciate the item. I had to call in a higher level appraiser. It was unbelievable, a one-of-a-kind item. That means it's worth an order of magnitude of money. He pulled off his handkerchief and there was an egg in front of the others. Yes, a very ordinary egg, except it's really big. That was interesting. If you looked closely, you could see that this egg had several scales on it. So it was some kind of unusual egg. Interesting already. Couldn't even appreciate such a high-level specialist. That means this thing is going to be quite valuable. The guy took a closer look and wondered. Even an appraisal by a rank A expert is worth tens of millions, and an appraisal by a rank C expert is worth hundreds of millions. If the goods do not cover the grade, it will only bring losses, so the grade is not carried out, and the goods are just put up like that. The guy wondered if this thing came up in an auction and he managed to buy it, he would get either a very dangerous or a very rare item. Could look with the information gathering. The guy opened the sign. He wanted to know what the hell it was. A sign popped up in front of him saying that he was using information browsing. He sat back down and began to study the object. There were a lot of numbers and letters. The guy read carefully. He read harder and harder. Each time he read, something in his soul began to tingle. As soon as he saw what he saw, he choked up a little. His eyes began to widen rapidly. He himself had not expected to see something like this here. The guy was just in complete shock. You just couldn't be. Now that he fully realized what he had seen, not just a legion but an armada of goosebumps ran down his back. The boy released his eyes and tried to come to his senses, but it was impossible. A display with information about an unknown large egg. The egg of a young SS ranked Draconian. The egg was sealed during the Dragon War a very long time ago. The egg is from a white dragon and a draconian. The poor guy started gulping for air. His whole body started shaking. This is crazy. The guy was so scared, he could barely control himself. Turns out he's going to jump up on the chair. Now, the guy was determined. He just had to buy it. No, he was obsessed. He couldn't pass up such a tidbit. Give it to him. He literally went insane. It just couldn't be true. He kept trembling. His body was overwhelmed with the desire to buy this thing. He tried to pull himself together, but it was not working very well. He had seen such a valuable thing that now it had taken over his whole attention. Okay, time to come to his senses. The boy calmed down a bit and began to watch the auction again. A dragon egg, and it must be very difficult to obtain. Tame it even more so, but a hybrid is another matter. It's easier to deal with than dragons. It's usually a mix of human and dragon, so it shouldn't be a problem. He started looking at the egg again, so he owed it to him to buy it. He had no right to miss a chance like this. The man in the elegant suit continued the bidding. The starting bid is $1,000,000. The bidding starts now. His voice was still loud but unemotional at the same time. The guy immediately opened his spreadsheet and started frantically calculating the odds. He had to start with million, 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 million. Prices were rising at an astonishing rate. The guy was shocked. Wow, this really is the centerpiece of the auction. Million. But it's still unappraised, which means it's going to be a real hunt for it. We've got to get the money ready. $1,000,000. The man kept shouting out the price. In such a case, you have to act decisively. The guy realized he couldn't pass up the chance. $1,000,000, the guy literally shouted it out. $1,000,000 took an appraised item. Share it. Think I doubled just by mistake. He was so excited he was ready to jump on that auctioneer right now. $1,000,000. You guys should save his money for his set. $1,000,000. Just let them give in. He was literally trembling. His impatience was over the top. More bets. No more bets. The guy was literally trembling with fear. No, the betting had stopped. JML sat behind him and looked at the guy with a surprised look. We did it. The lot was sold for $1,000,000. The guy's joy was unbounded. The announcer announced the sale. Han began to smile so wide that he thought he was going to tear his mouth open. Finally, he'd done it. Beautiful. Luck had worked once again after all. How many times had it bailed him out in situations like this before? He clenched his fists with such force that his bones crunched. Excellent, excellent. His heart was literally bursting out of his chest. So intense was the bidding. Although it seemed that no one really wanted to buy this unappreciated item, so he still had a lot of chances. However, right now he wasn't thinking about it at all. He sank heavily into his chair and exhaled. He had barely bought it. His whole inner him was overflowing with joy. The guy was breathing heavily. This is what real auctions are all about. This is the excitement and adrenaline that you cannot confuse with anything. Luckily, he had enough money. He was so nervous he'd need Valadol right now. He hadn't gotten his enrollment money yet. Just think, CC class, this is unbelievable. The price is too low for this item. If all the information about him had been revealed earlier, there's no way he could have bought it. Then the prices would have skyrocketed just instantly. They would have gone over tens to hundreds of billions. He inwardly rejoiced. No, he exulted. Yes, it's hard to gauge his worth here. This egg hatches when enough magic and blood are obtained. It is easy to tame a creature that mistakes the first creature it sees for its parent. So there should be no problem with this in principle. All that's left to figure out is how good he is at parenting. There would have been more information about this item. He wouldn't have been able to grab it at such a favorable price. Inside himself, the guy still didn't bother to rejoice. This is a real lucky day. Although with his ability, every day was a lucky day for him. He was breathing heavily, but he was already starting to calm down. He stood up from his seat. He was going to address Gil Yu Hyun at the end of the auction. But this person couldn't be approached so easily. He was an important person after all. But he changed his mind. He had to finish quickly and go home. Everything that needed to be done was done, and everything else could wait. On his way out of the auction room, the guy turned his attention to Jill, who was sitting a few rows away from him. He coughed heavily to get her attention. He hoped the girl would at least look at him. He wanted to get closer, but a guard stood in his way like a wall. The man was menacingly tall and strong. One punch would probably be enough to knock the guy out for good. A man came closer and put his hand out in front of his face. In a loud and menacing voice, he said, "No one can come in here. Step back now." I don't think he was kidding. Better not to piss off a man like that. He looked at the boy as if he wanted to tear him apart. But perhaps he did. For this man was called upon to protect his superior, even at the cost of his life. so there was no doubt that he would kill anyone in his way if necessary. Han looked at him with a frightened look, and the boys got a chill inside. He would have to be extremely careful and cautious, unless he wanted to end up in jail, or someplace much worse than jail. He said in a polite voice that he just wanted to ask something. The boy tried to look as friendly as possible, so as not to arouse suspicion. After all, the man was a professional killer, apparently. That's how. He looked at him with surprise and seemed to soften. The man wanted to ask if she meant his meeting a begging sign. However, the guy flushed past and didn't even say a word. He approached the girl and she noticed him at once. She got to her feet and asked him what business he had with her. She's an A-rank hero. She doesn't really need guards except for her reputation. The girl looked at him with a serious, concentrated gaze. Naturally, some stranger approached her out of the blue. The look on her face did not bode well, and he had to talk to her as carefully as possible to avoid getting into trouble. If the guy says something weird or naughty, it's possible that she'll just hit him, and who knows what will follow. And he still has a low level of attractiveness, so the odds of her falling in love with his face and acting elegant are slim to none. However, he still had idiotic images in his head of a woman who, as soon as she saw him, immediately fell in love. That was funny. What are you thinking, man? I thought you had some business to attend to, and you're doing nothing. But immediately, the guy came to reality. This was simply impossible. He frowned and tried to put his thoughts in order. What the hell was he thinking? You come to an auction talking to a girl who is one of the most powerful people in the country. Are you an idiot? He stood and stomped around trying to regain his senses. He wanted to get his treasure and get out of here as soon as possible. But there was one more thing to do. You just have to smile, or at least pretend to smile, and then everything should go as it should. He said in a plaintive voice that it was about a set of attributes. The girl looked at him with surprise. What's the matter? And immediately he said without a shadow of a doubt that he had made it with his own hands. The girl was even a bit taken aback by such a statement, her face showing that she didn't quite trust this kid, and in principle it makes sense. It's the first time she's seen him. The girl thought for a moment and asked, is this really true? What kind of nonsense is this? How could such a thing even be believed? Did this guy really think that as soon as he made such a statement, everyone would believe him? Hans smiled, however, and showed his contact information. Well, she could believe whatever she wanted. It was her right. But if she had any questions, let her call the number. The girl was wary, of course. It was very easy to check, so she's going to do it. And if this guy is lying, then he's going to be in very big trouble. But if he's not lying, then how should she feel about it? The girl was even a little afraid what she should do. Okay, better to be fooled 100 times than to miss an opportunity like this once. The girl took his card. It's not a time to be proud. It's a time to grab luck by the tail. Some more time she stood looking at him without changing expression. He just smiled and tried to be as friendly as possible. She pushed her guard away with her hand, showing him that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. The man stopped, stunned. He didn't trust this guy, who had so brazenly walked past him without a word. However, the woman gestured that everything was fine, and there was nothing to worry about. She would talk to him anyway. The guy took a few steps closer to her and tried to be as polite as possible. He realized that with people like this, you have to be very careful. Otherwise, there would be very big problems. His tension had reached a breaking point. He tried to make the most of the situation and use all his charm to his advantage. He smiled the most benevolent smile possible so as not to seem like a maniac trying to infiltrate the girl. His smile indicated that the guy was definitely up to something. Okay, looks like everything's going according to plan. He handed the girl his business card with a sharp motion. It was a small piece of paper with his initials and his personal contact information written on it. Then the guy approached her and whispered that the deal had to be done in person, so there was no need to hurry. His eyes were still squinted, and he had the same smile on his lips. After saying this short phrase, the guy turned around and walked towards the exit. Everything that needed to be done was done. Now, it was time to go and collect his winnings. He took a quick step towards the exit of the auction hall, where the bidding continued. The girl was left standing in utter bewilderment. On the one hand, this guy seemed very strange to her, coming in just like that and claiming to be the inventor of this item she had just bought for a fabulous sum of money. On the other hand, who knows, maybe what he says is true. The guy at this time quickly left the hall, and with a light slam of the door behind him, left the room. The girl didn't even know what to say. She stood there wondering. What could it mean? How to understand his forgiving sign, she was a little creepy and a little uncomfortable with the fact that this guy was so cheeky points. Although maybe it was an indication that he was telling the truth. The girl frowned. She was beginning to notice strange things. She hadn't noticed it to begin with, but now it was starting to become clearer. Goosebumps ran down her spine at what she realized. He's so ugly after all. The girl almost threw up. She could hardly stop gagging when she interacted with this man. Yeah, I guess his charm is still low. Why don't you raise it? Soon the boy returned to his dormitory, where the windows were already starting to light up. The day was coming to an end. Now he had to get on with his winnings. He held the egg tightly in his hands, as if it were the most valuable thing he had at the moment. But it was, in fact, the most valuable thing he had. The boy laughed, his hands shaking with impatience, afraid of dropping the egg. The boy looked at him the way Gollum usually looks at a sawn ring. Just what she needed to say, my pretty. The boy squeezed the egg and held it as gently as was even possible. A quadrocopter buzzed beside him, continuously recording everything that was happening to put on YouTube. It was going to get a lot of views. It was going to be perfect. Everything must go according to plan. After all, he had done everything right. The only thing left to do was to make this egg hatch faster. He put some tubes to his body and made something like a drip to feed the egg with his blood. The red liquid moved through the tubes. He pointed the other end of the tube directly at the egg. One more second and everything would happen. He was literally trembling with impatience. And so red blood gushed from her eggshell. He stood there like some madman. The boy fell to the floor and waited for his star. His eyes lit up. He looked pretty creepy from this side. A few drops of blood fell onto the eggshell and began to spread. They immediately began to soak inside. Something strange was happening. However, it's all in the order of things. Then, the egg completely absorbed the blood into itself and began to vibrate. Something was definitely going to happen now. The boy held his breath. The quadrocopter kept circling nearby and informed the boy that if he used any more blood and magic, his potion wouldn't cover the cost. This was bad. He needed to regain his strength somehow. This is dangerous and he must stop. The quadrocopter seemed genuinely concerned for his master's health. The boy looked at him with a surprised look and nodded his head. Ah, yes there, we must stop. One more time wouldn't hurt, though. He let the egg absorb its life force again, and then the incomprehensible metamorphosis began to happen. The quadrocopter just flew around silently. The egg has begun to absorb the magic. Come on, hatch faster. The guy held the egg in his hands as gently as if it were his own child. He looked like a chicken. That feels so good. Even though his strength was slowly leaving him, the guy wasn't even going to stop. His body began to weaken with each passing second. The artificial intelligence quadcopter was already starting to get genuinely worried. It was asking him to stop. Even the artificial intelligence seemed to realize the danger of what he was doing. The guy looked at the device directly into the camera. His face was pale as death, and his eyes had changed. The guy was on the verge of death, and his strength was starting to wane. The device came almost right up to his face and seemed to insist that the guy stop. It's dangerous to his life. Okay, fine, he'll stop. Finally, he stopped, and the device calmed down. Now he sat and held the egg that still hadn't been beaten. Well, we'll have to wait a little longer. He stopped torturing himself and lay back on the bed. The boy was breathing hard. It was still quite a task to hatch this egg. Too bad he didn't know how much blood and magic it would take to hatch. Okay, I'll have to look something up on the internet. When he thinks of dragons, one video comes to mind that he saw relatively recently. The guy opened the panel and started searching for the video on a video hosting site. Soon he found what he was looking for and pressed play. The video began to play. The Black Valley appeared at once, and there was a dragon flying up there, somewhere in the dark clouds. Only its silhouette was still visible. However, it was already clear that this thing was quite threatening. It had a horrible face, smoke billowing from its nostrils, eyes burning red fire. The dragon showed that it was ready to destroy all living things in its path. The monster was quite dangerous. What was there? It was deadly to anyone. Soon, the dragon itself was fully revealed. It was covered in dark magic, its entire body covered in tough scales that protected it from magical and physical attacks. The monster roared at the top of its voice. Its roar echoed throughout the valley. An evil dragon who had achieved divinity through harm, Hegemord. Suddenly, an explosion was heard somewhere in the distance, as if something large and heavy had fallen to the ground. The dragon realized and turned his gaze here. The man tightened his hands into fists. He began to approach the monster point. His body seemed to glow from this divine energy that overflowed his body. His goal was to destroy this thing. It was Hong. He was dressed in his trademark clothes, a large cape, and a hero costume. Behind his back, the sun was glowing. The man himself was the sun. He looked at the dragon with a sizzling gaze, making it clear that he had no intention of backing down. The man rushed straight at the monster without delay, his face reflecting the determination and courage that overwhelmed his body and soul. He ran straight at the dragon. He had no fear or regret. The dragon looked at him with its red, sizzling eyes and roared. He was disgusted that someone had dared to interfere with him. They immediately clashed in a fight, Hong hitting it with his weapon so hard that the dragon's head nearly fell off. The beast roared, its wrenching roar filling the valley. Blood spurted from its head. His mouth was filled with sharp teeth, but it didn't seem to bother the hero. The monster roared, but it was useless. Their fight was heating up, and the monster was flying in the sky. All the clouds that were nearby at that moment parted from such a violent explosion. Now it's just a matter of time. He will easily defeat this dragon. The monster opened its toothy maw and began to spew flames. Or rather, it was dark matter, destroying everything in its path. Now it will have enough mana to destroy the pesky hero. It was so easy to give up. He sprang at it in one great leap and gave it a crushing blow with his foot. The dragon slammed its jaws shut, and I think a few of its teeth flew out. The boy was so strong that even such a dragon was not much of a threat to him. He swung again, this time with his fist. His hand glowed with overflowing energy. And now, he was ready to fight this dragon. One more blow, and the beast would be defeated. The guy hit him right in the head, and it blew off like a watermelon. Yeah, he was a hero back there. Now for him, even fighting a dragon was a regular thing. A true hero, a defender of mankind. The boy sat there and watched the whole superb spectacle. There were bangs and explosions and screams. For a second, he even got goosebumps. Well, what's to be surprised about? Yes, it was the most shocking footage available until the end of the game. The boy was lying on his couch, stroking the egg next to him. After that, only a crazy person wouldn't be wary of Hong after seeing him slay a dragon with his bare hands. That guy's strength is amazing. It was worth watching out for, but that's not what you have to fear now. The boy pressed the egg to his chest, which became warm. It would be very irresponsible of him to show such a thing to his future child. The boy mentally apologized to the egg and held it even tighter. It wasn't supposed to see that. I think he was slowly starting to lose his mind. He leaned the egg against him, and like a chicken trying to keep it safe from everything. The evil dragon this guy was definitely not going to get. However, he wasn't going to leave it alone. So for now, one must not show his finder to everyone so irresponsibly. The guy realized that he should train the little dragon well, so that he wouldn't grow up to be such a vicious monster. The next day, he went to the university as always. Studying couldn't wait, but he really wanted to spend some more time with his treasure. He found a better option to take the egg with him to his studies. He even bought a small bag for this purpose, in which he put all his items, and now there was a big egg in there. As soon as he stepped down into the university, there were immediate whispers. Everyone looked at him with astonishment, and even some caution. This guy is cultivating something. Since he's channeling, he's definitely looking for people's attention. Whispers were heard everywhere. No, something's wrong. I think he's gotten a little more attractive. I think people are starting to see things in him that they've been trying to ignore until now. Is his popularity growing? If that's a little more attractive, then I'm just a celebrity? People started to bump into each other. Yes, he's getting better ratings. That's naturally a good thing. But it's not enough. He wanted more popularity more. I think he even became a little obsessed. Charm points are increasing thanks to the charm surge, but it already takes a whole month to reach at least 10. That's too slow. The boy pressed the dragon even harder against him. Okay, there's still something that can be done about it. We must get the potion by all means and increase the charm level. He made a grimace that would scare anyone. Oh my God, look at his face. These humiliations, he'll remember them all. And then he'll take his revenge. And his revenge will be insidious. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice saying hello to everyone present. The boy looked in that direction in surprise. A man in a neat suit stood there, looking at all the other students. It had been too long. The man was smiling, looking extremely friendly. His name was Han Do-seok, the same man who had met the students at the beginning of their journey. Yes, he was a high-ranking hero who had guided them in the beginning on the introductory missions. The man smiled and said that he was their disposal now. All around, Spread's heroes only A and B rank. From a hero with rank is a completely different feeling. He literally reeks of power and strength. They are not only letters different, there is a huge gulf between them. Such a rank has at least a rare status, and has signed a contract for a status no less legendary. Since they are at the beginning of the path of divinity, that's the level. That's something worth striving for. I'll have to get to those heights soon. The guy realized it was too far for him. They must be prepared for a future crisis, so there's no time to waste. They must act decisively. A man stood in front of them and spoke in a loud voice. He said that within 2 weeks, they should attend basic lectures about weapons, regardless of the type of weapons chosen in the entrance exam. They must be well-versed in all types, for they are the future of this country. However, also, there would be special lectures where they would get all the knowledge they needed. The man said it as if it was something ordinary for him. He drew a magic circle, and immediately, the weapons appeared there. He ordered all the other students to come out on a first-come, first-served basis, and let them take what they liked best. There were a variety of weapons. There seemed to be something for everyone. Smiling, the man told them to get out wisely, for they would have to train with this weapon for the next weeks. Soon they came to the training room, which is where the main training would take place. Students slowly began to approach. Next student. Most of all students choose the sword, as it is the easiest weapon to wield, or at least it seems so. After the popularity of the sword comes spears, bows, and a couple exotic weapons. These are chosen less often. The boy looked at the weapons rack, which had a variety of everything on it. Those who concentrate on studying magic most often choose wands or staffs. They are useful for maintaining mana and intelligence. The boy looked at the others. Of course, his good acquaintances were there as well. Hong, to everyone's surprise, didn't choose anything. It seems that this guy will prefer to fight with his bare hands until the end. Well, no wonder. Although things are going according to plan here, this guy punches his way in with his fist, and he's not going to choose any weapon. It's humiliating for him. These guys are even more attention-hungry than the main character, not one normal person. Yeah? In this world, danger awaits at every turn. You need to be ready for anything, and weapons are the main option to defend yourself. It's no surprise that the main characters already have the abilities they need to survive here. So be it. The guy sighed heavily. He just couldn't believe he was stuck in this place. This was just humiliating. He had gone through this game dozens of times. And now he was stuck here? This was so much worse in reality. The girl was the next to choose, came someone's timid voice. She was barely trying not to stammer, but she seemed to be having a hard time doing it. The girl took hold of the magic bow and held on tightly with her hand. She looked rather shy. The girl was somewhere around his age. She had wide glasses over her eyes. She had chosen a bow, and her hair was braided into a small ponytail. On high rim. That was her name. The girl was discouraged by something. She looked shyly in front of her. She was even a little scared of being here. The guy was busy with other characters the whole time and didn't even pay attention to her. The girl took her bow and quiver of arrows and went the other way. But getting her as an ally would be nice too. He used the browsing information. Bow. It's a great tool to backstab and stalk due to its attack radius. The girl's characteristics weren't bad. Strength points, speed, dexterity, endurance, sense, magic, power. Mental power, intelligence, charm, potency. Unique skills centered 6 senses, unrevealed skill. Special clairvoyance skill, unrevealed, and another skill that was not seen at all. Very good. The guy's honed mindset and element have already awakened, and the most important thing hasn't yet, but it's getting there. Her most important characteristic, and at the same time her strongest. Multiple personalities. Thanks to this skill, when her personality changes, her characteristics change. Personality A, she had the standard characteristics, and personality B's characteristics increase somewhere and decrease somewhere. If the current introverted personality is suited for long-range attacks, it's the other one for close combat. The boy looked in her direction. She isn't limited to just the 2 of them. As she grows and matures, she will be able to form more of her personalities. Those she specializes in, since from long range, are pretty bad. If the opponent lowers her with a point, her skill completely negates that disadvantage. She was an incredibly talented girl, but also incredibly shy. She was afraid of literally everything. That's why he should make her his ally. Soon the next candidate was called. That was our main character. He approached at a brisk walk, still holding his egg in the basket. It's kind of tricky. You got to follow the plan, right? There were only two weapons in front of his face. In front of him stood the sword and the little girl. Well, if he was going to follow the plan, he would be a sword mage, hence the need to choose. He took his sword in one hand and his wand in the other. The tablets immediately appeared in front of him. The boy looked at his weapons and crossed them together. They glowed with a strange bluish glow. Okay, if he was going to stick to the plan, there was no need to get distracted. The instructor wondered, sword and sorcery? That would be quite difficult, the boy replied. He wasn't going to give up either of them. He has a double specialization after all. The instructor looked at him with pride and said it was exactly what he expected. He hoped the boy would become a hero who would light up their country in the future. He said this with some very strong pride. The boy was even a little surprised. He looked at him in surprise, but the instructor kept talking. He said that he liked his idea of combining sword and magic. The mood is rather strange, of course, but let the boy take into account that it takes talent. The instructor put his arm around his shoulder and led him along. The boy was even a little frightened by this pressure. It seemed to him that the instructor was about to do something. He tensed his whole body and tried to concentrate in order not to arouse suspicion in any way, as he realized that now absolutely everyone was looking at him. Maybe he had one. The instructor pushed the boy forward, and now he had to show what he could do. The boy moved forward in silence. The instructor put his arm around his shoulders, and it looked rather strange from the outside. It's rare to put them together. The man continued to speak in surprise. He had been named when he was admitted, but he should always be aware that with opportunities come limitations. The guy felt a little awkward in this situation. He could literally feel everyone's eyes on him. What a scary guy. What discrimination. Overreacting to all of this. He could feel all these feelings, and it terrified him. Okay, his popularity is dropping by the day. That sucks. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. If he had a higher charm level, maybe things would have turned out differently. It's hard to take that kind of hostility, but okay, that's him. He finally realized that he still needed to increase his charm level a little, even a little, or else at this rate, his life wouldn't be easy. Plans. Soon the day came to an end, and the lad returned to his place. The windows had already begun to light up there, and night had descended upon the city. Okay, that should be the end of it for today. The guy threw off his clothes and decided to get some rest. It had been a pretty productive day. The quadricopter flew up to him and told him that the boy was exerting himself too much lately, but he waved it off and said it was okay. He was almost done after all. Besides, he's made careful preparations. Now everything would be much easier. He held out his hand and pointed forward, where there were many bottles of various potions. Now, everything will go as it should. It took a lot of reputation points to make these potions, but it wasn't all wasted. He put his hands on his sides and looked at his creation with pleasure. He should be able to do it now. He picked up the egg and grasped it well. It's time to start. He'll call it using rare items to raise a SS-rank dragon. It's the perfect name. I should have recorded a preview. Then they would proceed with filming and final editing. Drone nodded his head if he had one. Now, the most important thing. The guy was just over the moon. The views would skyrocket. He was incredibly happy about his ingenuity. Then he would definitely raise his popularity even higher. This was just unbelievable. The guy was happy. Truly, he was literally glowing with joy. It's been 2 hours since the guy started growing this egg with magic. Now, he was feeling a little uneasy. All the potions had run out, and the egg kept absorbing magic. Now, the guy felt really fucked up. The egg had absorbed enough, however, not very much. He was mana depleted. He had lost a large amount of blood. His stamina was restored with life force. His mana was restored with a life force potion. He had goosebumps on his back and felt dizzy. Here we go. Exhaustion is on its way. But that pain is nothing compared to what he's going to get. The guy didn't seem like he was going to back down at all. Dude, don't you think you're overdoing it? I think you're going to feel really bad after this. How much sleep is he going to get? He had used up all his potions and all his IVs, so now he had almost nothing left. The boy looked at his spreadsheet thoughtfully. Now, however, everything has worked out. The dragon slowly began to hatch. The shell began to crack and a rumbling sound could be heard from there. Did it really work? Had all his hard work paid off? It may seem at first glance that incubating an egg is a simple task, but it is not. Dozens of liters of blood were spent on it, as well as a lot of magical energy. Even a high-ranked hero would use up all the energy to do this. The egg continued to move and slowly cracked. And lo and behold, there came a foot, a dragon hatching. His paw was cart nasty, and immediately the skin was quickly pierced. The guy almost went crazy with joy. Yes, this is it. He was incredibly happy. The dragon had almost hatched. He kept holding the egg in his hands and it kept cracking. Way to go. He had finally made it. The hatching of the egg should happen by itself without anyone's help. By the way, it started to emanate a strange mist that spread throughout the room. The air is beginning to fill with mom, though the cub hasn't fully hatched yet, as expected of a dragon. And the egg was cracking with every second. And then, suddenly, for everyone, and especially for our hero, the egg broke in half. Something flew out of there and immediately soared upwards. The guy didn't even realize it. He was scared. No, he almost crapped his pants. He looked up and looked at it. The first thing he saw was a long ear, fur. Indeed, it was a dragon. Then he saw a small horn sticking out of its head. A dragon. The dragon had hatched. And now before the boy stood the little cub. It was so small, about the size of a small puppy. As soon as it came into the white light, the dragon opened its mouth, which by the way already had sharp teeth, and screamed like a small child. The boy became confused. He looked at the dragon with some fear. An aura of fear started to fly around him. He began to look closer. Yes, it was the dragon's exactly. Did he really have it all worked out? Everything is going exactly according to plan. The guy was beyond happy. He immediately grabbed the dragon. Even the way this little guy was yawning was an incredibly cute sight. The guy was just ready to melt right now. He held the little dragon, which was incredibly heavy for its age, but his skin was soft to the touch. The little dragon that had just come into the world did not understand anything yet. He looked at the boy with his big yellow eyes with vertical pupils, a true predator. But now he was completely harmless. He was so cute that no kitten could compare to him. Yeah, he's his daddy. What? He's already become a daddy. A begging sign, the dragon started pulling his little paws towards him. He started squeaking. It was so cute the guy couldn't help himself. He immediately nuzzled the dragon, who was surprisingly warm. He didn't seem to like it very much, but the guy didn't care. He just kept squeezing it. It had been a long time since he'd seen such cuteness. A dragon that fit in the palm of his hand. It's hard to imagine that this little cutie could soon become a huge beast capable of wiping out an entire city. The scales are soft and fluffy to the touch, but they're strong enough to withstand any attack. Why is it so white and beautiful? Okay, it's time to name him. The guy lifted the dragon up as if from a Lion King cartoon. From now on, his name is White. The dragon immediately waved his paws happily, which had cute pads on them. His appearance was so cute that it was impossible to resist. Immediately, characterization plates began to appear. You're using the information viewer. Character name White. Muscle mass, magic power. Speed, mental strength, agility, stamina, endurance, and mental strength, potential points. No unique skills, no special skills. Dragon heart specialty. Guardness dragon scale power is unawakened. Dragon blood is unawakened. And another ability window. Wow, his birth characteristics are already so impressive. Draconians aren't even considered fully human. His dragon heart that possesses an infinite supply of magic can be considered simply the most powerful creature on Earth. It's simply unbelievable. Without unique specialties and skills, he can even recognize even the hidden, unawakened characteristics. The dragon heart began to beat even more frequently. The boy continued to keep a close eye on his child. Now, he was instantly attached to him. A smile appeared on his face. He was incredibly pleased with his success. He now had a real treasure. Isn't that the most beautiful thing you can find in this game? The guy lifted the dragon up, and the dragon squeaked lightly, startled. He was still a baby, and the guy was already rubbing him like that. Soon they both fell asleep. This waking procedure took a lot of energy and effort. It was necessary to rest. The dragon was lying right on the boy's stomach. He was incredibly comfortable. The little dragon was lying on his chest like a child, snoozing peacefully. The boy snored, but it didn't seem to stop the little dragon from lying quietly on his master. They both fell asleep. The guy finally woke up after some time and yawned sweetly. He felt incredibly warm and pleasant. Guy had slept well, and now it seems that his strength had recovered almost completely. The guy felt great. He took the baby and gently removed it from his chest. It was so warm that the boy even dozed off. It was incredibly comfortable in here after all. All right, enough lying around. It was time to check on success. He opened the video hosting window and started reading the comments. There was a lot to look at. The comments varied. He can play any character, but it seems like a lot of people take his acting too seriously. And it's scary. There were a lot of comments discussing the guy's tumultuous life. They seemed to be interested in it a lot, even too much. Anyway, he got an invitation from the guild. It's a nice boost to his social skills and his standing in the community. The public response is pretty good. Reputation points, that's not bad at all. He's growing up right in front of my eyes. He had collected a lot of reputation points, and now the opportunity to buy 4 mid-level random potion boxes had opened up to him. The guy thought, this was a pretty important purchase, so he had to think it over carefully. At that moment, he heard something begin to fidget beside him. The dragon finally woke up and looked at his foster father with big yellow eyes. He was incredibly cute now. The boy looked at him with inexpressible tenderness, as if this were really his real child. He put his hand on his head and began to stroke it with such an effort as if he were cleaning his clothes. The dragon squirmed, which was nice, but we think the guy overdid it again. Will you stop petting him like that? He's so cute, just like that, like an overload of cuteness. And the dragon began to grunt from overexertion. And indeed, his master seems to have gotten too carried away. Okay, he'd gotten too caught up in the moment, and now he had important things to distract himself with. The boy turned away and thought, should have finished shopping after all. It had completely slipped his mind, and he would still need to buy 4 boxes of potions. A complicated purchase and quite a responsibility. The guy bought, and the purchases immediately showed up on the screen. The quadricopter flew closer to him and said in a satisfied manner that he thought the guy had made the right choice. It didn't matter what he got if there was a chance to get a potion to increase charm, especially on YouTube. Looks were very important, it seemed to him. That's right, YouTube attractiveness is the foundation of all the basics. The guy was enthusiastic. All that was left was to raise his popularity points, and then everything would be fine. He felt that success awaited him. He only needed to stretch out his hand, and everything would be in his hands. The quadricopter flew closer to him and said that he thought good genetics was a blessing for an attention seeker. The last words were said in a peculiar accent that made even the guy cringe. He's an attention seeker, isn't he? It sounds strange, but it seems to describe his characterization perfectly. Look at her choice of words. How did she learn to speak like that? Where did she get that level of sophistication? She seems more human than the humans themselves. The boy asked in surprise, how did she learn to talk like that? Her vocabulary has grown considerably. She's adapting quickly. With those words, the guy shivered a little. The drone nodded. That's acceptable. Well, that's nonsense. This can't be happening. Dragonlance watched it all from the sidelines and flapped his big eyes. He didn't understand human speech, but that's for now. The boy continued to be afraid. It's not like she can learn words like that. Dragons grasp everything on the fly. But so he would learn the language quickly, he should be careful with such statements. Although it's annoying, but now he has to open these boxes. He should have opened the middle-class box with the potions. We can only hope that something worthwhile falls out. He uses the 4 boxes of mid-range potions, and extraordinary luck is activated. What the hell? Then a few potion bottles showed up. The user's desire interacts with luck. Wow, now, is it really something good? The guy was sitting on his bed, trying to figure out what had just happened. Several signs popped up in front of him. You have received a multi-ranked potion of spike-inducing charms. Next, he received a low-ranked grooming kit. He got a shadow mask on top of that. And on top of that, from Botox. He sat there and couldn't get excited. At last, things to increase the charm. It couldn't be better. It's marvelous. The guy couldn't find himself from happiness. Night had already dominated the city. The tall buildings stacked against the sky, some with lights on, were relatively quiet. A girl stood on the roof of a building watching the city at night. You could tell who she was from the back. Long hair the color of a shadow and special clothing for assassins. Shi Young stood on the roof and studied the information table. Ball hadn't seen any suspicious activity, and so far everything was going smoothly. So let's hope that everything would go on like this. The girl listened. For some reason, she constantly felt like someone was watching her. It was starting to get annoying. She didn't want anyone to stop her from putting her plans into action. However, this man's brother cautiously acts behind the scenes. He won't be able to easily influence the affairs of the academy one way or another. However, one had to be careful. Still, she didn't like these guys. One had to act as a shadow so as not to arouse suspicion. Moreover, Han is most focused on training with the genin. After getting the new information, The girl was more concerned about a little bit different. She frowned. That's Julia. She's even more fussy than Chung Yun. The girl frowned. Yi pictured that girl behind her back. She was starting to annoy her more and more. She's been thinking Han Sung's been doing nothing but talking ever since he formed the band. But he's definitely up to something, judging from the information screen. Just now, the girl wanted to find out so that you wouldn't. It's the unknown, and she was getting annoyed. She wanted to know more, because the success of the operation depended on it. She thought for a moment. Julia Martin. That girl is rather tactless, that, and besides annoying by her mere presence. If she does not use her eyes, should she rid her of them? The girl reached for her own. However, this nasty wench owns a big company, which could create a problem. If she tries to eliminate Julia, someone just knows about it definitely. So we need to proceed a little more carefully. Se-young realized she'll prevent Han Sung from being happy if she acts rashly. She should be more careful. It's better to observe and wait for the moment. In the meantime, she should focus on the task at hand. The girl crouched down and prepared to jump. Yes, this newcomer was the strangest person she had ever met in her life. He was definitely hiding something very interesting, and I wanted to find out what it was all about. Magic, great swordsmanship, and his ability to have so many trump cards up his sleeve. It's ridiculous. It just didn't make sense. She thought he had a talent for assassination. She doubted there was anything in the world the child of the Black Earth had not seen. But still, why would he refuse to work with her? Had he been doing this for too long and he was getting tired of it? The girl understood all of that. She too was getting tired of the killer's activities. So she understood the guy perfectly. She pulled the mask over her face and stepped forward. The girl stood on the very edge of the building, which was quite tall. However, jumping from such a height would be no problem for her. A moment more and she would fly down. She held her breath and looked down. There were people staring at her, a lot of people who could potentially be her victims. And so, the girl took the last step and flew upside down. However, it was not scary for her. She was not afraid of crashing at all. She flew like a shadow. The girl was grouped together, and in such a state she would not be seen by many people. Her dark suit and hair blended in with the scenery, so the camouflage was perfect. The girl flew straight down, unable to see anything in front of her. It was like an easy walk for her. She did it all the time. Suddenly, she turned into a small shadow, and unnoticed by the others, she yorked into a nearby crevice. She easily seeped in like a liquid. And now she was already inside the building. It was quite quiet and dark. So the girl with her current abilities could move around quietly without fear of anyone noticing her at all. It was hard to notice her at all, but only now. The window was left open, and a small breeze flew in. The girl felt a chill run down her spine, and her hair began to move. There was a man in a suit, apparently guarding something. He stood there, staring intently in front of him without missing a beat. His job was dangerous and difficult, so it required a lot of training. There was no one in the corridor, and the silence was too oppressive. Suddenly, a shadow appeared from somewhere. The man didn't even have time to realize it before he saw his death moving towards him. The girl jumped at him, appearing literally out of nowhere. The man wanted to grab his blade, but he wouldn't have had time. His speed was simply not fast enough to match the girl. She flew at him like a hawk, and there was a sharp blow, and the man didn't even have time to scream before he died. Blood drops flew in all directions, left on the glass. The man was dead in a second. The girl acted like a pro. She'd been doing it all her life, and moving stealthily was nothing to her. A man is dead, lying on the floor, choking on his own blood. A girl stands next to him, examining the scene of her crime. There were several bodies lying around. The men didn't even realize it. There were bloody footprints on the floor that stretched back to where the girl had gone. She was dressed in black, so she almost completely blended in with her surroundings. So, seeing her was quite problematic. Staring intently out the window, the man stood with his back turned. His only concern was, why did the power go out in the house? His voice was shaking. Apparently, he was frightened. Still was. Someone had cut the power, and no one could figure it out. Suddenly, a shadow slid behind him. He didn't even realize what had happened. He was still standing there talking on the phone. The girl appeared right behind him, so quietly that he realized it only when he felt it with his sixth sense. Who is she? Why was she here, and how did she get here? The man was frightened by the fact that it was dark here, and some strange girl was standing there. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the bloody blade the girl held in her hands. A chill ran down the man's spine, and he realized that something irreversible was about to happen. He didn't want to die. He opened his mouth and wanted to call for guards to prevent the inevitable, but the girl turned into a shadow and moved at him, and in one great leap shortened the distance. He wanted to scream, but all he got out of his throat was a gurgling scream. Drops of blood splattered on the wall. His throat was cut instantly. The man didn't even have time to call for help. Si-yeon looked at him over her shoulder. This was just one of her many orders. The girl genuinely enjoyed it. She was killing and getting stronger and stronger. It was akin to entertainment for her. Now the next one. A triumphant smile appeared on her face. She would go to another order and eliminate a man or woman or whatever because that was a lifetime for her. The next day the weather was nice. Time to wake up and head out to get some new things to do. Now the guy would have to concentrate on raising a normal dragon, not a real monster that the whole city and the whole country would be after. He got out of bed and stretched sweetly. He was in a great mood. The dragon was sleeping next to him, and apparently he wasn't going to wake up. The boy cast a lovely glance at him. The dragonkin was so cute that he smiled full mouth again. He summoned his artificial intelligence. Helen, what is the current status? The drone flew up with a whirring sound and replied that the stock price of CHVK was rising slowly and the overall return was. Guy said to let the intelligence let him know when there are more significant changes and what about his classes. Helen replied that group raid fundamentals classes are at noon. The guy wondered, had the main storyline already started? He had time to prepare and he needed to be on his guard. The boy got out of bed and moved towards the exit, telling his artificial assistant to look after the dragon while he was on business. Helen told the guy not to worry, everything would be safe and sound. Because of the fact that artificial intelligence can work in multiple places at the same time. But he thinks there's a limit to all these drones, however, it doesn't matter now. Gotta go. The guy waved his hand and said, it's hard right now, but he'll get him a nice avatar soon. The drone thanked him. You have to take care of your subordinate points after all. The boy looked at his pet before exiting. Most bodies can't handle the mana of this creature. He thought dreamily about how there would be an ability to control its impressive bulk. That would be just wonderful. He went to the window and opened the skills window. Maybe there's one in the underworld. I'd have to check it out. He had a small sandwich in his hand. He needed a snack. The boy came closer and took a closer look. He probably saw something there that caught his eye. There was a message from the woman who was one of the company's executives. She said she wanted to meet right away. Looks like she's making a move. Interestingly enough, that makes him feel better. After all, the girl checked him out and made sure he was telling the truth. The guy moved towards it. There was no time to lose. Finally, it was time. There was a reason he'd been so persistent. It seemed to have worked, and now everything was going according to plan. He put on his parade suit and moved forward. Here comes the end of the first part of his plan. All he has to do is get through today and try hard for a few days. Then it would work out. He didn't even doubt it. He couldn't have gotten this far here and screwed it up. The guy had gotten dressed, and now looked more or less decent. It might be easier to complete the first storyline without any problems. He was fully prepared for what awaited him there. Next, he came to the weapons testing site, or rather, he was led there. He had met the girl, and now they were in a very strange building. It looked more like a military complex, which it probably was. The girl and several men in suits, including our hero, were there, and now they were to test what they had. The girl showed her hand and suggested that everyone else follow her, pointing to the testing center. Everyone agreed and moved forward. The girl walked ahead, her heels clacking on the floor. She was followed by the others. The men were completely in earnest. They had a very serious test ahead of them, and inside the girl had mixed feelings. On the one hand, she was glad that she had bought the attributes, but on the other hand, it seemed to her that the purchase for her had cost more than she had planned. But judging from the joyous shouting from the research lab, it wasn't a simple waste of time and money after all. It was beautiful. Her company's research institute had a lot of skilled scientists. They had a lot to be proud of themselves for. Indeed, the men stood and marveled at this cube. Still, they are excited about these items. Not bad now. Everything will be fine. At least the girl sincerely hoped so. The girl was wary. She couldn't believe that they were so many years ahead of their technology. Still, these magical paraphernalia were simply an incredible treasure. She was very lucky, and she didn't particularly regret spending the money. According to the researchers' assumptions, a sufficiently skilled mage of high class or higher would be able to figure it out. However, this guy who seemed to have invented these things was neither a researcher nor a high-ranking mage, just a hero candidate who had recently joined the academy. That was exactly the weirdest part. How did he even get that far? The boy continued to walk forward, the room staggering him with its size. It seemed to him that there was no end to this house. Had someone like him created it? What a golden goose. She literally marveled at this man. She literally couldn't believe that an ordinary guy could create such a thing. Han was just calmly walking around the room at this time and looking around. He would be an influential figure in the future. She had to get him, no matter what it would cost her. It was an incredible specimen. After all, she had a real pride inside her for being able to obtain such a treasure like this. They went to the big tower, which seems to have been the main building on the premises. That's where the main experiments took place. As soon as the guy got there, he said that the place hadn't changed a bit. The girl was surprised to ask him that he had already been in such a place and testing weapons. The guy nodded his head, but when he was only the highest class, now it was a real discovery for him. The guy raised his hand up and asked, "Is it possible to raise the security level to 1? The girl was even a little startled. Security level 1? She didn't expect that. What did he bring with him? The entire test site is covered with a protective magical barrier that prevents anything from seeping in. If you raise the security level to level 1, dozens of barriers will appear and hundreds of magic stones will vaporize. It is appropriate in a training ground of this scale. It would be a good thing." The guy pondered about it to himself. The girl hesitated and looked at him. "If you want to contain the shockwave and avoid further destruction when a kiloton atomic bomb explodes, you should use such a weapon." The guy apparently noticed the anxiety on her face and told her not to be afraid. It's not a nuclear weapon. The girl agreed, okay. She would request security level 1. She put her hand up and signaled. Yes, nukes would be too much. However, the effect is similar. They need to get ready. The guy nodded. As soon as the girl heard this, her voice trembled. She asked, "What did he just say?" The guy turned to her and showed her a small vial. The level 1 defense had been triggered. Worth being careful, the guy nodded and continued to smile. He was holding a small flask that looked like some sort of potion. However, it was very different. It certainly looked beautiful. There were magical runes and symbols painted on this flask. This bottle was filled with the magic of compressed space. So such precautions were quite appropriate in this situation. The guy tensed up. Besides the spells in releasing space and destroying magic, it also had a magic chain engraved on it. The guy wondered beautifully what she was talking about. They didn't come here to admire it, did they? It can only be called something beautiful in the dark lands when it's a bomb sweeping away tens of thousands of demons and devils. The guy came to the edge as if nothing had happened and said that if everyone else was ready, we could start. The girl was frightened and asked him to wait. It was dangerous. However, the guy didn't seem to listen to her and continued to move forward. He went out to the testing grounds and in full confidence in his abilities continued on his way. In spite of the fact that there were people behind him who were overly afraid, the guy calmed them down and assured them that he understood and was aware of everything, so they had nothing to worry about. He kept going. The girl looked at him with a frightened look. She couldn't believe that something like this was happening here right now. Goosebumps ran down her spine. Khan stood at a fairly decent distance from them. He grabbed his vial and prepared to throw it. The guy had the most determined face. He didn't hesitate for a second. He had to prove his point. The boy stepped back a little to get a better run-up for a more accurate throw, standing firmly on his feet. He got ready. Swinging his arm around, the guy launched the vial of liquid as far forward as he could so it couldn't hit those standing there. The vial whistled, cutting through the air, and flew somewhere very far away. It seems Guy had done a good job, and now it wouldn't hurt anyone. After flying a few dozen meters, the vial fell to the ground and shattered into many small pieces with a crunch. Light began to come out of it, though nothing happened for a couple of seconds. Then, there was a huge flash of blue light that began to consume the space around it. It began to expand, filling every available space on the base. Everyone else began to watch in horror. The guy put his hand forward and blocked the space, compressed space and magic when released, sweeping away everything in its path. It's a powerful enough weapon to wipe out an entire generation. Now, however, it will only demonstrate a fraction of what this thing can do. The rapid explosion will quickly use up mana, so you need to constantly recharge it so that the mana doesn't run out and the magic barrier doesn't run out. Otherwise, there will be very colossal destruction. The guy kept feeding mana to this barrier. When the squeeze occurred and the mana gathered in one point, a series of explosions would occur. which would be equal in strength to an atomic bomb, even several atomic bombs. At this time, the magical energy continued to congeal into a single point. Soon enough, when enough mana hits there at one point, there will be an explosion so powerful that almost everyone here will be shocked. There was a flash. It would be a pure magical explosion. First came the sound wave, a slight pop, but it was heard by almost the entire city. The barrier there was holding everything back, but the force was growing stronger and stronger. This was going to be a pure magical explosion. The guy stood with his arms stretched forward. He was in the very epicenter of events. It was quite a dangerous venture. However, it was necessary to act according to the plan. Otherwise, if something went wrong, it would be a disaster. This is the reason why he is not in a safe zone. The boy stood and watched the magical energy completely envelop the local space. Well, here we go. The guy opened the information plate that had a lot of plaques on it. Resistance to magic storm has passed its limit. Overload of excessive magic. A high concentration of magical energy had formed. The skill level of magical superiority increased dramatically. An explosion of space with liberating space has begun, and the destruction of magic. The skill level of space control skill increases dramatically. A giant testing ground, a powerful barrier and talent. All the conditions have come together. Now the experiments will definitely go as planned. The blast wave continued to build up and a massive explosion was about to occur. The guy was standing in the middle of it, and he had a sparkling, triumphant smile on his face. He knew everything was going according to his plan. It was the perfect plan. This was it. The most effective way to improve skill required the work of a professional. And then came the explosion. It was so powerful, it shook the earth beneath the entire city. The boy could hardly stand on his feet. Such was the force of the explosion that everyone's ears were instantly ringing. People thought it was the end of the world. But so far, everything was fine. And so the experiment was over. When the dust settled, there was a big hole at the site of the explosion. Indeed, as if an atomic bomb had been missed and was now exploding here. The guy was standing here on a little ledge in relative safety. He held onto his hand, which was literally vibrating with tension. He could die like that. The guy was holding on and breathing hard. He was even a little scared at the moment of the explosion. But now it was over, and he realized that everything was okay. He held on to his hand, still in disbelief that he had succeeded. It wouldn't be a good idea to do it a second time. His arm hurt and appeared ready to fall off now. He rubbed his arm, trying to bring it to his senses. At least he got what he wanted. Magical superiority had increased many times over. Space control increased by another level. It was worth it. The guy happily looked away and checked the system specs as well. He tensed for a second. Otherwise, it would have taken him months to improve these skills. Luckily, he hadn't failed. He was able to make everything so that the benefit itself came to his hands. That's great. The guy had now grown in his own eyes. He began to feel even more proud of himself. He looked over his shoulder at the other people, who were now looking rather frightened. What was wrong with them? I think they were very impressed. Everyone was standing there, superiors, scientists, and researchers. They all looked at the boy quietly and couldn't believe what was happening. There was a look of amazement and fear on their faces. The girl stood in front of him and opened her mouth in surprise. Her eyes were wide open too, unable to believe what had just happened. At the time of the explosion, the magic folded into a single point, and the pressure here was as if an atomic bomb was about to explode. Well, it kind of did. The guy was standing right there, right in the epicenter. I mean, it was incredibly dangerous. The others couldn't believe that such insanity could even be done in the real world. The girl could hardly stay on her feet. There was such a strong gust of wind, as if a 9-point storm had fallen on them. She covered her face so that dust and rock fragments would not get there. She was incredibly scared. Of course, the power of the weapon certainly impressed her to the core. She had never seen anything like it before in her life. Neither had the fact that he had created it himself. This was just a simple student. Even her top scholars couldn't reach this level for years, no decades. The guy was standing in front of a powerful explosion. A colossal amount of magical energy was flying in different directions, capable of destroying everything in its path. How can he even be standing there? He's just a man, right? Or not? Now, the woman doubted it. To what extent she doubted what she saw. She used to see him as a brilliant talent not to be missed, but now it seems her opinion has changed in some way. Now he appeared to her in a completely different light. Now she saw him as a man who definitely should not cross the road. She was impressed, frightened, and delighted at the same time. And the guy stood there as if he hadn't just created a colossal explosion that would have destroyed half the city if not for the magic barrier. Space compression and mana disruption. A guy was standing there holding his hand while shards of the earth fell from the sky and rose up in an explosion. He wields powers that could blow away any hero. That's really impressive. Now the girl was genuinely scared. She stood there for a few more minutes as if paralyzed. Everyone judges his abilities based on his YouTube videos, but hardly anyone realizes how much control he has over Manu. Naturally, the girl now realized, he has a strength equal to no less than C rank. Such tremendous mana control. Right now, he's just a candidate. It's scary to imagine what would happen if he started to develop further. The girl was literally ready to fall through the ground from fear. She was really scared for the first time in years. She, who had seen many things, was so surprised for the first time in her life. She bit her tongue and wished she was somewhere safe. The girl tried to control herself. From what she had just seen, her hair began to move, not from the wind but from fear. She began to approach him with a light, timid gait. She decided to make him her ally by all means, but never by force. Otherwise, you could have an enemy that would wipe you off the face of the earth with a single shot. The next day, the kid attended a group raid class. No matter how brilliant he is, you can't forget that he's just a candidate. The man stood in the middle of the large and spacious hall and explained the basics of raiding to the rest of the students. So we'd better form groups to do the practical exercises. There were many students standing there who were focused on the teacher. This is quite an important teaching moment. Khan-sun stood nearby and crossed his arms over his chest, listening to the teacher. Working together as a class to learn the mechanics of raiding. Yes, personal strength is of course important, but in addition to that, it is necessary to have a basic knowledge of teamwork to be able to defeat a strong opponent together. The guy couldn't help but notice that after he started using methods to make himself more attractive, he started getting more stares. Did he have surgery? Why did his looks get better? Now he's not such a nasty dot. Naturally, the guy heard all this and seemed pleased. He exhaled heavily. Yes, these remedies work. The boy was insanely happy that finally all this bullying would stop. They were starting to get on his nerves so much that he couldn't put up with this behavior anymore. He began to feel proud of himself. He had such good fortune for a reason, after all. The attractiveness enhancer had worked perfectly. He finally felt he was being treated like a human being. Now the score has reached, that's about average. So now he'll have a better relationship with the others. Se-young was standing next to him. The girl was also listening to the lecture attentively. The guy was thinking, when you have points of attractiveness, he looks attractive. But when he looks like he stepped off the covers of fashion magazines. If you think about it, this girl's charm is over, right? However, her personality fundamentally changes everything. The guy's in over his head. This girl is a real problem. Yes, she is beautiful, but her character is just something, and in a bad way. He does not know only why so much spoil the player. Maybe it is such a hobby at the developer, or an attempt to adjust the balance in the game to ask. Fuck knows, it's not the time to think about it. The teacher continued telling the students the basics. He spread his hands and said that he would divide them into groups. There would be 10 in all, 5 in each group. It would be a perfect balance. The boy thought the composition of the group should be basically standard. There should be 1 attacker each with long and short ranges, 2 assistants, and a tank. I wonder what his role would be. He really didn't want to stand idle like last time. Group's composition. Tank Lee Han-seong. A tank? That's not bad at all. He'll be a group tank, which means he'll be on the front line. Group long-range attacker, An Hai-rim. No wonder, she's a bow attacker. Group long-range attacker, Lee Ji-sung. He was ranked H on the rankings. Song Se-young was a group short-range attacker, 8th in the rankings. Julia Martin, Group 5 short course attacker, H in the rankings. Of course, Julia wasn't happy. The girl stood and averted her gaze from everyone, as if no one was worthy of her looking at them. The teacher put his finger up and prepared to say something important. He asked for the students' attention so that they would finally be quiet. They have 1 hour to prepare a strategy and practice it. After that, they will have practice. Han sighed heavily. Oh, here we go. Thinking out tactics the moment this girl is in the group is simply an unbearable task. It's going to be difficult. An Hai-rim. He needs just that. As good as it is that they got into the same group, this girl is quite capable and a good ally later on. But it's not like he's happy with the distribution. Julia Martin. The guy looked at her with a disgruntled look. Of course it sucks that she's in their group. It's going to be a bit of a problem for him to even be around her. and he's going to have to work together. Well, there's nothing to do. The guy coughed and turned to the others. The first strike behind him is correct, for he is a tank. As he realizes, he will stand on the front line and cover everyone with his shield. Yes, the tank role was incredibly important in teamwork. It's almost the most important role. Taking the brunt of the damage, reading the enemy's attacks, and finding weaknesses in them. The tank attack is one of the main parts of the battle. It should never be neglected. Julia hesitated but seemed to agree. Even though this girl had a nasty temper, but that wasn't saying much, she still didn't want to get involved in a scandal. But did a candidate with a ranking have enough experience for such an experience? She didn't miss a moment to tease someone here either. She Young, standing next to her, whimpered. She has a double-digit rating, and yet she's talking such nonsense. Julia heard that and got angry. What? She's talking crap? Wait a minute. Somebody's not smart or educated. The girls look like they've started a scandal. There you go, as usual. I think that's the most banal way to fight. Young was too snide. They cost each other. The girl said that she thought uneducated people were uneducated when they judged others by what they didn't know. But don't you ignorant people know that? Julia got angry again. Who's the ignoramus? And this is coming from a girl who's a firebrand. Now they're going to get personal, and then they're going to punch each other in the face, and he's a short guy with no bones in his mouth. The guy stood nearby and listened to the whole scandal. Yes, at that moment he realized that teamwork is unlikely to work. With guns in their hands, they are ruthless killing machines. But at times like this, they're more like children. And pretty stupid ones who fight all the time, no matter what the situation. Although they probably act like normal 17-year-old girls, don't they? The guy hadn't been that age for a long time, so it was basically new to him. Besides, he didn't know how normal girls acted, because everyone here was inadequate. Julia decided to hit the sore spot. She poked at the girl and said that she had an H place in the rankings. But her commander only had that makes all the difference. The girl tried to justify herself. Her rival waved her hands to the sides and said that all this was of course true, for they were talking different people. The girl smiled. Probably for her, the 8th place is a joke, because there is always a guy standing on the 3rd place. Julia smiled and tried to contain herself. All right, she thinks that with her on the team, the guy in the H place is not so terrible. After all, he achieved it by his own strength without having anything behind him. The girl hit the sweet spot. Okay, something very scary is about to happen. Young kept quiet. It was her sore spot, and her rival knew. She knew exactly where to hit to her heart's content. The girl tried to control herself, which was getting worse and worse each time. Julia looked at her and chuckled softly. She was already triumphant and celebrating her victory. Yes, that girl's tongue was sharp after all. Then she burst into laughter. The girl laughed from the bottom of her heart, no matter how black she was. Nothing to say, right? No matter who your family is, it can't compare to Martin Corporation or Denyon Gup. The girl said this while crying with laughter. What a bastard. The guy looked at her from afar and asked himself a rhetorical question. But what does this bitch want? What is she trying to get? I mean, it's stupid. Why would she do something like that? Suddenly, he felt a sudden sense of justice. Julia continued to laugh. She mocked her rival. Had she swallowed her tongue? How dare she even bring this guy into this? Chiang reached for her dagger. Her patience was running out. One more second and the girl would attack her, because everyone has a limit, and Julia was dangerously close to crossing that limit. Julia noticed the danger too. A chill immediately ran down her spine as she saw her rival reaching for her dagger, most likely to finish her off in one blow. What a bastard. Why can't they live peacefully? I don't know what's so hard about it. Han, who was watching from afar, got scared. Hey, don't make this a funeral. It looked like something bad was about to happen, knowing Yeon's temperament. Something really bad was about to happen, and he didn't want anyone from his future team to die right now, not even before the trial started. And there was nothing to be afraid of. The girl had turned into some kind of monster. She looked at her rival the way she usually looked at her victims. There wasn't much difference between the two of them. If the guy doesn't intervene in time, something terrible is about to happen. Okay, we have to stop this somehow, otherwise someone will definitely get hurt or worse die. The boy stood between them and put his hands out in different directions. It was a pretty dangerous idea. If the girls didn't calm down, he'd be in trouble. That's enough. We have to end this. The girl stood beside him, still burning with rage. He stood between two monsters that were ready to tear each other apart. Boy, seems like you picked a bad time to be a dove of peace. Shouldn't they fight like this? Shouldn't they prepare for the practical assignment first? Julia remained silent. Shiyan stood next to him and looked through him. The girl didn't say anything, just stared at her rival and seemed ready to tear her to shreds. The guy didn't know why she was on his nerves today, but he couldn't let the gun entry go. What the hell happened to her? She wasn't herself today. The guy put his hand on her shoulder and suggested she start her own thing. It was better than cutting each other's necks. As soon as the girl felt his touch, she twitched a little in surprise. She didn't really like to be touched either. She immediately blushed and tried to look away, though it looked pretty cute from the outside. Okay, she seemed to understand, and there wouldn't be any more problems. Julia agreed too and nodded her head. The girl still wanted to fight a little, of course, but since she'd done it, she could be patient. The boy sighed heavily. He realized how close he was now to his own death. He didn't want it to end this way. Okay, that's taken care of. Now we have to start classes. He even flinched a little in surprise, fear still in his heart. It was just a little bit more, and something bad was going to happen. He didn't want it to end this way, but he'd have to live to practice at least. The practice was about to start. There was a little tension in the air. As all the students realized that this test would not be easy, they had to make every effort to prove. There were also fans sitting on the stands who were watching with interest. One of the teams took the field. They were at full strength, and they were fully prepared to start the battle. Han Bayul was the tank of the first group. The guy stood motionless and observed what was happening. His calmness was still at the same high level. Even though there was a monster in front of him, he didn't even raise an eyebrow. In front of him stood a monster, a rank TS ogre, a huge creature with burning eyes. It was as tall as a multi-story building. It resembled something like the ones they had encountered in their first few days at the university. However, right now, their levels were almost the same. Han looked away too, and memories came back to his mind. It had been difficult to deal with 10 such creatures last time. An ogre for a group of 5 was not a bad level of practice, but it had been much more difficult and scary then. Okay, this one's manageable. The monster roared and swung his huge fist. The boy stood right in front of it, waiting for it to attack. The monster was rather slow, though its blows were incredibly powerful. The guy wasn't really afraid, though looking at the monster's fists that were the size of a small car, they inspired real fear. Now one had to fear for his own life. The monster brought his fist to the extreme distance and already prepared to strike. The guy was standing just a few centimeters away. He raised his hands up and tried to block the blow with his telekinesis power. He succeeded, and an aura appeared around him, blocking everything that was happening outside. The kid was visibly tense, yes, even though he had a high rank, but now he had to block the monster's attack that he had made right in the forehead. It would be difficult if he was a little weaker. Ogre took a swing, but missed. The telekinesis worked perfectly. The fist flew a few centimeters, cutting the air. The boy was safe, even though he was on the front lines. He bounced to the side, and at the last moment, a fist whizzed around his head. Another second, and his head would have been blown to pieces. He attracts attention with his telekinesis and dodges attacks. His efforts to attract attention annoyed the protagonist. While the monster staggered and fell, it seemed to have been defeated. There was a bang so loud it began to ring in my ears. Dust kicked up. The monster was defeated. The first group did a great job. The first group record was minutes and seconds. Not a bad result to start with. The guy was walking towards the exit. He looked pretty calm. It didn't seem to be a problem for him. There were whispers behind the protagonist. He was using telekinesis with one hand and magic with the other. How is that even possible? The guy didn't pay any attention to them, or at least tried to. He was thinking about something else right now. The record is less than 10 minutes. That's an incredible achievement for a new candidate. Not bad at all. The tank of the second group was Hong. It suited him just fine. The guy loved being on the front lines. The record of the second group was 10 minutes and 4 seconds. He had a very strong ability, but it took a long time because of the weakness of the support. Suddenly, the guy heard a familiar voice and immediately turned in that direction. It sounded like Nadia was there. She was supporting Keel. The girls seemed to really like this kid. He was incredibly popular. For a second, the protagonist flashed a small speck of envy. The boy was the attacker of his group. He walked forward with a confident stride, holding his wand in his hands. Long-range attacker. Not bad. This guy's doing a good job at his job. Han looked at him sideways and squinted his eyes. He was naturally jealous of this guy because he was popular not only with the girls, but with all the students. Okay, he'll become one. He looked towards the guy who didn't even pay attention to him. Okay? He didn't even think it was possible to be that popular. Well, now's not the time to think about it. Popularity is a 10th thing. Keel began to fight. He dodged the attacks with incredible agility. It was like he was floating in the air. Not bad. The ogre couldn't catch him because his movements were too long. The guy bounced away. He took a safe pose. Next to him stood the swordsman, who for some reason was doing nothing. Why are you standing there, boy? Your group seems to be busy fighting a monster. Keel was in his element. The guy only seemed to be having fun. It brought him incredible pleasure. To think of fighting monsters, what could be more fun? The guy was at the peak of his glory. Now he had to perform at his best. He put his wand forward, which immediately started spewing out flames. It literally burst into flames, and the flames spread all over the place. The guy created several magic circles to strengthen his attack. Magic circuits appeared above his head, which began to burn exactly the same way as the magic wand looked mesmerizing. Han stood behind him and watched with wide-eyed wonderment. It was impressive, but he hadn't expected the newcomer to improve his magic so much. He looked at it with eyes like he'd seen something incredible. Although he kind of did, he had gotten it. A special ability for magical copying. Was it really that fast? Several magical circuits hovered in the air and were now ready to attack. He could use many copied spells at the same time. With 2 more improvements left, he would become a truly effective member of the team. He watched his opponent and inwardly rejoiced for him. He had finally made up his mind. Keel was just attacking at this time. Nothing existed for him right now. He could become a very strong enemy later. We should be careful with him, at least try. Han is a little sad. He's been working on making them allies, but so far there hasn't been much progress. He doesn't see any progress yet, and he doesn't know if it's even possible. If this man becomes his ally, that ability will be a very good advantage in the future. However, the question remained, would he be able to win him over to his side? So far, the chances were close to 0, if not 0. Or was it better to kill him before he became his enemy? What kind of a stupid thought is that? Suddenly, the guy was pulled out of his thoughts by a voice. It was Shi-young, and he even twitched in surprise. Okay, he's reading too much. Let's get started. The girl was standing next to him, her irritation seemingly still lingering. She had a look of displeasure on her face. Okay, it's our turn, right? Then let's get started. The guy looked at Julia, who I was also on his team. It seems that after the recent quarrel, she was not going to take an active part in their battle, so we should just ignore her. I didn't need her help either. He could basically handle this monster alone, but he had to follow the rules. At the test site, he was able to raise his magic superiority to rank B and his spatial control to rank C. Not bad at all. The ogre is now one match for him, and he has a whole team. The Enyaq guy's a little hesitant, but since this was a team assignment, he wouldn't be pulling the whole blanket over himself. It was tiring. He really didn't want to get involved in these childish games, so he would have to finish this quickly if possible. He turned to his team and they looked at him in surprise. Well, 7 minutes should be enough. The guy said it with such tenacity, as if he was firmly convinced that he could take down this monster in minutes. He had a sparkling smile on his face, as he seemed to be completely confident in his abilities. The girls looked at him with surprise and disbelief. Was he out of his mind? Minutes? But the guy didn't pay any attention to it because he was fully concentrated on finally finishing this circus. As long as he had the ability to control space, then they could finish even faster. He ran forward without hesitation. Okay, it's time to have fun. The girls didn't even have time to say anything. Ogre looked at him with his angry and even a little sad look. To be honest, I felt even a little sorry for him the whole time. He began to swivel his head around, looking for his new victim. The guy was running around him and didn't even think about stopping. All we have to do is use this skill to defend ourselves and crush him. It doesn't look complicated, so let's get started. Now he had the role of a tank, which meant he basically had no disadvantages. He was almost the most useful in the team. Ogre began to move towards him with very slow, but at the same time, wide steps. There was a rumbling sound. The guy ran straight at him, as if it was just a normal walk for him. The monster raised his fist up and prepared to attack this annoying guy. Khan has slowed down and is preparing to attack. We must take him down in one blow. The monster's fist was already flying straight at the boy. It seemed that if he hit someone with that hand, there would be nothing and no one left there at all. Just my place. However, the boy didn't seem to be afraid of that at all. He put forward his shield, which he had created by distorting space, and his fist hit the barrier with a loud thud. The guy withstood it. It was nothing more than a slight jolt to him, and it seems the ogre was unprepared for the fact that it would not be able to crush such a small obstacle. The beast opened its maw and began to roar. He's angry because the attacks aren't working. He's used to defeating everything with one blow. Of course, even though the ogre had low intelligence, relatively low, he still didn't like it when the effect of the attacks was less than he had expected. This way, it would definitely focus all of his attention on himself. The monster continued to press with his fist, but there was almost no effect. He kept roaring and waving his arms around in an attempt to hit the boy. Not only was he faster, but his defense was pretty solid. He swung his huge paw and struck downward from above. Han was just there. He had managed to put up his defenses in time, and now the full force of the blow was upon him. The boy felt a tremendous force descending on him with every fiber of his being, and he felt like he was going to be crushed. What tremendous strength! The guy tried to hold on with all his might, and he was succeeding so far. He thought that Hung was fighting him with his bare hands. It's scary to imagine what will happen if this guy increases his stats. He's been trying to avoid direct attacks, but it seems that if he only defends himself, he won't last long. Too bad. We need to improvise, girls. We're a little late. The next time he dodged, he would need to attack with space control. The monster kept pressing him. Target his shoulders so he can avoid the fatal blow. Immobilize his arms and then throw him to the ground. Okay, it's not easy, but it's doable. The boy stood in front of him and prepared to defend himself. Now! The monster swung his huge fist again. He wanted to finish what he had started. He was getting bored with it. The guy put his arm forward, and the space near the ogre's shoulder began to deform, and there began to appear a void that absorbed everything. However, Monster seemed to react at the last moment, and with some inexplicable feeling he sensed the attack. He took his hand away from the line of attack and dodged. He roared. The monster was furious. How was this even possible? The guy wasn't faintly surprised by this outcome. Did he reflexively sense the attack and immediately dodge forward? How is that even possible? Well, he missed. Turns out it wasn't as easy as he thought. However, it was enough to give the others time so that they could attack the monster. There were two girls standing behind him who were already ready to attack him. Yeah, the guy missed, but he managed to hit the monster with a point and ended up with a deep wound on his shoulder. The archer started firing her arrows at him. She hit the target accurately. The girl had Diamond's eye after all. The monster roared and tried to dodge the attacks, but it was not successful. He did not expect to be met with such a rebuff. The humans fought fiercely. The assassin was already behind him. She appeared literally from the shadows and already prepared her blade to finish the monster once and for all. The girl in one leap approached the monster's back and thrust her blade right between its shoulder blades. The monster roared, its huge mouth open to its limits. It didn't realize what was happening, and the girl seemed to be waiting for it. Sai Young smiled. This was true bliss for her. The girl loved to fight and kill stealthily. She had a sparkling smile on her face. She felt her superiority and liked it more and more. Guy watched it all from afar, noticing and analyzing the situation. He realized that the girl had become much stronger now. But could the rest of the group keep up with her pace? That was the question. Even if they had an advantage, it was unlikely that they would deal a serious blow to this monster. There was no end to it. It seemed that the attempts to break the record were fading away with each passing second. The monster held onto his injured shoulder, but did not fall down. It just needs to take its time to continue the attack. All right, I need to hold on a little longer to exhaust the monster. The guy took aim, tried to hit the other shoulder. That way he could immobilize it, or at least slow it down. He started distorting the space around the monster again. The ogre seemed to sense this and began to turn around. Where did it get that kind of agility? It just couldn't be you, could it? It's a huge, clumsy monster that couldn't move fast. The space distorted more and more. Ogre didn't seem to notice it or didn't want to notice it because he was exhausted. Space began to distort and immediately a hole appeared near his neck. In 1 second, the guy was able to do very serious damage. Blood came out of his mouth, you idiot. The boy was in shock. He wanted to hit him right in the neck to finish him off with one precise blow when he dodged another attack but almost killed him. All right, we'll have to try it for a second. An Hai Rim aimed and drew the bowstring of her bow to the limit now. It was necessary to shoot accurately at the target to hit this monster and finally stop this circus. The girl had good eyesight even though she wore glasses. She released the bowstring and the arrow flew straight forward with a whistling sound. It was so deafening that it made some people's ears pop. The girl herself didn't expect to be able to shoot so fast. She was a little afraid of her weapon. The boys decided to concentrate their forces to work together to finally finish this thing off. Julia created a magic circle, which was ready to burst into flames any minute now. The girl squinted her eyes and she wanted to finish it quickly, because being in a team with these people did not give her much pleasure. Shi Young swung her sword and a dark aura immediately formed around her. She had to act quickly, and this was something she understood as well as anyone else. And then, fire and dark matter clashed. Immediately, there was a loud explosion. All that power came crashing down on the unfortunate orc. The monster was already resigned to his demise. Poor guy, I keep hitting him. He even had a slightly sad look on his face, as if he was saying goodbye to everyone. Okay, it's still a training exercise. That's what they're for. Now the monster stood very badly injured. Both of his arms and half of his neck had been tormented by spatial anomalies. His entire body was stabbed with arrows and shredded with a knife. He was still standing for a while, but it seemed to be short-lived. The monster fell to his knees with a loud sound, his strength slowly leaving his body. Even his thick armor that acted as skin could not withstand such an onslaught. The deed seemed to be done even faster than expected. The monster leaned forward, now slumped to the ground. It was definitely not breathing now. The monster ceased to exist. The boys stood for a while longer, watching as the monster fell. They didn't fully understand what had happened. Each of them was shocked at the speed. They didn't even expect such a result from themselves. Hans stood in front of everyone and waited for the final results to be announced. Okay, if they didn't break the record, that would at least put the time in. The group record was minutes and seconds. As soon as everyone heard this, they immediately jumped up from their stands and shouted with delight. How is this possible? How? It just can't be. The guy didn't seem particularly happy with his score, or no, it was a good score, but he seemed to finish too quickly. He had a grimace of dissatisfaction on his face. What a devil! Shouldn't have ended the battle so quickly. Having to proceed carefully, he can now feel the difficulty level of the game increasing. That's bad. It's not critical, but it's still bad. He sighed heavily. Well, there's nothing we can do about it now. We'll just have to make do with what we have. He ordered his drone to zoom in on the camera, and the artificial intelligence flew up too fast. The guy covered his face with his hand and theatrically started talking on the video. He thought it would take 7 minutes, but it was even faster. It was a regular thing for him to fight a huge monster. His face was literally glowing with joy. The guy said he did it in just minutes. He was literally glowing with joy. Perfect angle. Now he's going to have a lot of fans. He grimaced and realized that he should put that picture in the preview. It should attract a lot of attention, okay? I'll take care of that later, but now we have to wait for the results to be announced. The instructor stood in front of the rest of the students. Okay, we'd have to finish their practicum for today. And according to each group's record, the man said something, but the Khan did not listen to him. The others stared at him and waited for an answer. Basically, the day went well today. Though it went a little bit not according to the plan, but in general it was good. And trades in the morning also ended successfully. In general, it was possible to consider that all plans for the day were fulfilled. All that's left is not to fail in the rest. He transferred the patent for a set of attributes on the condition of receiving a 3% royalty on turnover for years. 3 mana burst bombs for billion. This group hardly had much spare finance left after such deals. All right, that didn't really bother him right now since everything was in the slammer. The guy kept thinking, this deal for that woman is still more important than just money turnover. After all, with such achievements, she could easily surpass absolutely everyone. It's a scientific discovery. There was a lot more ambition in this woman than she shows to the rest of the people. At first glance, it seems that she is completely satisfied with the position of the head of one of the departments. But in fact, since her childhood, she has wanted to head the whole company. But it seems that at this rate, she will get it faster than she thinks. Moreover, it was very important for her to have their cooperation to achieve such a goal. Therefore, this transaction can be considered mutually beneficial. Developing a relationship with this person is pretty important if a guy wants things to work out the way he intended. Hans stood near the others and thought, nothing seemed to exist for him now. It would not only bring money, but also something else. For example, Gil Sung-hyun is the quickest way to build a trustworthy relationship with this person, because he listens to his sister. Relatives after all. Okay, we'll have to deal with that. That way, he could avoid becoming a slippery slope. The guy looked up from his scythe, but didn't seem to notice him. He's already started dreaming, and if he can convince Julia Martin, it'll be a jackpot. You're dreaming, kid. Okay, if you can do it, you can consider yourself lucky, although it was extremely dangerous to pursue a relationship with that girl. On the other hand, it was better to be her ally than her enemy. Then we could avoid a lot of problems. She's got a penchant for crime from somewhere. But from where? She's from a good family. Why would she do that? He was completely immersed in his thoughts. Somehow, he got the position of honorary lead researcher in this company. He has no responsibilities, only rights. His boss had gone to a lot of trouble to put him in this position, so he should be partially grateful to her. Is she trying to stay one step ahead by her actions? But it's a great chance to fix things with her brother anyway. It's worth a try. The woman turned out to be very tricky for him, so you have to be careful on the other side. It's complicated, so we'll have to be prepared. But suddenly the guy noticed something unexpected. He suddenly looked over to where his team was standing. Young was just shining with happiness, but what's gotten into her? She acted like she had just been proposed to. What's wrong? What a boob she had on her chest. And where did she get all that pride from? And really, she was unrecognizable. Julia was standing behind her, and it looked like she was just a gray mouse against her. Something was definitely strange. That's why she's acting like this? It's embarrassing for the main character. Okay, it's still okay. It was her style after all. By the way, something should happen soon. All of a sudden, the whole building started shaking like a 9-point storm had started. Everyone else freaked out. And the main character was kind of calm. It's a normal story mission, so the plot progression was never canceled. The guys ran out into the street, and horror was reflected on their faces. What the hell happened out there? Looks like someone attacked them. Except the guy had forgotten what was about to happen just now. Yes, they went outside and saw that the city was all on fire. Explosions could be heard everywhere. Clouds of black smoke began to rise into the air. What had happened here? Everyone was screaming. Everyone had a clear fright on their faces. No one had expected such a sudden and bold attack. And Han was the only one who was calm. It began, the boy looked away and realized what had happened. Main quest. You know who attacked the academy and what purpose it serves. Maintain security inside the building. Invaders, monsters, victims. It took 4 seconds for the attack to begin. All right, let's see. Explosions continued to rumble everywhere. It was a real war without announcement. The building went up in flames. Students screamed in terror. No one expected such an incident during the tournament. Yes, the difficulty of the main quest was high due to the main game difficulty being increased. However, it was still all accomplished. Experience is more important than his knowledge now, because even minor changes can have unpredictable consequences. Suddenly, the guy turned to Hun and Ball. The guys seemed to wake up and looked at him. What's he up to now? He said in a worried voice that he thought they were under attack, and suddenly, we have to save everyone. Jin looked at him with surprised yet frightened eyes. The guys were a bit confused. Jin naturally made a fist and prepared to follow orders. He couldn't let anyone here get hurt. Baiul, on the other hand, stood motionless, as if that's the way it should be. Not a muscle in his face moved. The boy stood staring ahead as if he knew what was going on, but didn't want to tell anyone. Okay, we'll deal with that later. Then the guy turned to the others and asked them if they could save the victims. The guys, although scared, looked at them with confidence. Of course. Charles smiled and tried to come to her senses. The guy started looking around the neighborhood. The hardest part would be the last part. All right, if everything went according to plan, they had a chance to succeed. Suddenly, the boy turned to Julia and Keel and said they needed their help. Julia looked at him in disbelief, but the boy said nothing. He asked them for help, even though he didn't really want to do it right now. He didn't have a good relationship with these people right away, but okay, you can't choose your allies now. The guy's ability to copy magic could be very useful in this case, and working together could bring him closer. He stood opposite the protagonist and didn't say anything. He didn't seem to really want to cooperate with them. Okay, that could be explained. They had a long history of animosity. The guy turned the other way and whirled his head around. No, he's on his own. The girl replied sharply that she was too. There you go, as he knew she would. All right, that's done with then. The guy threw up his hands. Okay, if they don't want to, let them do as they please, but let them at least listen to what he has to say first. The guys crowded around him and started listening. some with fear and some with disgust. Right now, the academy is on lockdown. The guy started talking in a serious voice. He didn't look like himself. The guys looked at him with frightened looks, but there was nothing to do. They had to think about safety now. Hung looked at him with a frightened look. His eyes literally read incomprehension. What did that even mean? The guy kept saying, "No way to get out, no way to contact the others to call for reinforcements." Fear appeared on the faces of the others, as they must have just realized the dire situation. They have no other choice but to solve this problem on their own. If they don't, it seems everyone else will die. The guy opened up the academy's layout to make it clearer to everyone. He handed out maps to them. Bio looked at all this with disbelief. He still thought it was some kind of prank, but it was serious. Here are the points and people marked, plus the location. Still, the guy couldn't stand it and asked the protagonist how he knew all this. How did he get all these maps, all this knowledge? Han was silent for a while. He realized that he had blabbed a little. However, fortunately, the guy didn't question him. That wasn't what was important right now, however. After all this, he would be waiting for a detailed explanation. Han nodded his head. Okay, let him do as he pleases. Bio looked at him as if he was about to be eaten. It was obvious that the guy didn't trust him from the start. It was easy to explain. Okay, it doesn't matter for now. We need to worry about the safety of the others, lest there be a tragedy of even greater proportions. Of course, the protagonist realized that this man suspected that he was from the Darklands, but that was unimportant right now, to say the least. Although he thought it was just a guess, he would deal with that later. Then, he turned to the others. Sergei, Charles, and Seyoung should take care of the apartment. We need to keep people safe. Most importantly, not to let anyone die, or at least minimize casualties. Seyoung was unusually calm and focused at this moment. It wasn't even like her. She was looking at him with serious eyes. She had a lot of things to ask him, but now was not the right time to ask them, so she would deal with it later. There were more questions than answers. The girl stood and listened intently, a look of admiration in her eyes. He scrubbed the scope of the attack, the target. He knew even the information that her family didn't. But from where? It's all so scary and strange at the same time. She made up her mind after all, and called the guy by name, so that she could still ask him about how he even knew all of this. Ask sign girl wanted to know as much as possible at once. The guy just waved it off. He said he would explain everything to everyone later. It didn't matter at all right now. The guy didn't look like himself. He was calm and serious. Such an expression was not peculiar to him. The girl nodded understandingly, but deep down she was even a little offended at him for being so rude. Okay, but then she would ask him all the necessary questions and find out everything. Deep down, the guy was glad that Charles and Sergei trusted him enough not to ask unnecessary questions. After all, it was quite a distraction from the usual business. Now, besides, it was impossible to cause panic in Balagan. Han turned to Keel and said that if he didn't know the location, he had a map. The guy slid the clipboard toward him, but the man turned around and said in a firm voice that he had it roughly figured out. He didn't even say anything last. He just turned around and walked off with Julia. What a rude guy. The guy was left standing there, and he was very offended. Well, it wasn't that important now. The balance of power was evenly distributed enough to deal with this threat. All that was left was to save the survivors and keep the rest of the people alive. That could have been handled with what they had. The boy looked around. One last thing then, there was one more squad member left to take with him to fully balance the forces. He walked up to An Hai Rim Ai and held out his hand to her. He asked if she could help him. He tried to be as friendly as possible to make the girl feel comfortable. However, she, as soon as she heard his voice and such a request, immediately freaked out. He needs her help, begging sign, the girl began to stutter. Yes, he needs her help. He stood in front of her and literally begged. The girl stood there not knowing what to say. On the one hand, she wanted to help because she was scared, but on the other hand, she hardly knew him. She was already scared, but now she was even more scared. The guy was trying to look as friendly as possible to get the girl to warm up to him. Needed to communicate as affectionately as possible. If she doesn't want to help, that's pretty fucked up. He said it would be hard for him to do it alone. But if she helped, they could do it right. Besides, they needed an archer. And he didn't know anyone who could shoot better than that girl. Yeah, she's a candidate without much combat experience, or really any experience at all. She's very shy, so she doesn't like to be involved in something like this, and it's very scary for her right now. If he invites her to the team now and asks for her help, he'll be more than likely able to unlock her abilities and win her favor. It would be nice for me to be assertive. He asked her in as friendly a voice as possible, so as not to scare her in any way. The girl trembled with fear and began to stammer. She said in a pitiful voice that she was a little inexperienced. Her knees were shaking. It was obvious how worried she was, not only about the situation, but about being invited to the rescue team. The guy said in a calm voice that all she had to do was just cover for him. But so what? She can do it. Can you? The girl tried to come to her senses. She clenched her hands into a fist and thought about the answer. She was scared, but she wanted to prove herself and be useful somehow. She thought she was tired of being shy. In a stammering voice, she said if it was just to cover, she'd do it. As soon as the guy waited for an affirmative answer, he grabbed her hand. Good. That's enough already. The girl didn't expect such a push and shrieked in surprise. Somebody said he wouldn't be pushy. You're a tank. He grabbed her arm and dragged the poor girl after him. Before she could even realize it, the guy was already dragging her as hard as he could. Well, we'll see what happens, but it doesn't look good. Follow me, the guy shouted and dragged her after him. The academy was overcrowded with people. There was panic. People were trying to find a way out. However, there was no way out. People were trapped. Now they were furiously trying to survive. Fear, even genuine terror, was evident on every face of those present. They opened their signs and tried to check the map to find a way out of the room, but they seemed to be closed like canned food in a jar. Someone tried to break the barrier with magic, but it did little to help. The barrier was as if impenetrable. They were closed here so tightly that even the strongest magic of skillful mages of the highest rank was useless. Jung Hyun was sitting there trying to break the magic barrier, and she didn't seem to be very good at it. Do Seok walked over to her and asked her if she had failed so far. The woman looked at him with a doomed look. As soon as she heard the question, she lowered her eyes and waved her head doomfully. No, it didn't work. The barrier was so strong that it was almost impossible to break through. She said that this barrier limits the ability to get out and in here. There was a clear concern in her voice. Even a woman with such combat experience and such skills couldn't handle this barrier. And also, this barrier is blocking any signals and sounds. They're literally locked in. A barrier of this type can only be deactivated if all instructors have a hand in it. They can only have one goal, the man thought, and his gaze became serious for a moment. He seemed to understand. Whoever attacked them could only have one single target, the candidates, disciples who are more likely to get caught in a jam. The woman became serious. She understood the danger of the situation, but unfortunately none of the teachers had anything to counteract it. She leaned over to the barrier and got a better look at it. Even if they started destroying it now, it would take a lot of time. It would take at least hours. You could lose all the students in hours. It was an unacceptable luxury. There had to be another way, something faster and more efficient. There was only one way to destroy the portal faster. The man looked at her with a look of anticipation. Is there some other way? The woman sighed heavily. Apparently that option wasn't a good one either, but it wasn't much of an option. They didn't have much of a choice. Apparently she was tired herself. She wanted to stop. It was too dangerous here. The only way to stop this madness was to break the barrier from the outside. If there's a top-ranked magician who understands magic circuits, he'll figure out these circuits in 3 hours. So it's no big deal. The man clenched his hands into a fist. Somehow, she claimed it was impossible, at least in today's reality. But there must be a way. He drew his sword and moved forward. We needed to at least secure those inside. The other way, they would deal with it later. I looked at him from behind. She sighed heavily and said it was the only shortest way to reach the goal. Okay, somehow we have to try. However, the man seemed to have a different attitude. If there was no other way out, he would solve this whole problem by force. On the other hand, why else would there be warriors here? He held tightly to his sword and realized that it was up to him now. In that time, accidents could have already happened. He couldn't wait any longer. The man put his sword forward and moved forward. It would be necessary to at least save the others, not let them die. However, there was only one question on his mind. What the hell? It's just not possible. The man thought for a moment. Who would create a barrier of that magnitude? It was simply beyond comprehension, wasn't it? He stood in front of the impenetrable and tried to do something about it. It was important to understand how they were able to prepare it in plain sight. How could they even hide a dome of this size? An unpleasant thought popped into his head. The enemies could be anywhere. If he was among them, that made it more difficult. How could he find a person in such a large number of people? There were just too many of them here. In any case, they didn't have much time. They would think later. The man charged his sword with magical energy and swung. He ordered everyone to step back so no one would get hurt. If you can't break the barrier with one method, there is one action. Force. His blade began to burn with blue flames. It was literally overflowing with magical power and energy, transformed into a glowing blade that seemed to be able to break anything in its path. It was a sky-splitting blade. The man swung his arm and prepared to deliver a devastating blow. The weapon suddenly glowed with a red light. The man took aim. One had to put all his strength into this strike. The art of the fire god of destruction has 3 levels. The first one crushes mountains by breaking them into little pieces. There's nothing left of them afterward. The second divides the oceans to form land. Such power would be unbelievable. And the third, the strongest, which nothing can match. It divides the heavens, which later become rifts. The man held his blade in his hands and prepared to strike. He had signed a contract with a high-ranked deity, a small monster tearing the sky to shreds. And this was his best skill he had gotten by becoming a ranked hero. He gathered all his will into a fist. Now the lives of many people depended on whether he could break the barrier or not. With maximum concentration, even with his rank, he couldn't fully control this power, so he needed to keep those around him safe at least. If he overdid it, he could lose an arm. He didn't want that. Men should have complete control over their emotions and energy so that they don't do anything unnecessary. However, if he should sacrifice his arm to save the other candidates, he would easily make such a sacrifice. It wouldn't be too bad. The man seemed to be completely willing to give himself to this element. Level 1. His sword began to glow even more. Just a second more, and he would deliver his devastating blow. The man tightly gripped the hilt of the blade that was already red-hot to the extreme. Now it seemed that even his body was heating up proportionately. He swung around. He was scared in his heart. If he failed, they would simply have no other option. What the hell is this? He took even better aim, and there was a loud bang. It hit the barrier. It managed to shatter it, but it seemed to regenerate immediately. Sparks flew in different directions, and the man squeezed his eyes shut to keep from going blind. The whole place shook, as if the heavens were about to part. Is that his limit? The man was even a little disgusted by the realization. He can't cut through the barrier. It's too strong. Who made such a monstrous construction? The man clenched his teeth as hard as he could. He needed to try his best, for the students' lives were at stake. He would need to put in even more effort. Even if he lost an arm, he didn't seem to care at all. The only question he had now was, how many students would be able to survive? The man cursed hard and prepared himself. He had already resigned himself to the fact that he would have to lose a limb if he struck with such force. All right, if he had no other choice, but it was still scary. Suddenly, he heard something inexplicable, some of the sounds leaking through the barrier. Were the restraints starting to break down? Well, if that was the case, good. He should keep at it, and he might even get somewhere. The man realized that if he kept attacking, something might work. A small hope awoke inside of him that things might work out after all. Well, it's worth it to keep going. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared from the gap formed and ordered his sword to be lowered. What a jerk! The guy was frightened and even worried about something. The man hadn't expected such audacity, but even more, he hadn't expected anyone to appear from behind the barrier. What the hell did he say? Punk! The man even got a little angry. He didn't think this was a good time. Suddenly, the poor man felt like he was going to faint. The man had overdone it after all, and now he would have to try hard not to faint. The sword had absorbed too much of his strength, and now he was fainting. He began to hiccup and soon collapsed without moving. Poor guy. And he just wanted to save the others. The sword had absorbed too much of his energy. His eyes began to darken and his mind went blank. All right, so be it, but he seems to have succeeded. The handle of the weapon slipped from his hands, and the dagger fell to the ground with a loud thud. The man was finally lost to knowledge. Then his thoughts became confused and darkness began to appear before his eyes. There was a thud, and the man felt himself fall to the ground with a loud thud. That's it. The force had left him completely, and now there was no telling when he would regain consciousness. Outside, the battle continued. The acrid smell of smoke could be heard everywhere. People continued to scream in fear. Some students had managed to hide, and some were still looking for shelter. It was extremely scary here, but everything could still be turned to one's advantage. Just make sure that as many people as possible survived. There were some strange creatures flying around that looked like a mixture of a bat and a bird. They were leaving behind some kind of indistinct markings, and they were screaming loudly. It was disgusting. Also, there were our old familiar ogres chasing the humans. They were still just as huge and intimidating. The people who were standing there started to run away in terror. Run. It was chaos all around. They didn't even know where to go after such a thing. Han and Rim ran forward. They had to get there just in time or the others would die. The boys were extremely excited. It was the first time they had ever been so excited, and each of them had goosebumps running up and down their spines. They ran into the meeting room. The first thing that caught their eye was the large barrier that was blocking the entire room. Predicted. No one had escaped yet. Everyone stayed locked in there. The guy said he would break the barrier for now and let the girl cover him. She looked at him with a serious look. Even though she was scared, she only wanted this nightmare to end. Monsters were everywhere. It was extremely dangerous. Ordinary people couldn't handle them, and the students weren't strong enough to stand up to them. Okay, something had to be done. Even though he had prepared magic stones, it would be difficult to break the barrier. The guy sat down closer and started to chemically work on something. The girl shot her arrows straight at the target. The monsters fell one by one. For now, she had to buy some time for the guy while he tries to break the barrier. One of the flying creatures fell with a loud scream. -1, however, they weren't getting any smaller. The girl watched in horror as the creatures fell one by one. She was very scared. Her knees were trembling. However, there was no choice. It was necessary to relocate her fear to finally fight them face to face. Well, whatever it took, she had to try. Otherwise, it would all be for naught. The monster dropped dead. Now that flying thing can't kill anyone. Okay, there was still something that could be done about it. The girl transferred her fear and continued shooting at the monster. The girl shot at the monsters one by one. She hit the target accurately. It was as if something had changed in her, and now she looked completely different. The guy was worried, but she's a great fighter. He could now devote all his time to eliminating the fucking barrier. The guy immediately set about it. Sooner or later, he realized that he would manage to break it after all. The only question was how long it would take, and whether the girl would have time to cover him for so long, but if he hurried, he might be able to do something. He had to hurry, or this asshole would lose his arm through the wall. The guy took out 2 magical circuits and started working hard. He couldn't let this guy get hurt. It would go wrong, and then it would be even worse. He knew the man wouldn't stop. This teacher is the only one who currently has a contract with a heavenly demon at his level. There's a good chance that he will lose his right arm and fall into despair afterward. This could have very bad consequences. He can sacrifice his hand to break the barrier on the other side. That's already a little bad. He prepared a magic orb. He had very good talent, and after that, there will be initiative to move up to the next higher rank, if he protected his hand. The boy tensed up. There was no time to waste. The consequences could be extremely dire if he didn't hurry. Okay, he would deal with it. That was for sure. Suddenly, the guy felt a vibration and was a little distracted from his work. He even felt a little uneasy about what was happening. Did that idiot think to hit? The vibration spread further and further. He's using his sword. There can be no mistake. The guy's scared. He's got to speed up. If he doesn't, this could get pretty bad. That's the last thing we need. The man definitely started using his sword. He held it with one hand and charged it with all the energy he had at that moment. Everything around him continued to tremble. Han was trying to break the barrier as soon as possible. Otherwise, whoever was standing on the other side would surely lose an arm. That was all that was needed. The girl stood behind him and covered him with all her might. And why is the barrier so complicated? The boy couldn't understand a thing. It's not normal. It shouldn't be like this. He had to finish before he put all his strength into the last blows. The guy tensed up even more. He didn't care how long it would take. The main thing was to finish faster. He put all his strength into his magic circle, and something began to work. The barrier slowly began to melt and parted in front of him. A small crack appeared. There's hope. Oh, great. He's broken part of the barrier. All that's left is to make it. There was only one thought in my head. I just have to make it. Wait, the guy thought there was only one thing he needed to do right now. Stop this asshole from hurting himself and ruining everything. Can he even hear him? The boy peered inside the barrier. The slit was starting to widen, and there was already a wide enough passage for the small man to climb out. Are you sure he can hear him? Okay, I've got to get through to him somehow. Still had to get inside. At least a little bit, so that the guy could slip in there, and only then could the man hear him. He tried harder. At one point, he managed to push the barrier apart enough to get part of his face through it. Now all that's left is for him to yell at the man. Stop your ball, asshole! As soon as the man heard himself being addressed so rudely, he knew immediately who it was. The candidate. What did he say? How dare that brat talk to him like that? Staring intently at the boy, a wave ran through the man's body. He felt the force leave him. The sword slipped from his hands and he fell to the ground. The man began to lose consciousness even faster than expected. He couldn't stay on his feet. But they didn't, and the man felt himself falling to the ground. All his strength was gone, and thank God there'd be less chance of him hurting himself. The blade fell to the ground and rolled with a clatter somewhere in the distance. The man was lying on his back and could not feel anything at all. He was unconscious. And now it's going to take a lot longer than planned for him to regain his strength. But nothing. Thank God the boy was able to avert disaster. The man was unharmed, and that's the most important thing. His arm is still in place. Great. We must hurry and destroy the rest of the barrier. He put all his efforts. It was difficult for him. Yes, however, there was no right to make a mistake. If everyone dies here, it's going to be very difficult. Eventually, and people a few at a time started cautiously going outside. The guy sneaked inside and started looking around at everyone. There were 2 teachers inside. The woman thanked him for saving her. The guy waved his hand away and said it was no big deal. He only did what he had to do. He wanted to save everyone. However, the woman was surprised as a boy, an ordinary student. It took more than a good knowledge of me to be an expert in these schemes. She seems to be asking if purely out of curiosity. Okay, maybe I should tell her. The guy tried to explain. He grinned radiantly and said he had a part-time job making things like the Great Magical Defense Circle. He might as well be familiar with it, so let him apply. The guy put a finger up in front of him. Now the guy said he was really busy, so I'm sorry we have to run away. He turned around and ran in the opposite direction. The woman wanted to ask something else, but the guy ran so fast that she only had time to shout. Han sighed heavily. If he had stayed there for even a second longer, the woman would definitely start bombarding him with questions. And he didn't want that. He'd have to go back and check on his friend. When the guy got to the spot, he saw the girl standing alone. At least there were no monsters in sight. The girl was breathing heavily and looking away. Her face has changed. It's like she's more courageous. She could handle monsters all by herself. Amazing. Guy tensed. If he tried another way, her second personality should awaken. Okay, time to get started. He tensed and looked at the girl carefully. The panic continued even though they had succeeded. Well, only partially. There was still the smell of smoke, and there were still many monsters that threatened the lives of ordinary people. No time to relax. The protagonists, along with their assistant, ran straight ahead. There's someone else to deal with. Main quest. You know who attacked the academy and what the goal is to keep and safe inside the building. Invaders, monsters, victims. Time elapsed since the attack. Hours, seconds. The guy looked at his plate. He had been fiddling with the barrier for about an hour. Everything seems to be doing great so far, and maybe it can work out. They are all doing a great job with their assigned duties. That's great. He can finally rest easy. The guys did a great job. Now he's got a major mission. All right, next destination. This is the next mission. They went to a lab that was nearby. It was the Academy's Engineering Research Lab. It was a large and spacious building where magical experiments were usually conducted to improve weapons or create something else. The treasure hidden in the director's research lab, the heart of an ancient giant. It could be the target of the attackers. We need to find it as soon as possible and take it to the safe place, or everything will go to one place. A small group of high-ranking invaders could probably get in there easily. Besides, he saw them heading that way. He could stop them and take the item for himself. The boy ran as fast as he could. His physical abilities seemed to have increased a bit, so he could move so fast. This time he'll stop them for sure. Not like last time. No, he won't make that mistake again. Someone's heavy footsteps echoed across the plane of the building. Someone was coming fast. The lab had already been broken into. There was blood on the floor as if someone had already been here. The people who were supposed to guard the place were already dead. Someone had gotten into the lab and killed the people without anyone noticing, so there was no one left to guard the treasure. 2 men in black robes walked forward. One of them said in a gruff voice that he had already gotten rid of all the guards, so there was basically nothing to worry about. Okay, then everything's going according to plan. Their faces were hidden by hoods, the darkness covering them almost completely, so it was impossible to tell who was in front of us. They were advancing, only a few meters to go. They had found what they were looking for after all. After a few meters, they reached the vault, which was where the heart of the giant was. The people stopped and began to stare in a daze at what was happening there. The heart was literally levitating in the air. People stood frozen in place. They couldn't believe that they had made it to this place after all. The heart of an ancient giant. This item looked rather strange, however. It was the item that was their target. It was simply amazing. The main treasure of the academy. Now it would only be in their hands. One of the men prepared to take the object. It was already almost in their hands. All that was left was to hold out their hand, and this incredibly valuable item would be theirs alone. The man pulled off his mask, and a fairly young face came into view. It was Jonathan, a high-ranking Shadow Wolf mercenary. And besides, even if only temporarily, they would have incredible power with this value. The man squinted. Had he heard somewhere that this was an item used by the highest-ranked heroes? Was it really like that? The heart kept levitating. This was only half of it, but even so, it wasn't easy to get it. After all, this is a direct way to become the highest rank. As soon as the man spoke of this, a small shiver ran through his body. He literally couldn't control himself from anticipation. However, a life was more valuable than some treasure. So we can't deviate from the plan. If they screwed up, everyone would die. They shouldn't have taken liberties. He ordered the others to find a way to break the defenses. The men nodded their heads and scattered in different directions, looking for the key to remove the defenses from him. Jonathan already had a rough understanding of how the defense system worked. For a while, he had been able to get in here and find out the logic behind it. After all, it was impossible to come here without training. Everything was very well guarded, and an untrained person would die, even on the way in. He's ordered the rest of yours to go on defense. The rest of you search for the head of the research center. The men nodded their heads obediently. They were used to listening to their commander without question, because it was because they listened to him that they were alive. Without that scholar, this subject is useless. Jonathan understood that. They could cripple his legs, but let them catch him alive. The men nodded their heads and immediately ran to find the right person. Suddenly, a man rushed towards them, probably a surviving guard they hadn't noticed. The man held a blade and ran straight at the invaders. He was determined to stop them, even though he knew in his gut that the odds were stacked against him. As soon as the man was close enough, Jonathan swung his arm, and in one swift and precise blow, knocked him to the ground. The man immediately blacked out. The blow was quick and precise. The invader grinned. Someone else from the guards. Interesting, but it's okay. They'll get over him quickly now. He moved his eyes a little lower and noticed something strange. In place of the guard he had just knocked out lay a strange bottle. It was bright blue in color and had runic symbols painted on it. He had never seen such a thing before. It looked like a potion. However, it looked very different. Yes, the man thought it was a potion bottle. He walked a little closer and took a closer look. It looked strange, but he had to check it out. He didn't seem to realize what danger awaited him. As soon as he approached this sufficient distance, the bottle was activated and a loud explosion was heard. The man did not even have time to react. The guys stood around the nearest corner and watched the whole thing unfold. Everything seemed to work out. They didn't give themselves away. Two of them? When did they have time? That's all the man had time to think before he vanished literally before his eyes. His jacket could not protect him from such magical effects. The man was scared, but there was nothing he could do. His whole body literally began to burn. After such a powerful explosion, all that was left of his head was an empty space. It vaporized in a split second, and now the headless man stood still. He died instantly. What is this? That's all the man could think before he died. A crackling sound was heard, and the air was filled with the foul odor of fallen flesh. The man died instantly. The boy looked back at him. The man was dead. His lifeless body fell to the floor with a loud thud. It was a little creepy to realize that the man had literally vanished. And now, for the first time in this life, he had to use his invention to kill. He was still hiding behind the nearest column with his girlfriend. It was a good thing he let his guard down, figuring it was just an ordinary potion bottle. He lowered the power, but it could even easily kill a high-ranking individual. He told the girl to go inside. There was only one mercenary left. The girl motioned for him to follow me without saying a word. She was pretty scared. She felt like someone was always watching them. She whirled her head around and was ready to go into battle. Her gaze fell on the corpse of a man lying nearby. It was a heartbreaking sight. The girl was not ready to see such an abomination with her own eyes. She was not used to seeing death, or rather not used to facing it. She yelped and squeezed her eyes shut in horror. The girl hiccuped in fear, and it seemed like it might give her away. She squeezed her eyes shut hard enough to get some sense of normalcy. Han heard it and grabbed her by the shoulders. The boy began to shake her to bring her to her senses. "There's an enemy ahead! Pull yourself together!" the girl said in a frightened voice that she would try. Suddenly, the boy felt that something had changed. It was as if the girl had been transformed, and her body became stronger for a second. She stopped and stopped panicking. He looked at her with a steely gaze. The kid felt that this situation had a definite effect on the girl. Yes, come out and a different personality. Is it really going to be so long to wait for this? The girl managed to pull herself together and said in a quiet voice that she would remain calm. What was that begging sign that came over her? Is it now? But at last. We've been waiting. She picked up and took off her glasses. The girl wiped her eyes and tried to concentrate. I think something's about to happen. The girl's face changed. She looked in the direction where the corpse was lying, and for a couple of seconds she didn't realize that she was seeing a dead person in front of her. She thought it wasn't real, that it was all just someone's imagination. And now she'd wake up, and everything would be fine. For a few seconds she didn't realize what had happened. It seemed to her that it was all going to end now, that it was all someone's stupid joke. The girl stared at the corpse. She felt a little creepy, and then a small, nasty shiver ran through her body. Once the girl looked closer and finally saw what lay before her, she exhaled sharply and heavily. Her breath came in spurts. She couldn't believe what she saw in front of her. Again, fear took over her whole mind. She felt like she was going to die of fear. Something very scary inside her was beginning to awaken. The guy noticed her fear and confusion, but there didn't seem to be time for that right now. He looked at her over his shoulder. You won't get killed. They'll kill you. You must understand that. There's no other way out. That's life, no matter how much you don't want to believe it. That's the way it is. The girl was scared to death. She looked at the corpse and her mind was turned upside down. She thought she was going to die of fright. She wanted to be somewhere else, anywhere but here. However, to his surprise, the guy felt a shiver begin to run through his body as well. What the hell was this? It's never happened to him before. I would say that he was afraid, however, why is he trembling? The boy looked at his hand. It was shaking just like the girl's. Looks like her skill is affecting those around her. It's a nuisance to have to deal with, but he'll do his best. We need to keep moving forward and not forget the final mission. Besides, there's a mercenary still walking around. It was perfect for a large-scale battle. She's almost awakened. Was it really going so well? It was even faintly believable that things could be going so well. The guy was just overjoyed. He stood a few meters away from the hooded men. They stood still for now and made no attempt at action. They were biding their time for now. The people were extremely dangerous, of course. To deal with them would take a lot of effort, and the guy understood that very well. He took a closer look. 2 B-ranked fighters. Okay, it would be difficult to deal with them, but it was possible. One of them had drawn a long sword and was now preparing to attack. The boy decided to take the initiative into his own hands and move forward. He ran at them like he didn't feel threatened. Let's see who's stronger. Han didn't seem to be afraid of anything at this point. Their swords clashed. There was a loud clang of metal. Then they started the battle. The guys fought not for life, but to the death. It seemed that this fight depends not only on their lives, but on the lives of everyone in this world. Yes, it was exactly a rank B mercenary. I just in practice to confront such an opponent really. It's one thing to train in a safe training facility, and quite another to confront a skilled fighter scientific kill. Okay, we can still deal with that. The main thing is not to fail at the right moment. The mercenary stood across from him. However, how much fun he was having. He suddenly felt a surge of strength. Why would that be? He was fighting with his opponents, so why does he feel like this is some kind of game? Suddenly, something whizzed past him at breakneck speed. The guy didn't even have time to realize anything. Some shadow just slid past him. It's rushing forward, right towards the man. It took his breath away. Come on. Is that really what he was thinking? Something flashed in front of him, and suddenly the boy was almost blind. He was even a little scared for his life for a second. He hadn't expected that someone or something could move that fast, though inside himself he already knew who it was. The girl who just a few minutes ago was modestly shy and timid now looked like a real fighter. She was unrecognizable. Looking at her from the outside, one would think she was some kind of elite assassin, even insane. Her expression changed. The mercenary didn't expect this you-know-what and didn't even know what to take. The girl was fighting him like a mad woman. She swung her sword and multicolored energy waves scattered in different directions. The mercenary tried to retreat. He realized that it seemed he could not cope with such an onslaught. Without expecting it, he began to fight at full strength. The man swung his sword to protect himself from imminent death and sent an energy wave directly at his opponent. A purple energy wave flew out. One more second, and the girl would be dead. However, the energy wave flew just a few centimeters away from her head and only lightly touched the ribbon that bound her hair. It immediately disintegrated. The small flap fell to the ground and the girl remained standing still. She didn't even seem to move. Her hair was loose, and now it was falling down to her shoulders in lush curls. The girl was completely transformed. There was no trace of that girl left. She was no longer shy, timid, and the one who was afraid of everything in the world. Now it was a real assassin. Her face had changed beyond recognition. Now it glistened with madness. The girl looked at her rival like prey, her eyes glittering with rage. Nothing seemed to stop her now. Even Han was beginning to fear her. That was unexpected. She dropped her arrows and picked up a sword. Why did she suddenly switch weapons? There was nothing to understand. One of the main character's multiple personalities had been awakened. Another personality of an assassin appeared. The assassin's active qualities, the assassin's strength. Physical strength has increased by 1.5 times. People around him are affected by the skill. The boy laughed. He was incredibly pleased. Finally, her second personality was revealed. Now the guy was ready for anything, but not this turn of events. And he, like me, her ally, gets evicted. Now they'll easily defeat these killers. Speaking of which, people were starting to crowd in and seemed to realize their chances were getting slimmer and slimmer. They were terrified, shivering like some little leaves in the wind. People began to look among themselves, and it seemed the only right decision was to retreat. Now the girl who a second ago was afraid to take an extra step turned into a real killer. She looked at people like a predator. Now there was only one thing for her, the desire to kill. There was an energy spreading from her that would make anyone afraid. They must be in turmoil because of the change. Now the most unexpected thing happened. One of the mercenaries couldn't stand it after all and ran for the exit. Curses. The man realized they couldn't withstand such power. The second mercenary was more confident, however, and lunged at the girl with his weapon. He hoped to catch her off guard. He didn't seem to mind that the girl had turned into a monster. All right, let's see how she handles him. This is going to be pretty fun. The man swung his blade, but his speed still wasn't enough to even get close to the girl. She jumped up, and in a second she would be behind him. The man looked up in confusion. He was following the girl, but it was impossible to catch her. She was moving so fast that nothing could stop her. She approached the man for a few large and swung her sword at him. There was a cracking sound, and the man felt something very sharp digging into his shoulder. Blood splattered in different directions. The man didn't even have time to realize it. The girl was furious. Her face was glowing with madness. There were drops of blood on the sharp blade of the sword. The girl had literally in one blow massacred the poor mercenary, who could no longer resist her. She stood and held her weapon, which had become an extension of herself. She was not in control of what was happening to her, but she liked it. It was a sight that would give anyone goosebumps. The girl stood like that for a couple more minutes, practically motionless. That made it even scarier. Her thick black hair was down to her shoulders, and even lower. She looked like some kind of vengeful spirit from the old legends. Han stood a little behind and took hold of his blade. Even he was a little uncomfortable with how strong this seemingly shy girl, who was afraid of everything in the world, had become. The guy looked at her with what looked like open eyes. She instinctively and escaped his magic, and in an instant massacred one of the mercenaries. It was truly frightening. I had to wait a little longer, to wait for the right moment, so to speak. The boy stood looking away. The girl hadn't moved yet. She seemed to need time to recover. Then it turned sideways, but still just as slowly. It was just a horrible sight. You'd have thought she'd gone crazy, but she was partly crazy. The guy approached the heart of the giant, which continued to levitate. They were relatively safe for now. The only thing left was to figure out where the others were and how many people were hurt. But that wasn't the problem. The main problem was solved. There it is, the treasure of the entire academy, the heart of an ancient giant. The defense was destroyed, and he was able to get it with ease. The guy approached and literally felt the energy emanating from this artifact with his entire body. About time. I should have put that thing in my inventory. Maybe it was luck again. If so, it's just a beautiful coincidence. However, they had to move back. The guy came up to the girl, who was still not able to come to her senses, and said in a firm voice that it was time for them to go home. So sitting here was not an option. However, the girl had almost no reaction. She stood where she was and did not move forward. The sight was quite creepy. I knew it. Her basic senses are suppressed. She's doing everything based on instinct. She'll need time to recover. But how do we get her out of here? It was clear she wouldn't move without help. He called her name again, louder this time. He needed to wake her up somehow to get her to do something. He'd have to get over her as fast as he could. He had a brilliant idea in his head. If she wanted to kill, she should be given the opportunity to do so, at least for a while. He said they were going to kill bad people. Okay? He hoped inside himself that it would work. The girl looked at him with a look of complete insanity. It seemed to work a little. He was a little uncomfortable with that look. For what it was worth, anyone would start to shiver with fear. But now he had to pull himself together and try to get the girl out of here. He couldn't stay here longer than a certain amount of time. He looked at her with a frightened look. The girl started to come closer to him. He stroked her head. The girl literally emanated energy that was ready to burst out at any moment. He was pouring cold sweat, said that now he would show. Where is the right people? The girl seemed to obey him, although it seems it was not for long. As soon as she heard that she was going to be shown, where are the right people to kill, she had that crazy smile on her face, and it made her feel frosty again. It was an incredibly frightening sight, the guy trying to overcome this unimaginable horror, all shaking with fear. Okay, there's still something that can be done about it. You just have to follow the plan. Don't give her any suspicion that he's going to die, otherwise the next victim will be at risk, by the way, the guy himself. So he told her to follow him. The girl complied and off she went. There seemed to be only one thing on her mind, murder and nothing else. Behind her lay the dead mercenary. The boy could literally feel that murderous stare in his back. He wanted to walk a little forward, but suddenly he felt someone tugging at his back. He stopped and almost fell to the ground. Didn't it work? The girl held his sleeve. The guy couldn't budge. Her physical strength had increased so much that it was almost impossible to resist her. The girl looked at him with completely soulless eyes. It seemed her human senses hadn't awakened yet, and now she looked like a real monster. He had to be extremely careful with her to avoid being suspected of lying. However, so far so good. She was relying on him, which is a good sign, which means he's managed to win her favor. But it still looks ominous. If he increases trust, he can befriend her as well. This place is safe now. The academy is safe. Bull can handle the others. All we have to do is find a way out of here and move on. But there are some doubts about Keel and that Julia. She got on his nerves all the time. Meanwhile, the girl was walking behind him, obeying him completely. As soon as the guys exited this room, they were faced with a new threat, so the guy collected me. There were a few more mercenaries standing in front of them. There were too many of them. There were about a dozen of these people. They all prepared to attack. It seemed they had been waiting for them here for a long time. The guys stopped and pondered what they should do next. The situation was getting hotter by the second. The girl looked at him and asked in the same silent voice, "Is this an enemy?" The girl looked at him and asked in the same silent voice, "Is it an enemy?" "Yeah, deal with everybody." A smile appeared on his face. Something fun was about to happen. In fact, he hadn't lied, and now the girl would deal with everyone in a matter of seconds. As it happened, her eyes became frantic again as soon as she saw the opponents. Now, she's going to show why she's called a killer. While they were fighting there, the others were trying to clear the outside of the academy. Here, the bodies of mercenaries as well as slain monsters were lying everywhere. Everything, almost all of the space, was covered in blood. Hong and his companion stood together and studied the map to better orient themselves to the position. Everything was so clear here that they didn't even need their eyes. Hong was surprised. This map was incredible. All the key points were marked on it. However, his comrade did not share his enthusiasm. He still wondered how such suspicious accuracy could be so accurate. However, Jin was of a different opinion. He told the comrade that if this newcomer was an enemy, would he share with them, as long as he didn't see much motive. However, Han said that this one would only recover suspiciously. It's astonishing accuracy, and he was worried about it, but he's going full point, and it takes a lot of luck to prepare a plan like that for such a surprise attack. Though who knows how well his luck points were pumped up. He looked at the map. Their conditions were disadvantageous, to say the least, but right now, the initiative seemed to be on their side. Even Song Xiong's darkness would have a hard time getting information about this attack. But still, how could an ordinary freshman who doesn't stand out like that do it? Meanwhile, Hong was rejoicing in the end. Everything worked out so well. A lot of people are safe now. The guy was over the moon, a real hero. His comrade didn't seem to share that enthusiasm. If he wanted to, he could only see the positive side, but it was far from that. He looked away. Si-young rejoiced, as expected of their comrade. The girl seemed to be proud of her classmate. Sergei was happy too. Right, as expected from his ball teacher. He's also good at magic. And if he's also good at killing, no, he's awesome as it is. Charles, who was standing next to him, was a little scared. Killing? What? Yes, I think he's amazing. However, there was still one unanswered question. Where did he go? Charlie assumed they had gone to the most strategic point. It would be the most logical thing for them to do. However, the only thing that bothered the girl was, why did they go there just the two of them? Is that really what you're worried about? Suddenly, Hong appeared from somewhere and cheerfully reported that they had cleared all the places. Moreover, it had succeeded in doing so without much loss of life. Sergei said that there were some dangerous moments, but thank God everything turned out okay and everyone is safe now. Luck was on their side. Everyone had the same thing, so there was no need to worry. Suddenly, the entire space vibrated violently, the boys straining to keep from falling to the floor. What the hell is going on? What the hell is that? The vibrations are coming from somewhere deep. Bull began to twist his head around, looking for the source of the vibration. The silhouette of a man was approaching them from the side. It was the instructor, a panting man, asking if they were all right. He seemed to be in a big hurry to get to them. What's wrong? The instructor looked extremely worried. The teacher was standing next to him. They had extremely serious faces. Yes, in principle, it wasn't surprising. Everything seemed to be in order, the man asked. Would anyone be willing to help them deal with some problem? Bill looked at them with a perplexed look and asked what kind of problem they needed help with. Let them at least explain what the problem was. It looked extremely strange. The boy looked at them with a serious look. They should at least have some idea of what they were talking about. The instructor said the source of the vibration is somewhere in the research center, so we should head there and find out what's wrong. The boy assumed it must be a heart. Only this single object could have made such a big difference in the stability of the lab. But who could have gotten in there? The instructor nodded. Right? This was, and still is, the main goal of the enemies. Stealing this giant's heart by taking advantage of the general chaos. They certainly didn't expect it. So, it must be prevented at all costs. If they couldn't, the disaster would be terrible. The instructor ran forward. The instructor followed her. Whoever doesn't go with them, let them hide for now until things get back to normal. The instructor threw this as a farewell and ran after the woman. It wasn't over yet. The wind was slowly sheltering the city, however. The academy grounds were still in chaos. There were an incredible number of people here, but the vast majority of them were alive, despite the fact that the setting was gradually heating up. There's only one thing left to do. Find out if the giant's heart is okay. If something happened to it, it wouldn't take long for disaster to strike. The instructor ran first, followed by the instructor. They stopped and stared ahead in wonder. Something had happened there. It was as if they were dumbfounded. There really was a lot to see here. The bodies of the mercenaries who had invaded the academy were scattered everywhere. The whole place was drenched in blood. It was a bit disgusting. The instructor was a little shocked they had dealt with high-ranking criminals, especially since there were over 100 of them here. He definitely didn't expect this from the little students who had only recently joined the ranks of the academy. Khan used all his magical skills to confront these bastards. He was practically at his limit. One end justified the means. High Rim was like a rabid beast. The girl saw nothing around her but endless victims who needed to be finished off with her by the minute. She literally bathed in their blood. She was still just as crazy. It was just the two of them? It was hard to believe. Two students who had only recently enrolled had taken down experienced mercenaries. It was unbelievable. However, that was how it was, contrary to everyone's bewilderment. Han was an experienced player. He could even handle them alone, albeit with great difficulty. Plus, he had an experienced assassin by his side who saw nothing but victims around him. It was a great chance to massacre everyone and save the heart of a giant. The girl was over the moon. Her eyes were literally glowing. Suddenly, she shifted her dazed gaze to the side. There was another mercenary waiting for his fate. The man stood literally a few steps away from her. He held a sword and shield. I doubt this small weapon could have saved him from a monster like the girl had become in such a short time. The man was trembling. He felt as if his soul was about to leave his body. He tried to cover himself with a small wooden shield, but it was useless against such power. The girl rushed at him headlong. She ran and saw before her only a piece of meat to be skinned. She looked at him, and the distance between them was rapidly decreasing. One blow, and the man's shield shattered into splinters. He tried to do something else, but it was useless. A second blow, and blood spurted in different directions. The girl literally tore him into small pieces. There was nothing else the man could do. She was too fast for him. However, on the other side of her was another mercenary. who had seen it all and wanted to do away with the girl, here and now. She turned her face with the same frantic smile. "She'll be right back." With great speed, the girl bounced out of there, and all the mercenary could do was slash the air with his sword. The girl jumped as high as a normal person could go. She didn't care about the laws of gravity or anything else. Han immediately understood everything. He used his magic to give the girl a foothold. The girl bounced off his magic circle, which served as a good support for her, and continued her attack. Now, she would gain more speed, and then no one would escape her. She jumped right at him. The girl had waited for the opportune moment, and now nothing would save them. Seemingly completely lost in thought, the girl's mind was now never to be. She only saw the target in front of her, nothing else. As she did so, she flew past her victim, and in one swift motion, she severed his head. Bright spatters of blood flew in all directions. She smelled blood, stood up and listened. There didn't seem to be anyone else left. She must have killed everyone. The girl stood alone. There were a few drops of blood on her face and something else. From this angle, she'd look kind of cute if she wasn't covered in the blood of her victims. She shifted her maddened gaze toward the remaining people. The girl was so eager to continue that this momentary pause was like an eternity to her. She knew she would get to the others. It was only a matter of time. No one would go unpunished, and only needed to wait a little longer. The rest of the guys who were left stood there shaking silently with fear. They hadn't expected such resistance. They thought that this girl wouldn't be able to do anything. They did not want to believe that they were about to die, so each of them had the idea that it was better to retreat and save their lives than to pick up their intestines piece by piece. Looks like they figured it out fast, realized they had to run away right away. It would be better to fail their mission and still be alive. The mercenaries began to slowly turn around, each of them realizing that suddenly their lives were the most valuable thing on this planet. They wanted nothing more. They gave a damn about everything. They wanted to get out of the sight of that crazy girl as soon as possible. They could not believe that a man could be so cruel and monstrous. They wanted to hide, run, and hide. This they did. The girl stood holding the bloody blade in her hands, and the mercenaries ran for their lives, trying to hide and never show their faces again. However, it seemed they wouldn't be able to escape so quickly. Han put his hand forward to fire another of his spells at them. It didn't matter what happened. What mattered was that they wouldn't get away. They had their superiority, and nothing in the world seemed to be able to stop them. All that's left is to deliver the final killing blow. Space began to distort everywhere. The guys tried to run away, but it was not their destiny. Spheres of compressed space began to appear, killing everything in their path. The few remaining mercenaries stood in front of the others, trying to recover from what they had seen. Some of them were hiccuping. There were none left who wanted to continue. It was just a bunch of scared people. The others watched as the two guys single-handedly took down an entire group of experienced assassins. And how was that even possible? They didn't dare to say a word. It was something amazing to them. Such a thing simply could not be. Those two were a perfect match. You only see that in the movies. There were drops of blood everywhere. There was a distinct smell of smoke and blood in the air, but nothing. It would be over soon. It was like most of the work was done. Soon, it became known that this whole balaganza was organized by Nightfall and Shadow Wolf. The information about it and any related data, as well as the participants, their ages and all that, was strictly classified. So it was almost impossible to find out anything about it. The people were sure that even the Guardians of Korea could not suspect anything, although nothing and no one could hide from their inquisitive eye. Well, we'll have to deal with that later. Since this was a top-secret operation, they had prepared carefully, starting when the instructors were in the meeting room and separated from the academy, but the operations were thwarted. One of the mercenaries, one of the most important ones, just stood there and didn't understand anything. He couldn't understand how their perfectly planned mission could be interrupted like this and asked, I don't know. They had prepared everything. They planned the whole thing, and now it's all gone to shit. Like they knew everything absolutely up to the last moment. And to stop her like that without a single mistake was the work of a professional, obviously. The hooded man stood there watching all of this. He threw his hood back a little. His name was Paul Hoechlin, the leader of the Heroine and top-ranking Shadow Wolf. He looked at what was going on out there, the madness that had been set up by the obscure individuals who had inexplicably found out about their plan and prevented it. This man's code name is Draconia Covered Man, X, who was involved in the attack. He also has a contract with a deity in the sky. This was a colleague of one of the teachers and also his bitter rival. They were constantly competing with each other. Their feud had been going on for years. The man looked off into the distance where the smoke continued to billow. Yeah, you never know where the plan might go wrong. Okay, no need to get upset. Everything would fall into place soon. But this is something out of the ordinary. It couldn't just happen. The enemy attacked the most important points. It was as if he saw and knew in advance where to strike to prevent all this. And the team that was sent to the engineering research centers was stopped by only 2 men. That's unthinkable. They were experienced assassins. Holland didn't even have time to follow their actions. It was simply incomprehensible according to the spy report. None of the teachers knew about it. Then how? They didn't have time to prepare them. It was just unthinkable. What was even going on in this place? It was just a decision by the candidates themselves to go there and fight. Then why did they do it? How were they able to resist like that? It didn't make sense either way. Their plan had gone to shit, and now they had to figure out something on the spot, well, or retreat. Killing candidates, creating a general atmosphere of chaos was naturally one cover. The main goal was something else. It was to steal the heart of an ancient giant, but that was a bust. Why isn't everything going the way they planned? It just wasn't mental. In that case, you must cancel the operation immediately. The man pressed the earpiece that had been in his ear the whole time and mumbled something into it. He said they're starting plan B, change position now. The 2 people who were standing nearby nodded their heads, and immediately dark shadows swept forward. The man froze in place and continued to follow everything with his gaze. We need to achieve at least the second goal. Otherwise, we can call the operation a complete failure. He stood and watched the whole thing with great disdain. He wanted to know who was strong enough to prevent their invasion so easily. Currently, most of the candidates are taking refuge in the dormitory. It was an easy target. All that's left is to find a way in. He wanted to blow this place up. That way, if they couldn't steal the heart, at least they would be able to leave behind more blood. Okay, it's not hard to find the dormitory. It's pretty big, so he'll see it right away. Currently, all the teachers are currently occupied and the dormitory has been left without cover. The center, which is quite remote from this place, it's a long way to escape from there. Everyone is dead except for those 2. It was as if the man had become furious, he thought. At this rate, he could prove his superiority. For Plan B, he installed on all the corners, so that no one could get in if necessary. Locked in with the monsters, they're bound hand and foot, and nothing can stop the operation from succeeding. At least here, they should be able to succeed. Nothing would get him this time. He put his hand to his ear and said that they would move out immediately, without delay. Okay, if someone had revealed the basic plan, I don't care. There was nothing to stop the plan. The man was standing on the roof. There are things in this world you can't make stop if you don't know them. Someone jumped sharply to the floor and rested his hands directly on the concrete slab. It was Han. The guy was really tired. He had been running for a long time, so his whole body was starting to cramp up. He was breathing heavily. His eyes were frantic. He wasn't going to run for so long, but he was affected by the characteristics. They extended to him as well. He was even a little scared at the realization that such a powerful fighter was right next to him. All right, now was not the time. Who knew that it was so strong and that it had such a powerful effect on the battlefield? This was the first time he was experiencing such a powerful effect. He wondered, why did this happen? This had never happened before. He could feel his entire body literally tearing apart right now. One good thing is that she listens to him almost without question. You could almost say colleague, and the guy even grinned a little at that. It sounded kind of funny. He sighed heavily. His head was starting to hurt. He looked in the other direction. Something was definitely going on. There was a lot of noise coming from there, and it sounded like someone was fighting again. Yeah, they shouldn't have forgotten about the monsters. There were still plenty of them to do something terrible. They dealt with the mercenaries, but what about this sign? Yeah, it was worse than he thought. There was a blocking barrier and a whole lot of monsters. Are they trying to stop us? The boy thought. And I think he was starting to get a little bit of a clue. The 2 mercenaries who were still hiding their faces were already approaching their destination, and now nothing could stop them, even if they wanted to. The guy realized that he needed to recover. He opened the characterization window to check his condition. He didn't have many points. He should trust his luck. Acquisition. A box of medium-level random potions. A mid-level random potion box was used. Luck immediately reacted to the player's situation. The potion he drank gave him high-quality dragon acceleration. Oh, that's not bad at all. With such strength, he would easily be able to deal with it. The guy didn't quite understand what happened. She'd reacted to the situation. What the hell was this? Yes, this had happened before, but it was extremely strange considering the situation. His quadrocopter circled next to him. He immediately turned to the boy. He turned his head and looked at him in surprise. The device reported in a mechanical voice that the dormitory had been attacked. The boy opened his mouth in surprise. How was that even possible? He certainly hadn't expected such a thing. The boy was far enough away now to get close enough to get there. The dormitory was covered with some kind of weird barrier that wouldn't let anything in or out. There were a lot of mercenaries standing around. Now they were waiting for the moment. Plan B was going to work perfectly. All that was left was to blow the place to hell. The two highest-ranked magic hunters stood here and watched what was happening. This magic barrier should hold. There was anticipation on their faces. This magical barrier is huge. The man looked in front of him at what they had created, and now, something monstrous was awakening in his soul. The barrier was suddenly beginning to collapse. The men saw the walls begin to fall, and now it seemed their plan was beginning to break down. The man thought, despite the preparation, the dismantling process would obviously take some time. Who dared to attack in the first place? They weren't prepared for someone to try to stop such an ingenious and elaborate plan. It just didn't make sense. The barrier had been built for so long, and it only lasted an hour. The man couldn't believe what he was seeing and hearing. An hour. There was another one behind him. Even less than that, he lasted about minutes. Paul stood looking at him with surprised eyes. The man couldn't believe it. He was aware of it. Okay, something had to be done about this. The whole plan was going to hell. It's definitely damaged somewhere on the outside. It's taking longer than planned, but we need to restore the integrity of this fell. About 4 hours. That was simply unacceptably long. Who would dare to destroy the barrier like that? The man assumed that's what you were told was the candidate. All right, we'll just have to see and find out who this kid is. They disbanded them too early. That's what caused the failure. It sucked. When the HQs got back to normal, that's when it all started. Well, we got to do something now. It'd be a shame if they couldn't pull off the operation they've been planning for so long. What's the point of bothering? They're professionals. They'll just do a quick job and then they'll be gone. Right? It'll all work out. The man nodded, of course. He'd prepared everything in advance. Those words didn't sound very convincing. Okay. The others just kept silent. They also wanted to finish quickly, so they wouldn't have to be here for too long. There's a surprisingly large number of people here since they didn't go according to plan, so we'll have to improvise. Suddenly, one of the men felt something. He felt like something was happening, something very wrong, out of place. Well, that would have to be dealt with a little later. It was a feeling that kept bothering him, but he couldn't admit it. One of the men said he was getting nervous. There was obvious worry on the man's face. Paul asked what was wrong. Why was he nervous? The road was closed and the monsters and high-ranking troops moved to their positions. A man with the sixth sense skill could sense possible outcomes of events. He couldn't ignore his gut, but he couldn't back down either. He felt like he was sensing something not good, something that would definitely hinder them. Okay, he couldn't ignore it. He listened to his gut and realized that something was definitely wrong. The barrier continued to crack, but they were diligently trying to keep it from collapsing. Whatever was going on out there, they had to maintain its integrity. The man looked up and with a blissful smile on his face said, "It's done." He was literally excited to put this plan into action. A hole was starting to form here. It was getting bigger and bigger, and soon this barrier would collapse. We're going to have to move too fast from here. Indeed, everything went according to plan. The barrier began to collapse. Now the city was unprotected. The entire academy was in plain sight. All that was left was to get in there and do the deed. "Commence operation! Let's move fast!" The man thought that at least this plan should work for them. He couldn't forgive himself for another mistake. Now he would concentrate as much as possible on success. He ordered everyone to begin the operation. The men stood and listened attentively. They were used to listening to their leader without question. "Take the dormitory and blow it up." A chill ran down the backs of the men. They didn't expect that they would have to participate in such a dangerous adventure. However, there was nothing to do. They had to carry out the order. The hooded man who was apparently in charge started laughing with rage. He's going to start killing one by one. If he couldn't steal the giant's heart, at least he'd start killing everyone. Suddenly he heard everything start to shake around him. What's going on? Did the explosion start? But they haven't done anything yet, have they? Had they? It was a little creepy to realize that this plan could go down the drain. A scream was heard that spread throughout the academy. Who could be screaming so violently? The other question was, what was going on there? Obviously something terrible. The man looked in the direction where the scream was coming from. They even froze a little for a second. What the hell is this? What a strange feeling. A small shiver went through their bodies. The scream continued to spread, and the men listened to it. It was so loud, desperate, they had never seen such a thing before. Suddenly, however, their main assassin started coughing and slumped backwards. The man grabbed his throat as if he was choking on something. However, at first glance, everything was fine. Then what was wrong with him? The man's eyes bulged, and he tried to gulp air with his mouth. Still, in the end, he didn't have enough strength, and he fell to the ground with a loud sound. The others looked at him with terrified eyes. The man was unconscious. His eyes were white, and he was trying to breathe, but it was getting harder and harder. He was foaming at the mouth. He had gotten a dragon and reached the highest rank, but he was cursed. He was extremely ill at this moment, and it looked like he didn't have long to live. The guys began to look amongst themselves. However, why now? Was he that bad? There was a look of obvious consternation and incomprehension on their faces. He ordered them to get ready. A dragon! No, it's not like a dragon, it's something else. It's like nothing they've ever heard before. The boys listened. The scream was repeated. It gradually turned into a roar. A chill ran down their backs. Who could scream like that? Something was definitely wrong here, that's all. Something was closing in on them. Apparently something very strong, but not very big. And now what to do with it all? Scary. Suddenly the guys looked to the side and saw something strange. Something they certainly didn't expect. There was a small creature standing there. She had slightly long ash-colored hair, small hands and a neat dress on top, same little feet. Wait, that's a little girl, right? It's a baby. What's she doing here? There shouldn't be children here. However, the little girl was sniffling and looking at them with her big yellow eyes. The guys looked at her. What was a kid doing here? For a second, they thought this kid was even really cute. Suddenly, the girl screamed with all her might. Wait a minute! That was the scream I didn't hear. What a devil! As soon as she screamed, Wilson started wriggling in pain. He felt with every cell of his body that he was about to die. The man was in pain. He gritted his teeth but couldn't say a word. It was as if his tongue had disappeared. The men looked over to where the unfortunate comrade lay. A chill ran across their faces. What just happened? It's just beyond comprehension. Then they looked at the child. A chill ran down their spines again. There seemed to be something wrong, a very bad feeling in their hearts. It's a dragon, a draconian. It simply defies imagination. The girl looked at them with a calm yet angry gaze. So that's what seemed strange at first. Big eyes. Humans can't have eyes like that. Think already. The man tried to think of a plan to stay alive at least. The dragon's strength is at least. Its magic level can also vary. He looked away, fear clearly visible in his eyes. I wonder if anyone knows what to do with him. Can he use magic? Is there anyone who can handle him? And 98% chance of destroying them. Well, it's a good thing they figured it out almost immediately. A man out of fear. If they lose a bunch of people and 3 high-ranked warriors, Shadow Wolf will no longer be in the top, at most in the top. What? Am I right in thinking you're on the verge of death? You care about rankings? What kind of idiot are you? However, he didn't seem to perceive anything at all. This couldn't be allowed to happen. The man seemed more worried about his clan's ranking than his own life. Okay, otherwise, running away is their only option. Now that's a good idea. His hands were shaking. He knew he was facing a monster capable of destroying their unit in seconds, but so far it had done nothing. The man threw a smoke grenade forward to provide cover. We're out of here, he shouted to his men to get out of here fast. The girl looked up with confused eyes. They disappeared so quickly that she didn't have time to do or say anything. Her big yellow eyes ran from side to side in an attempt to find the missing people. There was some strange crystal standing nearby. It was bright blue in color and glowing constantly. You need to confuse them using the thunder curtain and open the escape gate. In any case, escape is better than death or defeat. Forget about your plan and save your own lives if you care about them. And finally, Holland's backup plan. It's time to put it into action. The man took something out of his small bag that hung from his belt. He swung around and tossed a small red-colored bottle forward. It was some kind of crap, probably potent. It was definitely a potion. It had a very strange bottle. It had a dragon's head and wings on the sides. This mixture is very powerful. It makes dragons lose their minds or lose their senses. Dragon stimulant. With this, they can easily get rid of this girl. The guy immediately disappeared into the crystal. He was in the photo cell at a safe place, and the potion kept flying forward. Soon the man's place was nothing but empty space. There was a flash, and now there was nothing else where Crystal had been. He was gone, completely and irrevocably. And the potion that was meant to destroy the dragon flew straight at the poor girl, who just opened her eyes in surprise at this. It was her first time in this world, and she didn't fully understand what was going on. She was in mortal danger, and only a miracle seemed to be able to save her.